Chapter 809. How presumptuous! Ninken's face sank when faced with Tamu's rudeness, and the imposing aura on his body stretched out to sweep towards Tamu, causing Tamu's expression to become extremely unsightly. Vice Fort Master Ning, please show mercy! Tamu doesn't have any ill intent, and he's just being unforgiving. The representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the robust old man, hurriedly pleaded for mercy for Tamu. Ninken's expression eased up slightly when he heard the robust old man, and at the same time, he withdrew his imposing aura before glancing indifferently at Tamu. Remember this well in the future. You don't have the qualifications to question Skywolf Fort. Questioning the 4 people that came out earlier for cheating was undoubtedly questioning the fairness of Skywolf Fort. As the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and the host of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, it was naturally impossible for Ninken to watch idly by as someone questioned their Skywolf Fort. Otherwise, where would the dignity of Skywolf Fort exist? Where would the dignity of Skywolf Fort exist? If you didn't cheat, then so be it. What's there to be fierce for? Be careful, the angrier you get, the faster you die. Tamu didn't dare act presumptuously like before when he was suppressed by Ninken's imposing aura, yet he still couldn't help but mutter to himself. Even though his voice wasn't loud, yet what hearing ability did everyone present possess? Naturally, he heard everything clearly. Instantly, everyone was speechless. Isn't this young man from the Daryuan dynasty too audacious? You're courting death! Ninken's face went grim, and he intended to punish Tamu with a raise of his hand. Vice Fort Master Ning, please show mercy! The robust old man from the Daryuan dynasty hurriedly pleaded for mercy, and at the same time, he raised his hand to slap Tamu on the back of the head before reprimanding with a grim voice. You stinking kid, quickly apologize to Vice Fort Master Ning! Out of consideration for his identity, Ninken put down his raised hand when he saw this, and he waited for Tamu's apology. Why apologize? I'm not wrong. Tamu spoke with a serious expression, and this caused the robust old man's face to go completely dark, whereas Ninken's expression became even more unsightly. Looks like you really don't know your limits if I don't punish you today. Ninken's gaze went cold as he raised his hand once more, and his origin energy raged as he casually struck out with his palm. A palm print whistled out, and it was like Mount Tai was pressing down towards Tamu. Instantly, the expression of the robust old man that stood by Tamu's side changed greatly. Even though Ninken had held back a lot in his attack, this palm strike wasn't something that he could receive. Boom! It wasn't until he saw a saber light whizzing past and shattering the palm print that the sturdy old man heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly looked into the distance and thanked gratefully. Thank you, my lord! Saber 5! Just when the gazes of most people had descended onto the person who had acted, Ninken had also looked at the person who had acted, and his face was gloomy. What do you mean by this? I'm teaching a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. What does it have to do with you? The person that attacked was precisely Saber 5 that stood by Sword 13's side. No matter if it was Ninken or Saber 5 that made a move, both of them were short-lived, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky didn't have time to condense into form at all. Furthermore, it was obvious that they had only attacked casually and had not used their full strength. Thus, even if there was a natural phenomenon, it could not represent their true strength. But according to the estimations of the people present, these 2 people were at least existences at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. Ninken, you're the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort at any rate, yet you're making a fuss about it with a junior that speaks without thinking. Isn't such actions slightly beneath your status? Saber 5 calmly looked Ninken in the eye as he spoke frankly. Ninken was instantly stunned when he heard this, and he was speechless. Yeah. He was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, whereas Saber 6 was only a junior from a remote dynasty. It wasn't appropriate for him to make a move against the latter no matter what. Master! Right at this moment, Xishang took a step forward and stared at Tamu with a fierce gaze as he said frankly, This person questioned my Skywolf Fort and spoke disrespectfully to Master. Master, your status is respected, so it isn't appropriate for you to make a move. I'll properly teach him a lesson in your place during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties later. Haha. Good, good. Ningkin, who was originally in a difficult position and didn't know how to get out of this situation, laughed heartily when he heard Zishang, and for a time, he felt that he hadn't taken this personal disciple of his for nothing. Why aren't you thanking that lord? The representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the robust old man, glared at Tamu. Meanwhile, Tamu, who was terrified by Ningken's palm strike to the point his countenance went ghastly pale, hurriedly looked at Saber 5. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Tamu will surely repay this kindness in the future. There's no need for repayment. Saber 5 nodded and smiled. Kid, you're very compatible with my temper. Tamu grinned, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing his frivolous eyes to suddenly become fierce as he looked at Zishang. If you want to teach me, Tamu, a lesson, then let's see if you have the ability. I'll let you see it. Zishang glanced at Tamu with disdain as he spoke proudly. Whoosh! In next to no time, the 6th person came out as well. Shockingly, the 6th person was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty and the personal disciple of Feng Wei, Lu Yong. Master, disciple is useless and has brought shame to you. After Lu Yong came out, he glanced at Feng Wei before lowering his head. His objective was originally the number tokens in the top 3. But never had he imagined that when he exerted all his strength to pass through the illusory crypt and intended to choose a number token, he instead noticed that not only were the number tokens in the top 3 gone, even the number tokens in the top 5 were gone. He'd only obtained the number 6 token. Work harder later on. Feng Wei spoke indifferently, and he didn't have the intention to fuss about it with Lu Yong. Yes. Lu Yong instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Whoosh! Right when Lu Yong returned to the side of the Darming dynasty's representative, another figure soared up into the sky from the illusory crypt to appear before everyone. This was a fiery red figure, and it had successfully drawn the gazes of everyone as soon as it appeared. Because it was truly too dazzling. It's her! Many people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian, who'd always been sitting cross-legged in midair and cultivating, had already opened his eyes when Lu Yong came out, and he didn't continue cultivating. After he roughly understood what had occurred during the period of his cultivation from Feng Wu Dao, he saw a familiar figure walk out from the exit of the illusory crypt. After Lu Yong, the person that came out was actually Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved. Tianwu was the 6th to walk out of the illusory crypt. How did she do it? At this moment, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who was moved, even Feng Wu Dao, Sword 13, and Saber 5 couldn't help but be moved. The 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were completely dumbstruck. They weren't unfamiliar to this red-clothed young woman with a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, and she was one of the 10 young geniuses from the Darkhan dynasty that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. At the same time, she was the youngest amongst the 100 young geniuses that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. She looked to be a little over 20, yet her true age was only 25. 25 years old, the 7th to pass through the illusory crypt after the 3rd level void interpretation stage martial artist Lu Yong? It's someone from the Darkhan dynasty again. These members of the Darkhan dynasty wouldn't know of some shortcut, right? Otherwise, how could they possibly pass through the illusory crypt so quickly? She's only 25. Could it be that she's a 3rd level void interpretation stage martial artist? Feng Tianwu had successfully drawn the gazes of everyone present, and became the center of attention. This red-clothed young woman with a peerless appearance that was like a spirit of fire had caused everyone present to be extremely shocked. When faced with the numerous burning gazes, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with calmness, and only when she looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao that stood together in the distance did she bloom with a smile that could topple all living things. A smile that could topple a city, a smile that could topple a kingdom. It was nothing more than this. Whoosh! Under the numerous burning gazes, Feng Tianwu flew out and arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao in a short moment. Elder brother Duan, father. Seniors. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu called out to Sword 13 and Saber 5 that had dumbstruck expressions. Sword 13 and Saber 5 recovered from their shock and looked at Feng Wu Dao in unison before sighing. Elder Wu Dao, you've really given birth to a good daughter. Feng Wu Dao revealed a proud expression between his brows when he heard this. What a beautiful woman! Besides Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, and Tam Mu, Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Lu Yong stared at Feng Tianwu with burning gazes, and they wished for nothing more than to take her for themselves. But unfortunately, they were bound to be delusional. Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian alone. If they were fated, she was willing to live hand in hand with Duan Lingtian and grow old together. If they weren't fated, she would rather grow old alone until the moment she closed her eyes. The two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort looked at Feng Tianwu from afar, and their expressions sank slightly. They knew clearly in their hearts that since this woman was with Duan Lingtian, then it was absolutely impossible for her to join Skywolf Fort. Since she was unable to be of use to them, then they would eliminate her. Both of them glanced at each other, and both of them clearly saw killing intent that was difficult to restrain in each other's eyes. Wu, why did you come out so quickly? Feng Wu Dao asked with surprise as he felt that he was unable to see through his daughter more and more. Tianwu, congratulations! After the nearby Duan Lingtian stretched out his spiritual force, he was stunned for a moment, and after he recovered from his shock, he congratulated Feng Tianwu. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, not only was Feng Wu Dao puzzled, even the nearby Saber 5 and Sword 13 couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't know what Duan Lingtian meant by this. Could it be that Duan Lingtian saw through something? Elder brother Duan, you saw through it? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. I truly never imagined that you would break through once more not long after breaking through to the void interpretation stage. Could it be that you obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the illusory crypt? Earlier, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had stretched out and detected Feng Tianwu's current cultivation at the first possible moment, and it was actually at the second level of the void interpretation stage. After all, it had only been less than a month since Feng Tianwu had broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage the last time. In other words, after breaking through to the first level of the void interpretation stage, Feng Tianwu had broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage in less than a month. Such advancement was even swifter than when he consumed the rebirth pill. Chapter 810. What? Wu Yu! You've broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Feng Tianwu hadn't even had the time to reply when Feng Wu Dao had already exclaimed in surprise. He was extremely clear about when his daughter had broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage. But now when he heard Duan Lingtian and saw his daughter's reaction, he realized the problem. His daughter might have really broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. Yes. Feng Tianwu's reply caused Feng Wu Dao to be completely petrified. He only returned to his senses after a short moment and muttered. What exactly did you encounter in the illusory crypt? Could it be that it's really as Ling Tian said, and you obtained some fortuitous encounter? Otherwise, how could you successively break through 2 levels in a short month of time? Second level of the void interpretation stage? Successively breaking through 2 levels in a short month of time? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Feng Wu Dao's words shocked Sword 13 and Saber 5, and it caused their gazes to completely change when they looked at Feng Tianwu. This 25-year-old little girl's cultivation had advanced by 2 levels in a short month of time and stepped into the second level of the void interpretation stage. How could this be possible? After all, no matter how good or how many spirit fruits one consumed, it was impossible to allow a void interpretation stage martial artist to advance by 2 levels in a short 1 or 2 months. The medicinal strength of the spirit fruit required time to be digested, otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be completely revealed. I passed through a barrier that was related to water. At that place, my entire body fused into the water and suffered the impact of the water. In the end, it seemed to have drawn out some sort of energy within my body, causing my origin energy to roil along with it, and then I directly broke through. Feng Tianwu replied. A barrier of water? Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Feng Tianwu spoke of, and it was none other than the area enveloped by the inscription formation that could create water. He had also encountered that obstacle, but his spiritual power had temporarily turned off the inscription formation at the first moment, so he didn't need to force his way through that obstacle. However, Feng Tianwu was different. She didn't have the same spiritual energy as Duan Lingtian, and she didn't understand the Tao of inscriptions. Therefore, it was impossible for her to do what Duan Lingtian did. She could only force her way in. Water can trigger some kind of power? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration as he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Feng Wu Dao at the first possible moment. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Wu Dao was looking at him. Fire spirit body! Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao looked at each other and spoke at practically the same time. Obviously, they thought of the same thing. The energy in Feng Tianwu's body that was triggered by the water should be the extra energy in Feng Tianwu's fire spirit body. That energy would erupt completely when Feng Tianwu was 30 years old, and if Feng Tianwu was unable to hold on, then she would die for sure. Before that, that energy would be dispersed bit by bit to fuse into Feng Tianwu's body and assist her in her cultivation. This was also the reason why Feng Tianwu's cultivation advanced extremely swiftly. In this way, it was the water in the illusory crypt that forced the energy in Tian Wu's body that belonged to the fire spirit body to erupt without restraint, and it assisted Tian Wu to advance to the second level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Tian Wu, how did you feel when the energy in your body erupted? Duan Lingtian asked with a serious expression. At that time, I felt the meridians in my entire body were extremely scorching, and they were practically on the verge of exploding. At the critical moment, I squeezed the water around me and stretched out a strand of energy to suppress it, causing it to fuse into one with my origin energy and assist me in breaking through in one go. Feng Tianwu recalled the scene at that time. Similar to what I thought. Duan Lingtian nodded. On the other hand, Feng Wu Dao realized how dangerous this matter was from his daughter, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for her. The energy of the fire spirit body is formidable indeed. If it's able to be drawn out at an appropriate time like this, then perhaps it'll be able to allow Tian Wu to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage before the age of 30. If Tian Wu is able to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage before the age of 30, then she'll be able to forcefully withstand the energy of the fire spirit body that's concealed within her body. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There's still almost 5 years of time. It's slightly pressing. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze became firm. No matter what, he would try his best to assist Tian Wu to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30, and he would absolutely not watch helplessly as Tian Wu perished. So long as Tian Wu was able to endure the eruption of the fire spirit body at the age of 30, then her future would be boundless. Fire spirit body? Sword 13 and Saber 5 stared blankly at Feng Tianwu, and their eyes contained slight pity mixed within. They naturally knew what the fire spirit body meant, and it meant that it was impossible for a person that possessed such a physique to live past the age of 30. Unless the person broke through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30. But to a possessor of the fire spirit body, this was practically impossible. Possessors of the fire spirit body might be able to consume spirit fruits to assist in their cultivation at the beginning, but once they stepped into the void interpretation stage, they would be unable to consume spirit fruits to cultivate. Because the medicinal strength contained within the spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists was too strong, and it would mobilize the energy concealed within the fire spirit body to a certain extent. At that time, the slightest consequence would be chi deviation, and the slightest consequence would be sudden death. Duan Lingtian was naturally aware of this, otherwise he wouldn't feel that time was pressing. Tian Wu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and she'd already broken through to the void interpretation stage. If she was able to consume spirit fruits and coupled with the assistance of the fire concept fragments, it wouldn't be difficult for her to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30. But the problem was that even if a spirit fruit used by void interpretation stage martial artists was placed before Tian Wu, she would still be unable to consume it. This was also the most troublesome aspect of the situation. No matter what, Tian Wu, you can be considered to have profited from misfortune this time. Duan Lingtian smiled. Whoosh! Suddenly, another figure appeared at the exit of the illusory crypt. This was the seventh person to come out after Feng Tianwu. This was a young man with an ordinary appearance, and the first thing he did when he came out was to sweep the group of people in the sky above the combat ring with his gaze. It was as if he wanted to know who took away the number 1 to 7 command tokens. When his gaze touched Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, a shocked expression of disbelief appeared on his face. They? How could this be possible? It's a member of the Da Chu dynasty. The number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Da Chu dynasty, Qin. In next to no time, someone recognized the identity of the 8th young man that walked out from the illusory crypt. Qin. The face of the representative of the Da Chu dynasty was filled with smiles when he saw Qin come out in time. How could they possibly come out before me? After Qin returned to the side of the representative of the Da Chu dynasty, he was still unwilling to believe that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were able to pass out of the illusory crypt before him. That Duan Lingtian is extraordinary. It's the first time he's come out. The number 1 command token is in his possession. The representative of the Da Chu dynasty couldn't refrain from speaking when he noticed Qin's gaze had always been staring at Duan Lingtian. What? Qin's face that was already covered in shock completely froze when he heard this. After a short moment, he recovered from his shock and fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. This Duan Lingtian is actually a person that came out of the illusory crypt for the first time? Which red-clothed young woman by his side was the first to come out? Qin took a deep breath and asked. She came out comparatively later, but she was the 7th to come out before you. The number 7 command token ought to be in her possession. The representative of the Da Chu dynasty sighed. You're at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, yet you actually came out after her. Could it be that her strength surpasses you? She seems to be only 25, right? It ought to be impossible. Qin shook his head, and at the same time, he thought in his heart. Perhaps it's because the time she spent in the illusory crypt when encountering those illusory formations was comparatively shorter. It's impossible for her to be stronger than me in terms of strength. After Qin, the 9th person quickly came out. Another woman! The person that appeared before everyone now was a woman with a hot figure that wore tight clothes, but unfortunately, her appearance could only be considered to be ordinary. But she was able to stand out as a woman, and it was sufficient to show her formidable strength. After all, amongst the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, there weren't more than 20 female martial artists. Her ability to come out at this moment undoubtedly indicated that she'd already suppressed over 70 male martial artists. It's Yi Ling, the publicly acknowledged female overlord of the younger generation of the Da Chu dynasty. Supposedly, she was already at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage a year ago, and it's extremely likely that she has broken through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage now. Someone recognized this young woman. Da Chu dynasty's Yi Ling? After Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw the 2nd woman appear at this moment. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be the one and only female martial artist that obtained the top 10 command tokens. A wisp of a complacent smile appeared on Yi Ling's seemingly ordinary face when faced with the numerous gazes that converged onto her and the numerous exclamations of surprise. But when her gaze shot towards the distance, it was completely fixed there and was unable to move away any longer. How could this be possible? How could she possibly have come out earlier than me? Yi Ling's gaze stared fixedly at the distant Feng Tianwu as her pupils constricted, and she was unwilling to accept that everything she saw before her eyes was real. How could there possibly be a woman that had come out of the illusory crypt earlier than her? Moreover, it was a woman that was beautiful to the point it caused her to be envious. As a woman, who didn't wish to possess a drop-dead gorgeous face? In the past, she'd seen many women that were more beautiful than her, but practically all those women were just flower vases. So what if they were beautiful? In this world where the strong were respected, she was able to control their fates. So all along, Yi Ling felt that even though the heavens didn't bestow upon her a drop-dead gorgeous face, it had given her natural talent in the martial Tao that wasn't inferior to a man. But now, Feng Tianwu had mercilessly crushed the pride in her heart, and it caused her to feel that she was like a pitiable bug. In terms of appearance, she was inferior to Yi Ling. In terms of strength. Chapter 8:11. Perhaps she took some sort of shortcut and was able to come out before me. How old is she? It's impossible for her strength to be stronger than me. Yi Ling ceaselessly consoled herself. No matter what, she didn't believe that she would be surpassed by a young woman that was younger than her. As the strongest expert in the younger generation of the Qing dynasty, she had her own arrogance. Tianwu, that Yi Ling seems to be extremely unwilling to submit to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Feng Tianwu glanced indifferently at Yi Ling before paying no further attention to her. A young woman that was 10 years older than her wasn't worthy of her comparing herself with her. After the 9th person from the Qing dynasty, the 10th person came out as well. The Tang dynasty, Li Ji. Li Ji was a handsome young man around the age of 35, and at the same time, he was the Tang dynasty's 11th prince. Since then, the possessors of the top 10 command tokens had all appeared. The possessor of the number 1 command token, Duan Lingtian from the Han dynasty. The possessor of the number 2 command token, Zi Shang from the Han dynasty. The possessor of the number 3 command token, Qi Feng from the Qi dynasty. The possessor of the number 4 command token, Qin Kong from the Qin dynasty. The possessor of the number 5 command token, Ta Mu from the Yuan dynasty. The possessor of the number 6 command token, Lu Yong from the Ming dynasty. The possessor of the number 7 command token, Feng Tianwu from the Han dynasty. The possessor of the number 8 command token, O Chun from the Chu dynasty. The possessor of the number 9 command token, Yi Ling from the Qing dynasty. The possessor of the number 10 command token, Li Ji from the Tang dynasty. Amongst the possessors of the top 10 command tokens, 3 are from the Han dynasty. This time, the Han dynasty is really in the limelight. The representatives of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. Of course, there were also the representatives of 2 dynasties that had gloomy expressions because not a single one of the young geniuses recommended by their dynasties had obtained a token in the top 10. Presently, the owners of the top 10 command tokens had appeared successively. The owners of the remaining 40 command tokens had appeared along with them. Numerous figures stepped out from the exit of the illusory crypt and appeared in the sky above the combat ring in the blink of an eye. These people included Su Li, Long Yun, and Zhang Shouyong, and they returned to the side of Duan Lingtian's group one by one. The young geniuses of the various dynasties that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time are really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I feel that my speed can be considered to be swift, yet I only obtained command token number 12. Su Li sighed. Su Li obtained token number 12, and Long Yun obtained token number 19. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that Zhang Shouyong actually obtained the number 15 token. For a moment, he extended his spiritual power, intending to probe Zhang Shouyong's depth. In the end, he found some clues. Zhang Shouyong had suddenly broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian smiled and congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, I can't hide anything from you. Zhang Shouyong smiled bitterly. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to see through his cultivation, he wasn't surprised. In his opinion, no matter what miracle it was, so long as it occurred on this brother Ling Tian, then it couldn't be considered a miracle. Big brother Zhang has broken through? Feng Tianwu's gaze lit up, and then she congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Young Miss Tianwu, you came out before us. What number token did you obtain? Suli looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with slight anticipation. What? Originally, after Zhang Shouyong came out, he was already surprised when he saw Feng Tianwu had come out before him, but he only thought that Feng Tianwu had come out before him. Now, when he heard Suli say this, he realized that Feng Tianwu had come out before Suli. Suli had obtained token number 12. In other words, the token Feng Tianwu obtained was either token number 11 or one of the top 10. Humph! Tianwu is much stronger than you. Sword 13 was obviously extremely dissatisfied that Suli had only obtained token number 12, and he intended to strike a blow to Suli. Tianwu obtained token number 7. Token number 7? As soon as these words were spoken, Suli was instantly petrified, whereas Zhang Shouyong and Long Yun were dumbstruck. Stinking kid, you're at the bottom again this time. Looks like I have to use a special method to properly temper you after we return to the sect. Saber 5 looked at Long Yun and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Long Yun's expression went grim when he heard this. Duan Lingtian, what's the number of your token? After Suli recovered from his shock, at the same time that he had a bitter smile on his face, he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to want to find balance from Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was inferior to Feng Tianwu, then he could use this to refute his master. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Number 1. Duan Lingtian spoke with a light smile. For a time, Suli was petrified once more, whereas Zhang Shouyong, who just recovered from his shock, couldn't help but cough and choke on his own saliva. Long Yun's face sank slightly as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually obtained token number 1, and this also indicated that Duan Lingtian was the first to leave the illusory crypt. Duan Lingtian, since you're the first to leave, then do you know who the other 8 people besides Tianwu are that have obtained tokens in the top 10? Suli asked. In next to no time, Suli found out about the other 8 people that had obtained tokens in the top 10 from Duan Lingtian. He wasn't surprised that Zishang had obtained token number 2. He'd witnessed Zishang's secret technique, and it was extremely formidable. At that time, Zishang was only at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, yet when he executed that secret technique, his strength instantly rose to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Presently, Zishang had most probably broken through to the Void Interpretation stage just like them, and when he executed that secret technique, his strength was at least at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above. Looks like only you're capable of countering Zishang in this martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Suli sighed. Zishang! Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he'd already decided that during the 4th round of the selections, he would be the first to challenge Zishang. Unless Zishang admitted defeat, otherwise, he'd surely make Zishang die a graveless death. Along with the passage of time, the sky gradually dimmed down. Dusk arrived as scheduled. The 50 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had finally emerged, and the 50 number tokens had their own owners. The 3rd round of the selections will be held at dawn tomorrow. At that time, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be decided. After Ningkan announced this, he left with Feng Wei. Zishang and Lu Yong followed. That's Zishang! Suli and Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Zishang has already been taken as Ningkan's personal disciple, Duan Lingtian said. Suli and Zhang Shouyong came to a sudden understanding. I truly never imagined that the number 1 token would actually be obtained by the Dark Han dynasty's Duan Lingtian. His luck is really good. It's surely luck. Many young geniuses that came from the other dynasties discussed animatedly, and they obviously didn't feel that Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to obtain the number 1 token. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this. Luck? During the 3rd round of the selections tomorrow, he would use his actions to prove his strength and make these people shut their mouths. The biggest winner today was none other than the Darkhan dynasty. The Darkhan dynasty had monopolized 3 of the top 10 number tokens, and it caused the other 9 dynasties to only be envious and jealous. The smile on the Darkhan dynasty's emperor's face never stopped. At this moment, he seemed to have already completely forgotten the deaths of his son and nephew. Let's return. Duan Lingtian's group quickly left the combat arena and returned to their respective pavilions. I'm still slightly lacking. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated for a while, and he couldn't help but sigh when he noticed his cultivation hadn't improved at all. Even though his cultivation had the formidable medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it was still slightly lacking from breaking through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian knew that he shouldn't continue persisting in improving his cultivation, because no matter how persistent he was, it would be difficult for his cultivation that had fallen into a bottleneck to improve. Presently it was as if he'd entered a dead end, and if he wanted to pass through it, he needed to calm down first before he could think of a good method. Duan Lingtian left the room and stood outside the Narcissus Pavilion as he cultivated the high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, while he held on to the Wind Concept fragment and continued to comprehend Wind Concept. He became more and more skilled in the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, and at the end, he was able to utilize it like an extension of his arm. Even the 3rd Divine Dragon was almost condensed into form, and once it was condensed into form, he could be considered to have stepped into the initial stage. As for Wind Concept, I've just comprehended 2nd level intermediate Wind Concept today, and it's difficult for it to improve for a while, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. A night passed quickly. The dawn of the 2nd day arrived in the blink of an eye. Dawn had just appeared in the horizon when Duan Lingtian had already walked out of his room and converged with Feng Tianwu, who'd similarly walked out of her room before soaring up into the sky. Feng Wudao had been standing in the sky since long ago and was waiting for them. In the sky above the combat arena, after the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties had arrived, the Vice-Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ningkan, and Feng Wei appeared successively, and Zishang and Lu Yong followed behind them like shadows. Today, the 3rd round of the selections will begin. The rules of the 3rd round of the selections are just as I said before. The 2nd round of the selections began yesterday. Challenges will start from the possessor of the number 1 token, yet you're unable to challenge the possessors of the number 2 to 10 tokens. Ningkan repeated the rules of the 3rd round of the selections once more. Besides that, those that have just fought a battle can rest temporarily. The person that issues a challenge in the next round is prohibited from issuing a challenge to that person. Ningkan continued. Life and death are disregarded in the 3rd round of the selections. You can admit defeat verbally, and no one is allowed to make a move against a person that admits defeat. The hearts of all the young geniuses constricted, and then they nodded successively. Now, the possessor of the number 1 token can enter the arena to issue a challenge. Besides the possessors of the number 2 to 10 tokens, you can choose anyone. Ningkan glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian. Even though he wished for nothing more than to slice Duan Lingtian into pieces, yet he knew that he couldn't lose his composure now. Swoosh! Chapter 8:12. The possessors of the number 11 to 50 command token, step out and form a line according to the number of the command token. Ningkan pointed towards an empty expanse of space. Instantly, the 40 young geniuses including Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Long Yun flew out one by one to form an orderly line. Duan Lingtian stood at the center area of the sky above the combat arena, and his eyes flickered with flowing lights as he sized up the 40 young geniuses that had formed a line before him. Besides the familiar faces of Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Long Yun, amongst these people, there was another face that he was extremely familiar with. Duan Lingtian has obtained the number 1 command token and possesses the absolute initiative. Who do all of you think he'll challenge? Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Of course. He'll surely challenge the possessor of the number 50 command token. Another person spoke as a matter of course. Most people agreed in this way. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze didn't descend onto the possessor of the number 50 command token, and it had instead locked onto the last familiar face besides Su Li, Zhang Shou-yung, and Long Yun. The possessor of the number 17 command token, Zhao Wei. The number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan, an existence that was merely inferior to Lu Yong in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty. Most importantly, Zhao Wei and Duan Lingtian had once come into conflict. A few months ago, Zhao Wei had lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and he hadn't even touched the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes. I choose to challenge the possessor of the number 17 command token. After Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Zhao Wei, he spoke frankly. Instantly, the people present were in an uproar. This Duan Lingtian actually challenged the possessor of the number 17 command token? According to my knowledge, even if it's the possessor of the number 10 command token, there are many existences at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has the confidence to defeat a martial artist at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above? Many people that questioned Duan Lingtian's strength discussed successively. On the other hand, Zhao Wei, who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, had an extremely gloomy expression, and he took a deep breath under the numerous burning gazes before he said frankly, "I admit defeat! Admit defeat!" As soon as Zhao Wei said this, a wave of booing instantly sounded out at the scene. Which dynasty are they from? To be able to obtain token number 17, his strength must not be weak. To think that he doesn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. Many people looked at Zhao Wei with disdain. I know him. He's one of the 2 most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty, and he's equally famous as Vice Fort Master Feng's personal disciple, Lu Yong. It can't be? Such a coward could also be equally famous as Lu Yong? You must be joking. I also feel that such a coward is not qualified to be on the same level as Lu Yong. Being equally famous with him is simply a disgrace to Lu Yong. Many people added insult to injury. In this world where the strong were respected, cowards were looked down upon the most. Zhao Wei's cowardice was disgusting. When Zhao Wei heard the waves of ridicule coming from the surroundings, his face alternated between green and white, yet he had no way to refute. He was indeed afraid of Duan Lingtian. When he fought Duan Lingtian that day, he hadn't even touched the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes before losing. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian not killing him, it would be impossible for him to be standing here now. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian looked at him, he'd clearly seen the coldness that was emitted from Duan Lingtian's eyes. He knew that once he accepted the challenge, his life wouldn't be in his control any longer. So for the sake of living properly, he didn't dare accept the challenge and directly admitted defeat. To him, this was the wisest choice. Thank you? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhao Wei before thanking him before returning to Feng Tianwu's side. For a time, Zhao Wei was angered to the point his face alternated between green and white. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 2 token entered the arena. The possessor of the number 2 token, Zishang, a young genius of the Dark Han dynasty, and he was the personal disciple of the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master, Ningkan. I heard this Zishang was taken as a personal disciple by Vice Fort Master Ning. He's the second person after Duan Lingtian to pass through the illusory crypt. I presume he's not a simple figure since he's able to be taken as a personal disciple by Vice Fort Master Ning. The gazes of many people descended onto Zishang as they discussed. After Zishang ascended the arena, his gaze descended onto the possessor of the number 50 token, a green-clothed young man, and he spoke indifferently. The possessor of the number 50 token. Even though terror rose from the bottom of the green-clothed young man's heart when he was called out by Zishang, he still gritted his teeth and flew out to stand in confrontation with Zishang. If it wasn't for the scene of everyone ridiculing Zhao Wei earlier, he might have directly admitted defeat. Now, with the lesson of the past, he didn't do that for the sake of his dignity. I'll admit defeat once I'm no match for him. The green-clothed young man thought to himself. He'd already decided that once he was no match for Zishang, he would admit defeat at the first possible moment. Admitting defeat like this was much more dignified than Zhao Wei. After all, Zhao Wei didn't even have the courage to ascend the arena. You dare to ascend the arena? When he saw the green-clothed young man actually didn't take the initiative to admit defeat, and even dared to ascend the arena to stand in confrontation with him, and intend to fight him, Zishang's expression instantly sank. His sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, had challenged the possessor of the number 17 token, yet the latter didn't even have the courage to ascend the arena and directly admitted defeat. Now, when he challenged the possessor of the number 50 token, he originally thought that the possessor of the number 50 token would probably not dare ascend the arena or even admit defeat directly. In this way, he wouldn't lose to his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian. However, things went contrary to his wishes. After the possessor of the number 50 token was challenged by him, the possessor of the number 50 token entered the arena calmly as if the possessor wasn't afraid of him, and at the same time that this caused him to suffer a great blow, ruthlessness arose in his heart. No matter what, I'll give it a try. The green-clothed young man gritted his teeth as he spoke. Sometimes, a wrong decision will cause you to lose your life. Zishang's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Since the possessor of the number 50 token had embarrassed him, then he would make the possessor use his life to repent. Ha! The green-clothed young man's face went grim when he heard Zishang, yet he still summoned up the courage to fly out, and a spirit weapon appeared in his hand as the origin energy in his entire body exploded out, causing Concept to follow him like a shadow. The green-clothed young man utilized all his ability to cause the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth to form over 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage. First level void interpretation concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Whoosh! Zishang's expression remained unchanged when facing the green-clothed young man's assault, and with a raise of his hand, an extremely ancient zither appeared in his hand. Along with Zishang raising his hand, origin energy coiled around it as 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and it displayed his current cultivation. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Zishang has actually broken through? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. If he wasn't wrong, Zishang was only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist yesterday, so how could he have broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage overnight? Looks like Ning Can gave him some benefits. Perhaps he broke through after consuming a spirit fruit. This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. The green-clothed young man's face went grim when he saw Zishang reveal a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage, and his figure instantly slowed down and started to decelerate. At the same time, he opened his mouth. I admit, but unfortunately, he was bound to be unable to speak out the word lose. Clang! Along with Zishang's hand descending and slapping onto the surface of the zither strings moved rhythmically before abruptly emitting a wave of ear-piercing and enormous sounds. At the same time, a material green crescent-shaped ripple that was coiled with a strand of scorching aura of flame swept out, and its target was the green-clothed young man. Halfway through, the aura of flames expanded even more. The might of the wind was aided by the might of the fire. Second-level void interpretation stage cultivation, first-level intermediate wind concept, elementary fire concept, and coupled with the grade 4 spirit weapon, the zither, it gave Zishang the strength of over 70 ancient horned dragons. Oem! The crescent-shaped ripple that emitted strands of scorching aura of flames had split the green-clothed young man into two before he could even speak the word lose. Clang! 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 Subsequently, another wave of ear-piercing sounds of zither explosions resounded out, and numerous crescent-shaped ripples that emitted scorching aura of flames seemed to have formed into a dense and enormous net that enveloped the green-clothed young man's corpse that had been split into two. In the next moment, only a rain of blood remained in the sky, and after the rain of blood descended to the ground, the green-clothed young man's corpse had vanished without a trace. Hiss! 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 In the sky above the combat arena, waves of gasping sounded out, and many people revealed terrified gazes as they looked at Zishang. Some female martial artists were even terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? That possessor of the number 50 token died an unjust death. Yeah, he was already prepared to admit defeat. In the end, he hadn't even spoken the word lose when he was killed. But this Zishang is actually only a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist? Moreover, amongst the concepts he's comprehended, only his wind concept seems to be at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and his fire concept is only at the void initiation stage. He doesn't even possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. How did he become the second to charge out of the illusory crypt? At the same time that many people sighed with emotion that the possessor of the number 50 token had died an unjust death, they started to question Zishang's strength. As far as they were concerned, with the ordinary strength and abilities Zishang revealed earlier, according to logic, he probably wouldn't even be able to obtain a number token that was ranked in the top 20. But Zishang had instead obtained the number 2 token. If he really only has this little strength, it's impossible for him to obtain the number 2 token. The eyes of the Dark Yi Dynasty's 9th prince, Qifeng, flashed as he subconsciously felt that Zishang had absolutely held back when he attacked earlier. Moreover, he'd held back a great deal. Humph! Perhaps he has some sort of shortcut. After all, he's a member of the Dark Han Dynasty, and there are 3 people from the Dark Han Dynasty that have obtained a number token in the top 10. The possessor of the number 4 token, the Dar Qing Dynasty's Qin Kong, stood nearby Qifeng, and he grunted in disdain when he heard Qifeng's words. For a time, more and more people doubted that the number 2 token in Zishang's possession was obtained through an unscrupulous method. Like I said, how could the Dark Han Dynasty's Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu be able to obtain the number 1 token and number 7 token at the age of 28 and 25? So it turns out that the members of the Dark Han Dynasty have grasped an unscrupulous method. Since Zishang was able to obtain the number 2 token with this little strength of his, I presume that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu aren't much stronger. Chapter 813. To think that Darming Dynasty's Zhao Wei didn't even have the courage to enter the arena before admitting defeat because he was afraid of the number 1 token in Duan Lingtian's possession. Now his intestines are probably green with regret, right? If that Duan Lingtian challenges me, then I'll surely accept the challenge. Not only will I accept the challenge, I'll even defeat him and seize the number 1 token in his possession. If I'm able to obtain the number 1 token, then it would be great. In the future, I'll be able to challenge anyone I want to challenge, and I'll specially choose soft persimmons to crush. It wouldn't be difficult for me to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At this moment, many young geniuses looked forward to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu challenging them. As far as they were concerned, the number 1 token in Duan Lingtian's possession and the number 7 token in Feng Tianwu's possession weren't obtained by relying on true ability, and they'd obtained it through opportunistic means. Of course, there were some people that were familiar with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, and they knew that the number tokens in Duan Lingtian and Zishang's possession weren't obtained through opportunistic means. After Zishang, the possessor of the number 2 token left the arena. The possessor of the number 3 token, Qifeng, entered the arena. Qifeng naturally wouldn't not utilize the authority of the number 3 token and directly chose the possessor of the number 49 token. His opponent admitted defeat. After that, the possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, entered the arena, and his opponent admitted defeat as well. The possessor of the number 5 token, Ta Mu, and the possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, entered the arena after them, and their opponents didn't have the courage to battle them. Subsequently, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu flew out and chose the possessor of the number 45 token, a tall and robust young man that was almost middle-aged and had disheveled hair that hung loosely on his shoulders. The young man was an entire 2 meters tall, and he was like a giant as he stood before Feng Tianwu. "Little girl, your appearance isn't bad. But unfortunately, the number 7 token in your possession was obtained through opportunistic means. You're bound to not be a match for me. Hand over the number 7 token and admit defeat. The young man that was like a giant spoke with a low voice. Otherwise, don't force me to ruthlessly destroy you. Haha. Big guy, you have to be gentle. She's just a 25-year-old girl. Someone couldn't help but laugh. For a moment, many people laughed along with him. These people all felt that Feng Tianwu did not have much strength. If you want token number 7, come and get it yourself. In the face of the youth's arrogance, Feng Tianwu's expression did not change. She stood there in the air, and the red robe on her body fluttered without wind, as if she had turned into a ball of burning flames. This little girl really doesn't know what's good for her. Since that's the case, let me teach you a lesson. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up into an evil smile. In the next moment, his tall and sturdy figure flew out. Although it seemed cumbersome, it did not affect his speed at all. At the same time that he flashed towards Feng Tianwu, an enormous spiked club appeared in the young man's hand. Origin energy flickered within it, and then it transformed into a ball of material flames. Almost 60 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons dashed out. Even though he looked down upon Feng Tianwu, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest in the battles of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he utilized his full strength as soon as he attacked. Force suppresses mountains and rivers! The young man abruptly shouted out explosively, and the spiked club in his hand that was burning with burning flames carried the strength of almost 60 ancient horned dragons as it descended towards Feng Tianwu. At the same time that many young geniuses present cursed the young man for not knowing how to be protective of the fairer sex when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but close their eyes as they were unwilling to see the scene of a peerless beauty perishing. But in next to no time, they opened their eyes once more, and a heartfelt expression of shock appeared on their faces. The reason they opened their eyes was entirely because of the miserable shrill cry of the young man. When they opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget in their entire lifetimes. They saw the red-clothed young woman that stood there like a fire spirit without moving. On the other hand, the young man that smashed out the grade 4 spirit weapon, spiked club, with the intention of blasting the red-clothed young woman to death had instead been blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow. On the way he flew backwards, he emitted shrill cries as he spat out blood. At this moment, not only had the spiked club in the young man's hand been blasted flying, even the young man's disheveled hair had been burned into ash, causing him to become bald. What happened earlier? The young geniuses that had closed their eyes earlier as they couldn't bear to see Feng Tianwu perish had recovered from their shock, and all of them asked in unison. Never had they imagined that the young woman that was merely 25 years old would actually defeat the young man that was like a giant. So strong! She only used a single palm strike and didn't even utilize a spirit weapon, yet heavily injured and blasted the possessor of the number 45 token flying. Her strength is at least at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Besides that, the flames she controlled were even more material than the flames controlled by the possessor of the number 45 token, and it's at least at the second level of intermediate fire concept. She's really only 25 years old? Feng Tianwu's strength caused a wave of clamorous noise at the scene. A young woman that was merely 25 years old had revealed such a cultivation and concept, and it caused them to feel ashamed and wish for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Unfortunately, she only attacked for a short moment, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't even have the time to condense into form before dispersing. Even though the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't condense into form, but we can be sure of one thing. She's a martial artist at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above. Moreover, she's comprehended intermediate fire concept at the second level or above. A young woman possessing such natural talent and accomplishments is sufficient to cause countless men to feel ashamed. The entire sky above the combat arena was completely in an uproar because of Feng Tianwu's brief attack. What a formidable little girl! Even the Vice-Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ningqian, couldn't help but take a few more glances at Feng Tianwu, and in the end, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If a genius martial artist that possessed such heaven-defying natural talent and comprehension ability was unable to join their Skywolf fort, then he would rather let her die than allow her to live. Once such a monstrous existence stood on the opposite side of Skywolf Fort in the future, she would surely become a great calamity for Skywolf Fort. That was something he wasn't willing to see happen. Shang, if this woman is able to pass through the 3rd round of the selections and advance to the 4th round of the selections, you must kill her. Ningken looked at Zishang and spoke via voice transmission. Yes, master. Zishang's gaze that was filled with coldness descended onto Feng Tianwu when he heard this, and killing intent flashed within his eyes. Ningken wants Zishang to kill Tianwu? Duan Lingtian's observation ability was shocking, and he easily noticed the killing intent that flickered in the depths of Ningken's gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu. Moreover, he noticed the reaction Zishang revealed when Ningken glanced at him. He'd guessed Ningken's thoughts. Let me see if it's you, Zishang, who kills Tianwu, or Tianwu who kills you, Zishang. A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he had a way to deal with it in his heart. In the battle between Feng Tianwu and the young man that was like a giant, the young man was heavily injured with a single strike and didn't have the strength to continue the battle, so Feng Tianwu was victorious. Whoosh! After a short moment, Feng Tianwu returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Tianwu, when did you comprehend the 4th level intermediate fire concept? Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain himself from asking via voice transmission. Perhaps, when others saw Feng Tianwu attack, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't condensed into form, so they were unable to confirm exactly what Feng Tianwu's cultivation and concept was. But Duan Lingtian, who possessed the memories and experience of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor Wu, was able to discern with a single glance that the fire concept Feng Tianwu executed earlier was obviously already at the 4th level intermediate fire concept. This caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be filled with shock. It was also something that happened in the illusory crypt. I entered into a short period of enlightenment during the trial of fire, and after I awoke from my stupor, I comprehended 4th level intermediate fire concept. Feng Tianwu wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had seen through the level of her fire concept. There were too many miracles and unbelievable things on Duan Lingtian, and she'd long since become numb to it. In her eyes, this elder brother Duan of hers was capable of what others were incapable of. As expected of the fire spirit body, it's actually so abnormal. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard this, his heart was filled with shock. He knew that the reason Feng Tianwu was able to obtain all sorts of fortuitous encounters in the illusory crypt was entirely because she possessed the fire spirit body. If it was another person, it would be utterly impossible for the person to obtain such treatment. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 people in the top 10 command tokens issued challenges one by one. The opponents they challenged had admitted defeat before entering the arena. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 11 token issued a challenge. The possessor of the number 11 token was the person that was ranked before Suli, and he was a young man that was dressed like a scholar. The possessor of the number 41 token that he challenged was heavily injured as soon as he entered the arena and didn't have the strength to continue fighting. Subsequently, it was Suli, the possessor of the number 12 token, that entered the arena. His opponent was injured by a single strike of his sword, and if it wasn't for him changing the blade of the sword in his hand to the body of the sword in time, his opponent would have died without a doubt. Thank you for showing mercy. Suli's opponent was sincerely convinced and withdrew magnanimously. The 3rd round of the selections continued. Not long after, it was Zhang Shou-yong and Long Yun's turn, and they won successively. In next to no time, after a single round, 25 out of the 50 young geniuses were eliminated. They were either killed, crippled, or admitted defeat. After a single round, none of the possessors of the top 10 command tokens were replaced, and it was sufficient to show that their strengths were generally equal to the command tokens in their possession. The remaining 25 young geniuses continued to undergo the 2nd round of challenges. As the possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the arena once more. After he entered the arena, Duan Lingtian called out the possessor of the number 25 token, a young man with a savage appearance. The young man's eyes flickered with a fierce light at all times, and it was as if everyone was his enemy. At the center area of the sky above the combat arena, Duan Lingtian and this young man with a savage appearance stood in confrontation, and the atmosphere became deathly silent. The deathly silent atmosphere didn't continue for long before it was quickly replaced by a wave of clamorous noise. The Dark Han Dynasty's Feng Tianwu has proven her strength to a certain extent. I wonder if Duan Lingtian, who hasn't fought since the beginning until the end, will be able to prove his strength. If he's defeated by the possessor of the number 25 token, then he'll become the greatest laughingstock in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. He's about to make a move. I truly look forward to it. Chapter 8:14. Possessor of the number 1 token, I'll tear you into pieces right away and replace you. The young man with a savage expression stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, and his ghastly eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian like a dormant venomous snake. That will depend on if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke indifferently. This young man with a savage expression before him was the possessor of the number 25 token, and Duan Lingtian had clearly seen it when the young man made a move against the possessor of the number 26 token earlier. When the young man wanted to beg for mercy, he'd forcefully grabbed the young man's throat and didn't allow the young man to make a single sound. In the end, the possessor of the number 26 token was torn into pieces by the young man with his bare hands. His spirit weapon was a grade 4 spirit weapon glove, and it was worn on his right hand. You'll know in a moment. The ghastly eyes of the young man with a savage expression flashed, and then his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a venomous snake that had gone berserk and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. His gloved hand abruptly stretched out to grab towards Duan Lingtian, and the ghastly flames in the surroundings leaped about and condensed into form, seeming to have transformed into the open mouth of a venomous snake. In the sky, almost 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed towards Duan Lingtian in unison and revealed his shocking strength. Second level of the Void Interpretation Stage. First level Intermediate Wind Concept. Grade 4 Spirit Weapon. The young man with a savage expression could be said to have utilized all his ability, and it was a killing move as soon as he attacked with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. You want me to die? Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as his figure flashed out to move unhurriedly to intercept the young man. In the eyes of others, it seemed as if Duan Lingtian had given himself up. Right when some people thought that Duan Lingtian's actions were courting death, a sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, a grade 3 spirit sword. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook as the origin energy in his hand fused with second-level intermediate wind concept to transform into azure-colored strong winds that coiled around the sword before abruptly whistling out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! 2 divine dragons that had materialized and 1 divine dragon that had yet to fully materialize roared out. As soon as they appeared, they successfully attracted everyone's attention. Dragons were legendary divine beasts that no one had ever seen with their own eyes. Of course, since the ancient times, there were various dragon totems and embroideries that were passed down. For example, the dragon robes worn by the emperors of the various dynasties were embroidered with a golden 5-clawed divine dragon. However, a lifelike divine dragon that was formed from origin energy was extremely rare. Whoosh! 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 Just as most people's attention was on the 3 mystical dragons, 2 of the fully formed mystical dragons suddenly shot out beams of light from their eyes. 4 beams of light shot towards the ferocious-looking young man. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. Puff! The first beam of light easily pierced through the young man's hand that was grabbing at Duan Lingtian like a viper's mouth, piercing through the grade 4 glove and leaving a bloody hole. Blood splattered everywhere. Puff! 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 Amongst the other 3 beams of light, 1 pierced through the young man's forehead, another pierced through the young man's neck, and the last pierced through the young man's heart. Not to mention the young man didn't even have the time to emit a shrill cry, He didn't even have the time to let out a muffled groan before completely losing all signs of life, and he was completely blasted flying by inertia. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to intercept the corpse that was charging towards him after death, and he kicked it flying to cause it to fall onto the combat ring with a bang. In the sky, the 81 ancient horned dragon silhouettes formed from the energy of the heavens, and the earth gradually dispersed along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his sword. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate wind concept. Even though the martial skill Duan Lingtian executed isn't bad, but with his strength, it seems that he doesn't have the qualifications to possess the number 1 token, right? After they witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, many people couldn't help but voice out their doubts, and they doubted that Duan Lingtian didn't have the qualifications to possess the number 1 token. Even more people firmly believed that the number 1 token was obtained by Duan Lingtian by opportunistic means. In reality, Duan Lingtian could indeed be considered to have obtained it by opportunistic means. Relying on the lifetime worth of inscription memories of Emperor Wu and his own spiritual force to temporarily shut off the inscription formations all along the passageway of the illusory crypt, wasn't this opportunistic means? Of course, such opportunistic means wasn't something that anyone was capable of accomplishing. I was wondering how strong this Duan Lingtian was, yet he's only SOSO. The possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, grunted coldly and glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Since he's the first to obtain the number 1 token and pass through the illusory crypt, he naturally has extraordinary aspects. Looks like he still has trump cards that he hasn't revealed. The possessor of the number 3 token, Qi Feng, muttered to himself. After Duan Lingtian, it was the possessor of the number 2 token, Zi Shang, that ascended the arena. Zi Shang challenged the possessor of the number 24 token, and even though the possessor's strength wasn't bad, it was still inferior to him, causing the possessor to be instantly killed by the wind blades that flashed out from his zither. The challenges continued. The possessors of the top 10 tokens won successively all along the way. In next to no time, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. If it was according to the order of the 6 people before her, then she ought to challenge the possessor of the number 19 token. However, the possessor of the number 19 token was Long Yun, and out of consideration for Saber 5, Feng Tianwu didn't challenge him, and she chose the possessor of the number 18 token instead. The possessor of the number 18 token possessed a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended second level void interpretation concept, so he could be considered to be a formidable opponent. Right when everyone thought that Feng Tianwu would be in a deadlock with her opponent was instead defeated by Feng Tianwu in a single move. This time, Feng Tianwu utilized a spirit weapon, a grade 3 spirit whip. Only a single whip had heavily injured her opponent. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't even had the chance to condense into form before dispersing. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu's exact strength was still a mystery in the eyes of most people. Possessing such a cultivation at the mere age of 25 is truly shocking. If she's able to continue maintaining this advancement, she'll step into the void transformation stage without the slightest suspense if she's given another 10 years. Many people that were shocked by Feng Tianwu's strength couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Feng Tianwu allowed them to have a completely new understanding of female martial artists. Feng Tianwu, the possessor of the number 9 token, the other female that had obtained the top 10 tokens of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the Da-Qing dynasty's Yiling, looked at Feng Tianwu with a complicated gaze. When she was Feng Tianwu's age, she hadn't even stepped into the void initiation stage. Even though she was unwilling to admit it, she knew that Feng Tianwu's natural talent and comprehension ability were indeed stronger than her. But if I go against her now, I still have full confidence. Yiling was filled with confidence. Tianwu, you ought to help me teach that kid a good lesson. After Feng Tianwu returned, Saber 5 spoke, and he seemed to feel extremely regretful that Feng Tianwu didn't choose to challenge Long Yun. After Feng Tianwu, it was the possessor of the number 8 token, the Darchu dynasty's Ochen. The person Ochin chose to challenge was precisely the possessor of the number 19 token, Long Yun. Long Yun's master was the vice-sect master of the House of Sabers, and he'd already touched the threshold of the unity of man and saber. But because of the gap in cultivation and the difference in concept, he still lost to Ochin. Because he was afraid of Saber 5 who stood behind Long Yun, Ochin didn't attack ruthlessly. After Long Yun returned, he stood by Saber 5's side with a dejected expression. "Master, I'm sorry. I've let you down and wasn't even able to enter the top 10. Humph. Saber 5 grunted coldly. After we return to the sect this time, I'll use the method of the House of Sabers to properly temper you. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Saber 5's mouth, and it caused Long Yun to be unable to refrain from shuddering. Whoosh! After Ochin, it was the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, that entered the arena. Yi Ling challenged the possessor of the number 17 token and won. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 10 token, Li Ji, challenged the possessor of the number 16 token and won. Up until now, none of the top 10 token possessors had been replaced. The possessor of the number 11 token, the young man in scholarly attire, challenged the possessor of the number 15 token, Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang has encountered a strong enemy. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered. Just as Duan Lingtian had said, Zhang Shouyong and the possessor of the number 11 token were evenly matched for a time, and this was because he possessed the grade 3 spirit weapon, Wine Gourd, that Duan Lingtian had personally refined for him. The strength of the young man in scholarly attire was shocking. In the end, Zhang Shouyong barely defeated the young man and replaced him to obtain the number 11 token. Big Brother Zhang, you're amazing! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he started laughing. In next to no time, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 12 token, Suli, to challenge the possessor of the number 14 token. Suli executed a total of 3 sword strikes and easily obtained victory. The possessor of the number 13 token had a bye. What's next? Meanwhile, only 13 people remained in the third round of the selections, and many people couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the 2 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Now, the final segment of the third round of the selections is about to begin. In this segment, the possessors of the number 11, 12, and 13 tokens will successively challenge the possessors of the top 10 tokens. Once you win, you'll be able to replace your opponent and obtain their token before charging into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort this time. Ninken spoke with a clear voice. Instantly, the eyes of Zhang Shouyong, Suli, and the possessor of the number 13 token lit up. First, the possessor of the number 11 token, Zhang Shouyong, would issue a challenge. There was only a single chance, and if he didn't succeed, then he would have no fate with the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Zhang Shouyong's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and the other 10 people before finally choosing Feng Tianwu, the possessor of the number 7 token. Amongst the possessors of the top 10 tokens, even the possessor of the number 10 token, Li Ji, was in existence at the third level of the Void Interpretation stage. Only Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Feng Tianwu were existences at the second level of the Void Interpretation stage. Zhang Shouyong knew he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian and Zishang, so he chose Feng Tianwu. Big Brother Zhang has bitten off more than he can chew this time. Chapter 8:15. Tianwu. Zhang Shouyong stood in confrontation with Feng Tianwu, and he had an embarrassed expression. After all, he challenged Feng Tianwu by name, and it was like he was bullying the weak. Big Brother Zhang, you don't have to worry, feel free to attack with your full strength. Zhang Shouyong was a good friend of Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu had taken Zhang Shouyong to be her friend as well and treated him with courtesy. All right. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and his expression became slightly serious as he didn't dare dally. Even though he was a second-level Void Interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended second-level intermediate Earth concept now, but based on the strength Feng Tianwu revealed earlier, she wasn't inferior to him. It was even to the extent that she might be slightly stronger. Tianwu, watch out! Zhang Shouyong shouted out explosively as he attacked like a bolt of lightning, and he raised his wine gourd before smashing it out. The wine gourd floated in midair and was covered by a layer of material earth concept, and it smashed down towards Feng Tianwu like a mountain pressing down onto her. Bang! An enormous bang that shook the heavens resounded out, and the terrifying sound of air exploding caused the eardrums of everyone present to tremble. At the same time, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky above Zhang Shouyong, and it condensed into 81 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down. Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd smashed down with a bang, and it contained the strength of 81 ancient horned dragons. Even if it smashed onto a mountain, the mountain would probably be shattered by it. Yet now, the wine gourd smashed down towards Feng Tianwu, and once it smashed down, even 10 Feng Tianwu might not be able to survive. For a time, many people couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he watched this scene, and he seemed to not be worried in the slightest. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged when faced with Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd that smashed down towards her, and a whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. It was precisely the Grade 3 spirit whip that Duan Lingtian had refined for her. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's entire body seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that shot into the sky. It was actually charging towards the falling wine gourd. Feng Tianwu's figure flashed like fire, and a layer of solid flames coiled around the third-grade spirit whip in her hand in an instant. She suddenly swung it out and threw it towards the wine gourd. Whoosh! The long whip tore through the air like a python swinging its tail. It contained an extremely terrifying force as it fiercely landed on the wine gourd. Pa! A loud sound rang out, tearing through the sky, causing the airflow in the air to surge, and the sound of the wind could be heard. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, the material earth concept at the bottom of the wine gourd was actually split apart by this whip strike, and its speed of descent slowed down slightly. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's hand trembled, and the third-grade spirit whip abruptly withdrew. Whoosh! In the next moment, the third-grade spirit whip that was retracted was fiercely thrown out again, like a rapidly shooting fire snake. Pa! Another enormous bang resounded out. This time, the wine gourd was actually blasted flying, and the material earth concept on its surface was completely shattered. Wow! Zhang Shouyong, who used his origin energy to guide the wine gourd, instantly suffered backlash from his origin energy, causing his face to go pale as blood sprayed out from his mouth like an arrow of blood. Fourth level intermediate fire concept. As he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was an entire 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong had a bitter smile on his face at the same time he withdrew the wine gourd. If he knew Feng Tianwu's true strength since the beginning, he would absolutely not overestimate his ability and challenge Feng Tianwu. He and Feng Tianwu were on par with each other in terms of cultivation and spirit artifacts. He originally thought that their concepts were on par as well, and that was why he challenged Feng Tianwu. Never had he imagined that not only was Feng Tianwu's concept inferior to his, it was even stronger by an entire 20 ancient horned dragons. This gap was like a chasm that was difficult to surmount. I admit defeat. Zhang Shouyong opened his mouth and spoke with slight bitterness. Big brother Zhang, thank you for letting me win. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly before returning to Duan Lingtian's side. When Feng Tianwu fought earlier, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form. This time, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth has finally condensed into form, yet never had I imagined that she would actually have comprehended fourth-level intermediate fire concept. Possessing a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage at the mere age of 25 and comprehending fourth-level intermediate fire concept. This Feng Tianwu is simply a monster! Has a monster like her ever appeared in the history of the 10 dynasties? Not to mention the 10 great dynasties, a monstrous genius like her is probably extremely rare even in the foreign lands. It's only because she was born in the Darkhan dynasty. If she was born in the foreign lands, I wonder how terrifying she would be. For a time, the entire sky above the combat arena was in an uproar, and Feng Tianwu had become the center of attention. Such natural talent and comprehension ability could be said to be heaven-defying. She has actually comprehended 4th-level fire concept? Yiling's pupils constricted. Now, even she didn't dare say she could defeat Feng Tianwu with 100% certainty. Wu, when did you comprehend the 4th-level intermediate fire concept? After Feng Tianwu returned, Feng Wu Dao looked at her with a dumbstruck expression. On the other hand, the nearby Sword 13 and Saber 5 weren't any better. Even though they knew since long ago that Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and besides having shocking natural talent in the martial Dao, she possessed unique comprehension towards fire concept as well. But never had they imagined that Feng Tianwu had actually comprehended 4th-level intermediate fire concept, and this comprehension ability had already far left her natural talent behind. I comprehended it in the illusory crypt yesterday, Feng Tianwu said. Ling Tian, you knew since long ago? Feng Wu Dao noticed that Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and he faintly realized this. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a light smile. Feng Wu Dao sighed when he saw this. Everyone says that girls side with outsiders, looks like it's really so. She still hasn't married, and if she does, then I'm afraid I'm even more unnecessary as a father. Father, what are you talking about? It was elder brother Duan himself who saw through it, and it wasn't me who told him. At the same time that Feng Tianwu was slightly speechless, her beautiful face was tainted with a wisp of crimson red, and she was like a shy bud that was about to bloom. Continue! Ning Qian's voice descended from the sky, and it caused the attention of everyone to move away from Feng Tianwu. Zhang Shouyong had failed in his challenge. Now only the possessor of the number 12 token, Suli, and the possessor of the number 13 token remained. So long as they succeeded in their challenges, they would be able to be ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition. Suli flew out, and his gaze locked onto the possessor of the number 10 token at the first possible moment, the Dartang dynasty's 11th prince, Li Ji. I challenge the possessor of the number 10 token! Suli issued the challenge. Instantly, Li Ji flew out to stand in confrontation with Suli, and he revealed a disdainful expression. A mere 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist like you isn't a match for me. We'll only know if I'm a match for you after we try. Suli spoke with a calm expression as a grade 3 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and a peerlessly fierce aura arose from it. It was precisely sword concept. 2nd-level void interpretation stage, 2nd-level intermediate sword concept comprehended. Your strength isn't bad. But unfortunately, my cultivation is a level higher than yours, and I'm bound to surpass you. Li Ji's eyes narrowed as he spoke, and he knew Suli's strength like the back of his hand. But in next to no time, his narrowed eyes suddenly stared wide open, and he revealed an expression of disbelief as if he'd seen something that shocked him. At this moment, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared out of thin air in the sky above Suli. This was the strength contained within the sword concept that Suli revealed under the precondition that he didn't utilize his origin energy. 3rd-level intermediate sword concept. You just comprehended it? Li Ji sucked in a breath of cold air and asked in surprise. Make your move. Suli spoke indifferently as the 3-foot-long blade in his hand trembled and poured his origin energy into it. Instantly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth and the sky underwent a change. At the side of the 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 90 ancient horned dragon silhouettes accumulated force and were ready to fight by Su Li's side at any moment. Humph! Do you think you're a match for me? Li Ji laughed with ridicule and grunted coldly. Even if my concept is inferior to yours, my cultivation is superior to yours, and coupled with the amplification of a grade 3 spirit weapon, my strength still far surpasses yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in Li Ji's hand, and origin energy flashed on the spear before transforming into a layer of material earth concept. Whoosh! The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, then another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Li Ji's cultivation was at the third level of the void interpretation stage. He comprehended second-level intermediate earth concept, and he held a grade 3 spirit spear in his hand. When he exerted his full strength, it was comparable to the strength of 97 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Suli, he possessed an entire strength of 7 ancient horned dragons. All of this didn't stop because of this. Along with a strand of light azure energy appearing on the 7-foot-long spear in Li Ji's hand, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above him. Third-level elementary wind concept. The strongest strength Li Ji possessed now was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. I'll let you know that the difference of the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons is sufficient to allow me to completely crush you, Li Ji shouted out lightly as he flew out, and the 7-foot-long spear in his hand tore through the sky like a WRM leaving its lair, and it moved menacingly and gave rise to waves of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. Swoosh! Everywhere the spear pointed, it was earth-shattering. When this spear flashed out, it seemed as if it could even pierce a hole in the sky, let alone a human's body. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons? Is it very strong? Suli moved over unhurriedly, and he held the sword with both hands before abruptly raising it above his head. Instantly, the origin energy on Suli's body soared and enveloped him and his sword within it, and it seemed as if he transformed into an enormous sword that was accumulating strength while waiting to attack. After the enormous sword appeared, the milky white appearance of the origin energy suddenly underwent a tremendous change. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into jade ripples that ceaselessly pulsated. Material water concept. This fellow Suli has actually been concealing his strength all along? Duan Lingtian's gaze raised, and he revealed a surprised expression. Swish. Chapter 8:16. At this instant, a tremendous change occurred in the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky. At the side of the 90 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and they were lifelike and possessed imposing auras that shot into the sky like a rainbow. First level intermediate water concept. The enormous sword soared through the sky and contained the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons? Is it very strong? At this moment, it wasn't only Li Ji's expression that went grim, the words Suli spoke earlier resounded in his ears. Even the surrounding crowd of spectators couldn't help but recall Suli's words. No one had imagined that Suli had actually concealed his strength at the beginning, and the strongest strength he could exert was comparable to the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. Before the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons was indeed nothing. Unity of man and sword. The enormous sword fiercely collided with the 7-foot-long spear in Li Ji's hand, and with a shake of the spear, the web between Li Ji's thumb and index finger split open, causing fresh blood to spray out, and his face was even ghastly pale. Ah! Li Ji opened his mouth with great difficulty, and spat out a mouthful of dazzling and resplendent blood. At the same time that he spat out this mouthful of blood, the enormous sword soared through the sky once more as it charged over. Bang! The spear in Li Ji's hand was blasted away with a single sword strike, and a terrifying force descended onto his body, causing him to fly out like an arrow that left the bow, and he was in an extremely sorry state. When he stood up once more, his body was already on the verge of collapse, and he didn't have the strength to continue fighting. You've won. Li Ji, who had a ghastly pale face, coughed repeatedly, and every time he coughed, a mouthful of blood would be spat out. Obviously, he'd suffered a heavy injury. Li Ji stared fixedly at the enormous sword that stopped in the distance, and the jade-like appearance of the enormous sword and the fierce aura emitted from it brought extreme pressure to him. He knew clearly in his heart that Suli had shown mercy earlier. If Suli didn't withdraw his strength in time, he would have already been killed by the enormous sword that soared through the sky earlier. Whoosh! After Li Ji admitted defeat, the enormous sword that was condensed from completely material water concept, origin energy, and sword concept vanished right after, and Su Li's proud figure appeared. Comprehending two types of intermediate concept. The possessor of this number 12 token seems to be a member of the Dark Han dynasty. One of the people in the top 10 was replaced by someone from the Dark Han dynasty. Since then, the people from the Dark Han dynasty have occupied 4 spots in the top 10. The Dark Han dynasty is going to defy the heavens. Many people couldn't help but gasp at the same time. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was originally a stage for the young geniuses of the 10 great dynasties, yet now, the Dark Han dynasty had already occupied 4 of the top 10 positions. Even if the remaining possessor of the number 13 token challenged any young genius in the Dark Han dynasty and succeeded, there would still be 3 people from the Dark Han dynasty that were ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition in the end. Su Li, this guy, really hit himself well. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. It was the first time he'd seen Su Li execute water concept, and it was even void interpretation concept. Although it was inferior to his sword concept, it wasn't much inferior. There's one thing I'm extremely curious about. Suddenly, Li Ji, who just consumed the medicinal pill and his injuries had eased up, looked at Su Li and took a deep breath before asking. Since your full strength is comparable to the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, why did you spend so much time in the illusory crypt before coming out, and you only obtained command token number 12? What Li Ji asked was what most people, including Duan Lingtian, wanted to ask as well. For a time, all of them looked curiously at Su Li as they wanted to know how Su Li would answer. I want to try what number token I can obtain without utilizing water concept. Su Li replied indifferently before flying off, and he returned to Sword 13's side after a short moment before standing there silently. The corners of Li Ji's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard Su Li's reply. If it was another person, that person would have probably utilized all his ability in the illusory crypt since long ago. But this Su Li was actually still concealing his ability. Willful! For a time, the same thought couldn't help but emerge in the hearts of most of the people present. Su Li's actions could be said to be willful, yet he had the ability to be willful. Ha ha! After being stunned for a short moment, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor laughed heartily, and his laughter was wanton and ostentatious. As the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, 4 of the 10 young geniuses from his Dark Han dynasty had charged into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Number 13. Ningqian glanced indifferently at the possessor of the number 13 token. Instantly, the possessor of the number 13 token flew out. The possessor of the number 13 token that was lucky and had a buy was an expressionless young man in plain clothes, and his pair of ordinary eyes flashed with a strand of fierce bright light from time to time. The possessor of the number 1 token! After the young man in plain clothes appeared, his target was Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he was like most people and questioned the value of the number 1 token in Duan Lingtian's possession. Even though Duan Lingtian was surprised when being challenged, he wasn't surprised, and he directly flew out to meet the young man in plain clothes. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in the young man's hand, a crimson-red sword. Grade 3 Spirit Sword! With a single glance, Duan Lingtian discerned that the sword in the young man's hand was a Grade 3 Spirit Sword, and the young man in plain clothes was a sword cultivator just like Su Li. Kill! The young man in plain clothes attacked without the slightest sign, and he struck first to gain the upper hand. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that was shot out from a bow to lock onto Duan Lingtian. Swish! The coldness of a sword strike that came from the west seemed to be able to wither everything and destroy everything easily. Arctic Forsaken Sword! As soon as the young man in plain clothes attacked, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and it was for no other reason than because of the sword skill executed by the young man in plain clothes. Arctic Forsaken Sword, a low-grade heaven-rank sword skill. Once cultivated, it was able to allow the fierce sword concept to develop extreme cold chi that wasn't ice but ice. Once the sword was drawn, everything in the world withered, and this was how it got its name. This sword skill was precisely the first heaven-rank martial skill that Emperor Wu of Samsara came into contact with in his first lifetime. When Samsara Emperor Wu was young, he'd once relied on this sword skill to become the #1 expert in the younger generation of a certain area in the foreign lands. Even though he rarely used this sword skill after that, Emperor Wu of Samsara had never forgotten this sword skill that held extraordinary meaning to him. The young man in plain clothes attacked, and the 90 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes attacked at the same time, causing the airflow in the air to roil and give rise to waves of violent winds that blew to the point the clothes of everyone in the sky above the combat ring fluttered. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to this. Besides the group of people that knew Duan Lingtian's ability, the remaining people stared fixedly at the young man in plain clothes. They were curious if the young man in plain clothes would really be able to defeat Duan Lingtian and replace him to seize the #1 token. Perhaps I can give it a try. When faced with the attack of the young man in plain clothes, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself and made a bold decision. In the next moment, a sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a grade 3 spirit sword. Then let's see if the Arctic Withering Sword that's powered by sword concept that gives birth to cold chi is stronger. Or if the Arctic Withering Sword that's powered by wind concept is stronger. Duan Lingtian muttered in a low voice, and his gaze abruptly became fierce as it shot directly at the young man in plain clothes. Swish! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as the sword in his hand shook, and he instantly struck out to intercept the sword in the hand of the young man in plain clothes that emitted a cold and withering aura. Arctic Withering Sword. A similar sword skill was easily executed by Duan Lingtian. So long as it was someone with discerning eyes, they would be able to easily discern that the sword skill executed by Duan Lingtian now was even more formidable than the sword skill executed by the young man in plain clothes. It surpassed the young man in plain clothes in terms of cultivation. The sword concept of the sword of the young man in plain clothes was suffused with icy coldness, and it contained dense withering aura that seemed capable of withering everything. The coldness of the wind concept in Duan Lingtian's sword was even colder, and the withering aura completely crushed the withering aura contained within the sword in the hand of the young man in plain clothes. At the same time that Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword, 91 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and they dashed out along with him. The strength of Duan Lingtian's sword was only a few thousand ancient mammoths stronger than the strength of the young man's sword. This bit of difference in strength was practically negligible. However, when Duan Lingtian's sword struck out, the icy coldness and withering aura contained within the wind concept easily crushed the sword in the hand of the young man in plain clothes when it collided with it. It was a complete and utter suppression. With just a single strike, the sword in the hand of the young man in plain clothes was blasted flying, and his entire body was blasted flying by an enormous force. At the same time, a tremendous change occurred to his hand that held the sword. His young and strong hand started to dry up, and it seemed as if it had instantly become the hand of an old man that had one foot in the coffin. His dry and withered hand was suffused with strands of withering aura, and this aura was ceaselessly moving up his arm. After a short moment, half of the arm of the young man in plain clothes was coiled by the withering aura, and it seemed as if it had transformed into withered wood. If this continued, it would probably only be a short moment before one of his arms would be crippled. It was even to the extent that it might spread throughout his entire body and cause his entire body to transform into a withered wood that didn't have the slightest aura of life. Swish! Right when the young man in plain clothes gritted his teeth and was at war with himself while hesitating if he should cripple this arm of his, a brief sword howl sounded out, and it caused the young man's face to go grim. Swish! A sword light flashed by, and half of the arm of the young man in plain clothes that had completely withered and seemed as if it had transformed into withered wood was severed. The person that struck out with the sword was precisely Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian made a decision for the young man in plain clothes. Thank you? A wisp of bitterness suffused the corners of the young man's mouth. Even though the person before him had defeated him and even severed half of his arm, not only was he unable to arouse resentment, he was grateful instead. He knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian standing out resolutely, his entire arm would have been crippled. Your cultivation of the Arctic Forsaken Sword isn't bad, and it won't be long before you'll surely be able to break through to the Mastery Realm. Duan Lingtian stood there and spoke slowly with an imposing aura of passing judgment. I want to know if your Arctic Forsaken Sword has attained the Mastery Realm? The young man in plain clothes took a deep breath and asked. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Right when the young man in plain clothes was stunned, Duan Lingtian had already flown off. At the same time, a clear voice entered into his ears. Chapter 8:17. Perfection Stage? The pupils of the young man in plain clothes constricted, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. After all, even the senior that passed down the Arctic Forsaken Sword to him had only cultivated the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the Mastery Stage. Yet this young man who was only 28 years old actually said that he had already cultivated the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the Perfection Stage. When the sword was drawn, the Forsaken aura fused into the sword in my hand as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and in an instant, it broke into my hand like gangrene attached to the bone. Perhaps, he has really cultivated the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the Perfection Stage. The young man in plain clothes took a deep breath before withdrawing. In the sky above the combat arena, the surrounding spectators were in an uproar. The Arctic Forsaken Sword, I've heard of it before. It's an extremely terrifying low-grade heaven-rank sword skill. Once one is swept by its unique Forsaken aura, one's entire life will wither away and transform into a withered tree. That Duan Lingtian has actually cultivated the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the Perfection Stage. It's truly unbelievable. Yeah, a heaven-rank martial skill, even if it's only a low-grade heaven-rank martial skill, it's practically impossible to cultivate it to the Perfection Stage without a few tens of years of hard work. This Duan Lingtian's martial skill and martial skills can be said to be heaven-defying. Everyone exclaimed in admiration, and they were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Arctic Forsaken Sword. Only Duan Lingtian knew that the reason he was able to execute the Arctic Forsaken Sword to the Perfection Stage was because Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and had seriously studied this sword skill. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian, who had fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor Wu, could be said to be able to execute the Arctic Forsaken Sword with ease and without any pressure. If it was another martial skill, Duan Lingtian might not be able to accomplish this. Elder brother Duan, you actually know the same sword skill as him. After Duan Lingtian returned, Feng Tianwu spoke in surprise. Duan Lingtian, how long have you been practicing this sword technique? Jian Shursen asked with a solemn expression. His eyes flickered with a bright light, as if the person in front of him was no longer a person, but a rare treasure. Master, Duan Lingtian hadn't comprehended the concept of void insight a year ago. Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, Su Li had already spoken. A heaven-rank martial skill could only be successfully executed by relying on void interpretation concept. This was an iron law that had been passed down since ancient times in Cloud Continent. He cultivated a heaven-class sword skill to perfection in less than a year? Sword 5 exclaimed softly, looking at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. It wasn't only him. Even Feng Wudao and Long Yun, who'd always been at odds with Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Lingtian with similar gazes. This level of perception could no longer be described as monstrous. It was simply abnormal. Moreover, it was an abnormal person who could ignore common sense. You're practically a natural sword cultivator. Jian 13 sighed. Sword 5's eyes went completely red when he heard Jian 13. Even though he knew since long ago that even if Duan Lingtian joined their blade sect, he would surely enter the sect of swords in the end. But now that he'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's perception, he couldn't help but feel envious. Compared to Duan Lingtian, the other geniuses were simply trash. Look at Duan Lingtian, then look at his own disciple. Slap! Sword 5 became more annoyed the more he thought about it, and he raised his hand to slap Long Yun on the back of the head before cursing. Trash! You piece of trash! Long Yun shrunk back at the side with an aggrieved expression. Who did I offend? I was able to be slapped even while standing silently at the side. Duan Lingtian and the others burst into laughter when they saw Sword 5's actions. The third round of the selections has ended. The fourth round of the selections will be held tomorrow at the same time, and it's also the final round of the selections. At that time, the specific rankings of the top 10 will be decided. After Ningqian withdrew his cold and fierce gaze from Duan Lingtian, he looked at the surroundings and spoke in a clear voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he left with Zishang. Feng Wei brought Lu Yong along and followed closely behind. As for the others, they took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian before leaving. During these past 2 days, the person that received the most attention was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. First, he'd obtained the number 1 token in the second round of the selections, and then he'd revealed a comprehension ability in martial skills that was sufficient to shock anyone. Duan Lingtian didn't mind that he'd become the center of everyone's discussion, and he seemed as if he'd been accustomed to it since long ago. The next day arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties including Duan Lingtian had arrived in the sky above the Skywolf Fort's combat arena, and they were waiting for the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort to make an appearance. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a short moment, the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Ningqian and Feng Wei, appeared, and Zishang and Lu Yong followed closely behind them to arrive in the sky above the combat arena. The fourth round of the selections will be held today, and it's also the final round of the selections. Ningqian looked at the surroundings and spoke in a clear voice. The young geniuses that are ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be able to obtain different rewards bestowed by our Skywolf Fort according to their ranking. So, I hope the 10 young geniuses can go all out. Ningqian continued. Instantly, the gazes of the 10 young geniuses including Duan Lingtian lit up. The rewards of the Skywolf Fort presumably weren't ordinary. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends today, the representatives of the 10 dynasties present here will similarly be able to obtain the rewards bestowed by our Skywolf Fort. Of course, the rewards won't be the same. Ningqian continued. Many representatives had expressions of anticipation when they heard this. Especially the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, he smiled to the point his eyes narrowed. 4 people from the Darkhan dynasty had entered the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, so the rewards of his Darkhan dynasty would presumably be the most generous amongst the 10 dynasties. The rules of the fourth round of the selections are still the same. The possessor of the number 1 token is the first to issue a challenge, and the possessor of the number 1 token is able to challenge anyone starting from the possessor of the number 2 token. Besides being unable to challenge the possessor of the number 1 token, the possessor of the number 2 token is able to challenge anyone starting from the possessor of the number 3 token. And so on and so forth. The possessor of the number 10 token doesn't have the right to choose and can only be chosen. Once the challenge fails, the challenger will be replaced by the opponent, and the 2 tokens will be exchanged. Until no one accepts the challenge, the specific rankings of the top 10 will be listed according to the number token. Ningqian said slowly. Besides that, once the person that fought in the previous round is challenged by the person that fought in the next round, the person can use resting as an excuse to refuse. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he revealed a brilliant smile as he looked at the number 1 token in his hand. Looks like this number 1 token is extremely useful in the fourth round. No one was able to issue a challenge to him while holding the number 1 token, and they could only be challenged by him. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly that if he wanted to obtain the first in the martial competition this time, then he must always hold the number 1 token in his hand. In other words, he could only obtain the first in the martial competition after he challenged the other 9 people and obtained 9 successive victories. Is there anything else you don't understand? Ningqian swept the surroundings with his gaze as he asked with a low voice. All the young geniuses shook their heads in unison. Presently, besides Duan Lingtian and the other 10 young geniuses that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the fourth round of the selections, the young geniuses that were eliminated and survived yesterday were present as well. But they didn't have the chance to enter the arena today, and they could only act as spectators and witness the competition between the 10 young geniuses that held the number 1 to 10 tokens. "Since it's like this, I announce." Ninkin was just about to announce the start of the 4th round of the selections when he suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and his voice stopped abruptly. Subsequently, he suddenly raised his head to look up into the sky, and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted with a grim voice. "Who's there? You actually dare trespass into my Skywolf fort?" When Ninkin raised his head, Feng Wei had raised his head as well, and he stared up into the sky with a cold and fierce gaze. Long before Ninkin had raised his head, Duan Lingtian had noticed that Sword 13 and Saber 5 had already raised their heads to look up into the sky, and he raised his head to look over as well. "Buddha be praised! Vice Fort Master Ning, this monk has been rude." Right when everyone in the sky above the combat arena had raised their heads to look up into the sky, a bald middle-aged man that wore a large red kasaya suddenly walked out from behind the clouds and mist in the horizon. There were 6 scars on the bald middle-aged man's head. "This is a monk?" Duan Lingtian was stunned as he looked at the bald middle-aged man before him. He was too familiar with the appearance of this bald middle-aged man. Weren't those monks that abstained from meat and recited Buddhist scriptures on earth in his previous life exactly like this? At this instant, a feeling of intimacy couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart. It was for no other reason than the monk that had appeared before him. "So there are monks in this world as well?" "Right. When Senior protected me from Feng Wei and Dong Wei earlier, he seemed to have mentioned some bald donkey to Feng Wei. Could it be that he was talking about monks?" For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scenes when Feng Wei and Dong Wei came to look for him that day. At that time, he clearly remembered what Sword 13 had said to Feng Wei. "According to my knowledge, besides our Blade sect, those bald donkeys know as well." These were Sword 13's exact words at that time. At that time, Duan Lingtian had never connected the bald donkeys Sword 13 spoke of together with monks. Of course, this was because of his preconceived notion. If it was on Earth in his previous life, and someone mentioned bald donkeys before him, the first thing he thought of would be monks. But in the cloud continent of this lifetime, not only had he never seen a monk before this, he'd never even heard of the existence of monks. At this moment, as he looked at the bald middle-aged man that wore a kasaya, Duan Lingtian realized that there were monks in this world as well. Moreover, they weren't ordinary monks. "Bald donkey Riming, you really came at the right time. Aren't you going to make those 2 bald donkeys behind you show themselves?" Sword 13 looked at the middle-aged monk that had just passed through the clouds and mist, and he spoke indifferently. "Vice Sect Master Jian, this monk greets you." Hui Ming wasn't enraged when he was called a bald donkey by Sword 13, and he pressed his palms together as he bowed before his figure flashed out to descend from the sky. At the same time, another middle-aged monk appeared behind him, and another young monk followed closely behind him. Chapter 8:18. Who are they? The clothes they wear are really strange. I've never seen people like this. Not only did they shave their heads, they even made so many scars on their heads. They really have nothing better to do. They called themselves pure monks. Besides that, what's the meaning of Amitabha? The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties discussed animatedly. They'd never seen a person dressed like this. Of course, there were also a few representatives of the dynasties that frowned tightly, and then they seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in a low voice. I heard that there are some formidable sects in the foreign lands, and the people within are all bald and have ring scars on their heads. They abstain from lust and meat, and they concentrate on the martial Tao. Their martial strength is profound. Right. I've heard of it as well. Supposedly, they're called holy monks by the ordinary people of the foreign lands, but the martial artists of the foreign lands generally call them monks. I never imagined that monks really exist. I wonder if they really abstain from lust and meat. Without the pleasures of men and women, without the luxury of fish and meat, just thinking about it makes me feel bad. The voices of the representatives of the various dynasties clearly entered into the ears of the others. Monks? Abstain from lust and meat. Besides Duan Lingtian, the other representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties were dumbstruck. There's actually people like this. Abstain from lust and meat, and concentrate on the martial Tao. If they're unable to become experts, then there's really no justice in the world. I wouldn't want to be an expert like this even if it was given to me. Everyone has their own aspirations, and their thoughts are naturally different. For a time, the scene was clamorous because of the arrival of the 3 monks. Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart as he looked at the 3 monks, and his spiritual force swept out to touch the young monk at the first possible moment because he was the weakest. The young monk was around the age of 35 with a handsome appearance and a calm gaze, and he seemed to be senile as if he'd already seen through the mortal world. Sixth level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he detected the young monk's cultivation. Never had he imagined that this monk that was similar in age to most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties would actually be in existence at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage. This was truly inconceivable. Where exactly are these monks from? If a young monk is so strong, then wouldn't these 2 middle-aged monks be? Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, the spirit energy that was flying towards the middle-aged monk, Hui Ming, suddenly paused and disappeared without a trace as if it had sunk into the ocean. Young benefactor, you are so young, yet you have such attainments in spiritual power. It is really surprising. At the same time, a voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Hui Ming's voice. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear. He knew that this Hui Ming ought to be an expert at the same level as Ningken in Jian 13, and he was in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. Besides, behind Hui Ming, there was definitely a colossus that could stand on equal footing with Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. Hui Ming glanced at Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner before looking at Saber 5. Vice Sect Leader Saber, long time no see. How have you been? Of course it's for your own good. Saber 5 grunted and seemed to be extremely displeased with Hui Ming. Hui Ming wasn't angry, and then he looked at Feng Wei and greeted. Vice Fort Master Feng, this monk greets you. Hui Ming, Hui Jing, take that little bald donkey and leave quickly. Our Skywolf Fort doesn't welcome all of you. Feng Wei spoke with a low voice. At the same time, he looked at the distant Sword 13 and seemed to be reminding Sword 13 of something. Bald donkey Hui Ming, we're clearly aware of the reason you've come. But my Blade Sect has already come to an agreement with Skywolf Fort, so I'm afraid your Empyrean Temple won't be able to come in and get a share of the profits. Sword 13 looked at Hui Ming and spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, yet it contained an indisputable tone. Vice Sect Leader Jian, since this monk has made an appearance, then I naturally have the confidence to interfere. Hui Ming smiled indifferently, and his face that was tranquil like an ancient well faintly contained slight confidence. No matter if it was the Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Ningken, Feng Wei, or the Blade Sect's Sword 13 and Saber 5, their expressions instantly went grim when they heard Hui Ming. At the same time, they raised their heads in unison to look up into the sky. Since you've come, then why hide? Ningken spoke with a loud voice. At practically the instant Ningken finished speaking, a middle-aged man in cloth clothes flashed out from behind the clouds and mist in the horizon to appear before everyone. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, yet his body faintly emitted an aura that kept others away. Obviously, the cultivation technique he cultivated was special. The middle-aged man had a calm expression that was neither happy nor angry, and his eyes were dim and lusterless, causing him to seem to be even more destitute than the 3 monks. Pay in! The expressions of Ningken and Feng Wei sank when they saw this middle-aged man in cloth clothes, and even the expressions of Sword 13 and Saber 5 were unsightly. Obviously, they never imagined that this person would come. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's figure flashed and descended gracefully from the sky. Another person appeared behind the clouds and mist behind him, and it was a young man with a calm expression who similarly wore cloth clothes. The young man followed closely behind the middle-aged man and descended together with him. It's him! The young man had just appeared when Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and he had an astounded expression. He knew this young man and had come into contact with him in the past. But never had he imagined that the young man would appear here. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian that was indescribably astounded. Even Zi Shang and Long Yun had astounded expressions at this moment, and they seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. Why would he be here? The same thought arose in the hearts of both of them. Duan Lingtian. Isn't he one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Flame Young Master? Suddenly, Su Li stood by Duan Lingtian's side and asked with slight hesitation. Su Li remembered it clearly. That day, when he participated in the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he'd once seen this young man in cloth clothes that descended from the sky, and he seemed to be one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Flame Young Master. He seemed to be called Zhang Yan. Flame Young Master, Zhang Yan. He still remembered that during the genius competition that day, Zhang Yan was eliminated from the 5 positions because of his arrival, and he was unable to head to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition of the Empire. Shouldn't Zhang Yan be living an ordinary life in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Why has he appeared here? Moreover, he's following an expert that even his master seems to be slightly fearful of. Someone that was capable of causing his master to be fearful was undoubtedly an expert that could be considered to be extraordinary in the foreign lands. Sect Leader Pei. Hui Ming and Hui Jing pressed their palms together as they looked at the middle-aged man in cloth clothes and bowed lightly. Sect Leader? Sword 13, Ning Qian, Saber 5, and Feng Wei were greatly shocked when they heard the 2 monks. Obviously, they'd never imagined that the middle-aged man in cloth clothes before them had actually become the sect leader of that sect. They were clearly aware of what this meant. Pei and you've stepped into that stage? Saber 5 gasped. Even though he'd guessed it in his heart, he still couldn't refrain from asking. Pei looked at Hui Ming and Hui Jing and nodded indifferently, and then he looked at Saber 5 and spoke slowly with a calm and empty voice. Saber 5, you seem to have not improved in these past few years? Saber 5 was angered to the point his face flushed red, yet he was speechless. If it was another person, he'd have slashed over since long ago, but this middle-aged man before him wasn't someone he could go against. As a member of the same generation, the halos on the middle-aged man even surpassed his junior brother, Sword 13. In their generation, Sword 13 could be considered to be the number 1 person in the Blade sect. Who are you? You actually dare humiliate my master? Saber 5 didn't react, yet Long Yun was enraged instead, and he took a step forward and glared angrily at Pei. In his heart, his master didn't allow anyone to disrespect him. Slap! A clear sound of a slap resounded out, and Long Yun's head tilted as a burning palm print appeared on his face. At the same time, a young man in cloth clothes appeared before Long Yun, and he looked at Long Yun with an expressionless face. The person that slapped Long Yun earlier was precisely this person. Zhang Yan, you're courting death! Long Yun was slapped to the point he was dazed, and when he recovered from his shock, he revealed a savage expression as he raised his saber to flash out and slash towards the person before him, and it seemed as if he wanted to slash the person into 2. Whoosh! Long Yun attacked with rage and exerted his full strength. His cultivation at the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage and 1st level saber concept were fully revealed, and when combined with the Grade 3 Spirit Saber, he drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to develop the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. Zhang Yan still had an expressionless face when facing a saber strike that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons, and it was as if he didn't see it. Right when many people thought that Zhang Yan would be slashed into 2 by Long Yun's saber strike. Clang! An enormous bang sounded out, and it caused the scene to fall into deathly silence. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun's full-strength saber strike that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons was actually received by the young man in cloth clothes with his bare hands. Moreover, he'd only used 2 fingers, his thumb and index finger. The two fingers that were coiled by a layer of material water concept held onto the saber and blocked Long Yun's furious strike. Ha! Long Yun shouted out explosively and wanted to withdraw the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand, yet he noticed that Zhang Yan's hand was like an iron pincer, causing him to be utterly unable to withdraw the saber. How could this be possible? For a time, Long Yun's pupils constricted as he had an astounded expression, and he looked with disbelief at Zhang Yan, who looked at him with an expressionless face. You! How could you possibly possess such a formidable strength? At this moment, it wasn't only Long Yun who was astounded. Duan Lingtian, Zishang, Suli, and all the others that knew of Zhang Yan's past were extremely shocked by the strength Zhang Yan revealed now. It has only been a few years. How could this Zhang Yan possibly possess such a formidable strength? As he looked at the 150 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that ceaselessly fluttered about in the sky above Zhang Yan, Duan Lingtian felt his heartbeat quicken to a terrifying degree. When his spiritual force stretched out, he detected Zhang Yan's current cultivation. Sixth level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Never had he imagined that in a short few years, Zhang Yan would actually possess such a formidable cultivation. The strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. Cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage accounted for 80. Chapter 819. In Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories related to Zhang Yan still stopped at a few years ago. At that time, Zhang Yan had once fought him in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom because of Zishang's younger sister, Ziyan. After that, they even had some conflicts because of Ziyan's hatred towards him. Of course, they were all small conflicts that weren't worth mentioning. At that time, Zhang Yan's strength was far inferior to him. It was even to the extent that Zhang Yan wasn't even able to seize one of the final 5 positions in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition that led to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Never had he imagined that a person like this, a person that was eliminated in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's genius competition all those years ago, would actually bring along such a terrifying strength when he appeared once more. Zhang Yan's current strength had already surpassed him in all aspects, and even if he utilized all his abilities and utilized the soul's skill, 1,000 illusions, he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Yan. What exactly has this Zhang Yan encountered to actually become so strong? In the distance, Zishang stared fixedly at Zhang Yan, and his face was similarly filled with bewilderment. With the strength Zhang Yan revealed now, even if he allowed Elder Ghost's incomplete soul to possess him, he would probably only be able to fight Zhang Yan to a tie. Unless he was able to break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, and at that time, he would be able to easily defeat Zhang Yan. Because at that time, Elder Ghost would possess a strength at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage after possessing him. As far as he was concerned, at that time, it would be equivalent to him being a 7th level void interpretation stage martial artist, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Zhang Yan. This Zhang Yan is like a completely different person when compared to when I met him for the first time. Suli took a deep breath, and he was extremely shocked by the strength Zhang Yan possessed now. Out of consideration for the fact that we're both from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I won't kill you. Zhang Yan's fingers shook and easily blasted away the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yan's hand, and then his figure flashed to return behind the middle-aged man before standing there silently. Payan, this is your disciple? He really has a good upbringing. Saber 5's face sank. How could he not be enraged when his disciple was taught a lesson before him? Saber 5, it's better to let the matters of the young deal with themselves. Or perhaps, you want to stand up for your disciple and deal with my disciple? Payan said faintly. You, Saber 5, shouldn't be so depraved? Saber 5 was instantly stunned when he heard this, yet he had nothing to say in reply. He could only glare at Long Yun with disappointment, causing the bitterness on Long Yun's face to grow even more. Hui Ming, you win! Ningqian glared hatefully at Hui Ming. He had never expected that Hui Ming seemed to have known that the Blade Sect would stand on his side and had even found helpers. At this time, even if the Skywolf Fort and the Blade Sect worked together, they would not be able to chase him away. Another emotion-severing sect has come to take a share of the pie. Jian Shan shook his head, and then he seemed to have thought of something and muttered. However, it doesn't matter. With the three of them, it's more or less enough. After muttering to himself, Jian Shan glanced at Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyang, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, was filled with confusion. First, 3 monks had come, then a common-clothed middle-aged man had come, and he'd even brought Zhang Yan over. Moreover, this common-clothed middle-aged man seemed to be the master of a sect, and he was even Zhang Yan's master. What exactly is going on? Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around it no matter how hard he racked his brains. Ba. Vice Fort Master Ning, you don't have to pay attention to us. Feel free to do what you need to do. As for Sect Master Pei, we'll entertain him on your behalf. Huiming smiled as she spoke to Ning Can, and her appearance was as infuriating as it could be. Ning Can was angered to the point his face was livid, but since the matter had developed to this extent, it wasn't good for him to say anything further. He looked at the surroundings and said with a low voice, "The 4th round of the selections, begin!" Duan Lingtian was just about to ask Jian Shan about the 3 monks and the common-clothed middle-aged man when he heard Ning Can's voice, and he temporarily suppressed the bewilderment in his heart before flying out. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the central area of the sky above the combat arena, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had all recovered from their shock. The appearance of the 3 monks and the common-clothed middle-aged man and young man caused them to be bewildered as well. They were able to discern that no matter if it was the 3 monks or the middle-aged man and young man, their origins were obviously extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be to the extent of causing the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to lose their composure like that. Now, when Ning Can announced the start of the 4th round of the selections, all of them suppressed the bewilderment in their hearts, and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. I wonder who Duan Lingtian will challenge first. Someone was filled with curiosity towards this. The possessor of the number 10 token is Duan Lingtian's friend, and he probably won't be the first to challenge. I think that he'll probably challenge the possessor of the number 9 token. Many people looked at the group of the Darqing dynasty, and their gazes descended onto Yiling. Yiling was slightly eager to give it a try when being looked at by many gazes, and she wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to challenge her. Perhaps she would be able to obtain the number 1 token because of this. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't even spare a glance at her. I challenge. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, and then he paused for a moment before continuing. The possessor of the number 2 token, Zishang. Zishang. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke these words, the scene was in an uproar. Most people had never imagined that Duan Lingtian would challenge Zishang, and only those that knew of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian knew why Duan Lingtian would make such a choice. For a time, the gazes of many people descended onto Zishang, and they were extremely curious towards the true strength of this personal disciple of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Zishang. Based on the strength Zishang revealed earlier, it ought to be insufficient to obtain the number 2 token. But since he was able to obtain the number 2 token and was able to make Vice Fort Master Ning take him as a personal disciple, it was sufficient to show that he wasn't simple, and perhaps he'd concealed his true strength since the beginning. Zishang, Vice Fort Master Ning's personal disciple. Duan Lingtian, the person that refused to become Vice Fort Master Ning's personal disciple. The battle between the two of them will surely be extremely exciting. I feel that Duan Lingtian has probably concealed his strength as well. Every single time he makes a move, he seems to have only revealed the tip of the iceberg. I have this feeling as well. Since he's able to obtain the number 1 token, I presume he has true ability. Unknowingly, many people's impression of Duan Lingtian had changed, and they didn't unanimously feel that Duan Lingtian had obtained the number 1 token through trickery any longer. Ning Can's personal disciple? The sounds of discussion in the surroundings caused the 2 middle-aged men, Shang Huiming and Hui Jing, to simultaneously follow the gazes of everyone to look at Zishang. Even the common-clothed middle-aged man, Peiyan, the master of Zhang Yan, had his gaze descended onto Zishang at this moment. Zishang! Zhang Yan still had an expressionless face, but the depths of his eyes were obviously filled with slight surprise. Obviously, he never imagined that he would be able to see Zishang here. As for Duan Lingtian, he'd noticed Duan Lingtian when he just arrived, and even though he was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to appear here, he wasn't too shocked. After all, when he was in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day, Duan Lingtian had revealed terrifying natural talent, and it wasn't strange for him to possess his current accomplishments. When he saw Duan Lingtian once more, he didn't look at Duan Lingtian with hatred like before, and perhaps it was because he'd already completely severed his relationship with Duan Lingtian. In the past, he'd emptied his heart for Zishang's younger sister, Ziyan, yet in the end, it was all for naught. Since the moment Ziyan swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that it would be impossible for her to like him in her entire lifetime, he was completely disheartened and even wanted to die. But unfortunately, he didn't die. Later on, he encountered an emotion-severing sect disciple by chance that had come out to relax, and under the sympathy of fellow sufferers, he followed the disciple to join the emotion-severing sect. At the emotion-severing sect, he'd found his final home. His state at that time just happened to conform to the objective of the emotion-severing sect, so when he started cultivating, he advanced swiftly. Later on, he was even thought highly of by the vice-sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Peiyan, and he became Peiyan's personal disciple. After a few years of cultivation and coupled with the inexhaustible resources Peiyan gave him, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and his comprehension towards concept grew even deeper. Presently, even in the entire emotion-severing sect, there wasn't a second disciple in the younger generation that could defeat him. Not long ago, his master had broken through in his cultivation and smoothly succeeded the position of sect master of the emotion-severing sect, causing his status in the emotion-severing sect to rise along with it, and he was even publicly acknowledged as the successor of the next sect master of the emotion-severing sect. It was precisely because of this that when Zhang Yan saw Duan Lingtian once more, he completely didn't have the hatred from all those years ago. This was something Duan Lingtian noticed earlier, but he didn't know the reason. I admit defeat! Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang, who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, didn't hesitate in the slightest to admit defeat. Admit defeat? For a time, the scene was in an uproar. Besides a small number of people that knew that Duan Lingtian was capable of restraining Duan Lingtian, everyone else had puzzled expressions as they didn't know why Zishang didn't even have the courage to fight Duan Lingtian. Could it be that Duan Lingtian is really so strong? Even Zishang doesn't dare fight him. I think Zishang gave in to him instead. But he doesn't seem to get along well with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he's the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to give in to Duan Lingtian. No matter what, he doesn't even have the courage to enter the arena. Zishang is truly too cowardly. Waves of merciless ridicule entered into Zishang's ears, causing his expression to become completely gloomy. There was naturally a reason why he didn't dare accept Duan Lingtian's challenge. He knew clearly in his heart that with the hatred Duan Lingtian had towards him, once he dared enter the arena, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not hold back in the slightest and kill him. Even though he had the Elder Ghost as his trump card, this trump card of his just happened to be restrained by Duan Lingtian, and he was utterly unable to utilize it. Moreover, once he faced Duan Lingtian with his own strength, Duan Lingtian would be entirely capable of killing him before he could admit defeat once Duan Lingtian executed that illusory realm soul skill. So, admitting defeat was his only choice, and also the best choice. Chapter 820. Ning Can's expression actually remained unchanged when he saw his personal disciple being ridiculed like this, and it was as if he utterly didn't hear those unpleasant words. Of course, the reason he was able to be so composed was because he'd long since found out from Zishang that Duan Lingtian was able to counter him. Zishang naturally didn't say that the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession could counter him, and he instead unified the statement that he'd mentioned to Feng Wei that day. He said that Duan Lingtian was a variant like him, and it just happened to counter his innate ability. No matter what, Zishang had admitted defeat. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had obtained victory in his first battle. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian returned to the side of Feng Tianwu and the others and looked at Sword 13 at the first possible moment, and he couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. Senior, who exactly are those three monks and that paean? Why have they come to Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled by this. They've come to Skywolf Fort for the sake of all of you. Sword 13's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and he replied to Duan Lingtian's question. For the sake of us? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression, and he completely didn't know what Sword 13 meant by this. Sword 13 continued. There's no need to conceal some things now. Do you know why Skywolf Fort is holding this martial competition of the 10 dynasties? For what? Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he naturally didn't know. Of course, even though he didn't know, but he subconsciously felt that something was off. Because in the history of the Darkhan dynasty, there hadn't been a grand event like the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that had occurred in the past. Moreover, it was a grand event that a power of the foreign lands like Skywolf Fort had personally held for the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, and it was even more strange. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't believe that Skywolf Fort didn't have any ulterior motives. After all, Skywolf Fort had promised numerous rewards for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and this was the reason why the 10 dynasties were scrambling for it like a flock of ducks. Otherwise, the 10 dynasties wouldn't even bother with Skywolf Fort. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian had thought that perhaps Skywolf Fort intended to recruit disciples through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But on second thought, something didn't seem right. Even if the Skywolf Fort wanted to recruit disciples, there seemed to be no need to hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They could totally send people to the 10 great dynasties and spread the news. At that time, so long as it was a comparatively outstanding young genius in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, they would surely be interested. In that case, the Skywolf Fort wouldn't need to pay any remuneration to the 10 dynasties. Although the small amount of compensation that Skywolf Fort paid to the 10 dynasties was nothing to Skywolf Fort, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. Everyone understood the principle of saving as much as possible. Since the Skywolf Fort was willing to not hesitate to pay a reward that could be considered to be generous to the 10 dynasties for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then it would surely not make a losing deal. Of course, all of this was Duan Lingtian's own guess. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian knew that his guess wasn't wrong. Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for the sake of selecting outstanding young martial artists from the 10 dynasties. These young martial artists will bring great benefits to Skywolf Fort. As for the exact benefits, it's not convenient for me to tell you now, but you'll know very soon. Sword 13 spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and then he asked, So in this way, Senior, you came here for the sake of getting a share of the benefits from Skywolf Fort, and want to take away half of the outstanding young martial artists? Exactly. Sword 13 nodded. At this time, there was nothing to conceal. Even if it's the Empyrean Temple's Baldi Hui Ming and the emotion-severing Sex Paean, they've come here for the sake of all of you outstanding young martial artists. Originally, I intended to join forces with Skywolf Fort and make the Empyrean Temple's Baldi retreat in the face of difficulties. But unexpectedly, they actually found the members of the emotion-severing sect. As he finished speaking, Sword 13 was slightly helpless. Through Sword 13's explanation, Duan Lingtian was temporarily able to sort out the sequence of events that had occurred. Because of certain reasons, no matter if it was Skywolf Fort, the Blade Sect, or even the Empyrean Temple and Emotion-Severing Sect, all of them wanted to find a group of outstanding young martial artists. For the sake of finding outstanding young martial artists, Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties because doing this would allow them to achieve their goal in the most efficient manner. Senior, if I'm not wrong, The reason all of you sects want to find outstanding young martial artists is probably because you want us to enter a certain place and seek benefits for all of you? That place ought to have an inscription formation set up there that prohibits martial artists above the age of 40 from entering. Is it like this? A flash of inspiration flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind as he faintly guessed some things, and he asked Sword 13 via voice transmission. All of this was his guess after combining the requirements of Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He still remembered that before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began a few days ago, the first young genius that was measured to be 40 years old by the age measuring pearl was killed by Feng Wei in rage. Obviously, Skywolf Fort attached great importance to the age of the young geniuses that participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. You! How did you know? Sword 13 went pale with shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's guess. I guessed. Duan Lingtian smiled, and then he said, Besides that, I'm also able to guess that the place all of you sects intend to send outstanding young martial artists to is probably left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. Sword 13 was completely speechless. He knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao were heaven-defying, yet never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian's thoughts were actually so meticulous, and he was able to associate so many things through some small clues. Exactly. The place their Blade sect wanted to send outstanding young martial artists to was precisely left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu. Moreover, that place did indeed have an age restriction towards the people that entered. Martial artists that had reached the age of 40 would die without a doubt if they entered. When he saw Sword 13 stunned, Duan Lingtian knew that his guess wasn't wrong. A place left behind by an expert like Emperor Wu and an inscription formation like that. There's surely many good things within it. I truly never imagined that the reason Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was for this. Duan Lingtian sighed, and at the same time, he was faintly excited in his heart. Perhaps, before he obtained the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara, he would be able to obtain a windfall, and presumably, that place would have many good things. Otherwise, why would the powers of the foreign lands like Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect flock to it like a flock of ducks? After all, no one was stupid, and no one would do something that was strenuous and thankless. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the central area in the sky above the combat arena, and Zishang, who had admitted defeat after being challenged by him earlier, was standing there. After Zishang entered the arena, his gaze had descended onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. Precisely speaking, it descended onto Feng Tianwu. Humph! Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw this, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. This Zishang actually really wants to go against Tianwu. I challenge the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. Zishang spoke out and directly challenged Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu flew out to stand in confrontation with Zishang, and her beautiful face was filled with a calm expression. Whoosh! Instantly, the scene was in an uproar. Zishang admitted defeat before Duan Lingtian earlier, yet he actually wants to challenge Feng Tianwu now. Could it be that he thinks Feng Tianwu is inferior to Duan Lingtian? The strength that Duan Lingtian has revealed now seems to be far inferior to Feng Tianwu, right? Up until now, Duan Lingtian has revealed the cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage and his second level intermediate wind concept. On the other hand, not only has Feng Tianwu revealed the cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage, she's even revealed her fourth level intermediate fire concept. Zishang, Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu are all members of the Dark Han dynasty. Logically speaking, he ought to know who's stronger between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Since he chose Feng Tianwu, I presume he knows that Feng Tianwu's strength is weaker than Duan Lingtian. It ought to be like this. The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties discussed animatedly, and the sky above the combat arena seemed to have become a bustling market. Second level of the void interpretation stage? Fourth level fire concept? No matter if it was the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple, or the emotion-severing sex Payan and Zhang Yan, all of them looked at Feng Tianwu with surprised expressions when they heard the discussions in the surroundings. This young woman looked to be a little over 20 at most. Not only is she a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, she's even comprehended 4th-level fire concept. Vice Fort Master Ning, how old is this little girl? Hui Ming looked at Ning Ken and asked curiously. Humph. Ning Ken grunted coldly. 25. 25? As soon as Ning Ken finished speaking, it wasn't just Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and the young monk behind them, even Payan and Zhang Yan were greatly shocked. Of course, even though Payan and Zhang Yan were shocked, they didn't reveal it on their faces, and only a trace of astonishment flashed past their eyes. The members of the emotion-severing sect were emotionless, and even if the world was turned upside down, their expressions would still be composed as before. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Zishang's mouth as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Originally, there was no enmity between him and Feng Tianwu, but because Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian were close, he'd taken Feng Tianwu to be his enemy in his heart. Now, his master had ordered him to kill Feng Tianwu, so he went with the flow and intended to kill Feng Tianwu. Unleash your secret technique, said the old man. Feng Tianwu stood in confrontation with Zishang as she spoke indifferently. Secret technique? As soon as Feng Tianwu spoke, it caused the surrounding spectators to be stunned. Looks like Zishang has really concealed his strength. Many people recovered from their shock and sighed with emotion. Right when numerous gazes descended onto Zishang, Zishang sneered. As you wish! Instantly, a small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows, and it was clearly exposed under the gazes of everyone present. Subsequently, the small black dot ceaselessly enlarged. In the end, it transformed into a black-colored flame brand. This is... The scene before them caused the surrounding spectators to be stunned, and they completely didn't know what had happened. The changes on Zishang's body were too strange when it entered into their eyes. Chapter 821. Obviously, the sensitive Payan had noticed the slight change in the aura on Zishang's body. If Payan knew that the remnant soul of a powerhouse suspected to be Emperor Wu was hiding in Zishang's body, and that the remnant soul could temporarily attach itself to his body, allowing him to possess a strength that was 4 levels higher than usual, perhaps he would not be confused. Whoosh! As the origin energy on Zishang's body surged, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred and finally gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 8. 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Is this really the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by Zishang's origin energy? Many people exclaimed in surprise when they saw the 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Zishang's head. Using just his origin energy to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This was the symbol of a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist. I can't believe that Zishang is actually a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist. No. Earlier, Feng Tianwu asked him to cast some sort of secret technique. Subsequently, a strand of black flame mark appeared between Zishang's brows, and then he revealed his cultivation base at the 6th-level void interpretation. Could it be that he cast the secret technique to possess such a cultivation base? It should be. However, this secret technique is really freakish. It actually allowed a 2nd-level void interpretation martial artist to possess the strength of a 6th-level void interpretation martial artist in an instant. The surrounding crowd was shocked by Zishang's secret technique. Secret technique? At this moment, even the 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple were shocked by Zishang's transformation. Zishang's cultivation base is actually on par with mine after he cast the secret technique? Zhang Yan stared at Zishang with a slightly solemn expression on his face. After joining the emotion-severing sect and possessing his current cultivation base, he had recalled his past more than once. Of course, it was not his wishful love that he could not bear to look back on. Instead, it was his memories of the various people he had come into contact with. Among them, he and the other 4 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom left the deepest impression on him, followed by Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, with his current cultivation, whether it was the other 4 of the 5 young masters or Duan Lingtian, he was destined to leave them far behind. However, now that he saw Zishang reveal a cultivation base at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, he finally realized that he was too arrogant. "Ghost Elder, kill her!" At the same time, an anxious voice resounded in Zishang's body. It was Zishang's voice. Presently, Zishang was being controlled by the remnant soul of the ghost flame. Just as Guihua controlled Zi deceased and was about to kill Feng Tianwu, his figure that was about to shoot out suddenly froze on the spot. His pair of lusterless eyes were instantly filled with a trace of fear. All of this was because he saw Feng Tianwu unhurriedly take out a broken stone tablet. That stone tablet was currently trembling slightly, as if it had sensed something. "Damn it! Why is the Devil Seal tombstone in her hands?" Subsequently, a ghastly and aged voice resounded ceaselessly in Zishang's body. "Zishang, go play with her yourself. Admit defeat if you can't win. That Duan Lingtian actually gave the Devil Seal tombstone to her. Damn it!" In the next moment, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished completely. Zishang's soul returned to his body. Elder Brother Duan really thought it through thoroughly. A wisp of a light smile appeared on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face when she saw this scene. The Devil Seal tombstone in her hand was given to her by Duan Lingtian last night, and he asked her to use it to scare Zishang once the black-colored flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows. At that time, Zishang would admit defeat. "I admit defeat!" Zishang's oppressive and bitter voice sounded out, and it was like a rock shattering the heavens, causing everyone that was anticipating him to make a move to be dumbstruck. Admit defeat? Why did he admit defeat? This was the confusion and bewilderment in the hearts of most people. After Zishang revealed the cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, besides Duan Lingtian, practically everyone else thought that Feng Tianwu would admit defeat, and even if she didn't admit defeat, she would still be defeated by Zishang. However, reality played an enormous joke on them. After Zishang revealed the cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, he came menacingly a moment ago, yet he was completely terrified in the next moment, and he even admitted defeat directly. What's this Zishang doing? If he wanted to admit defeat, couldn't he have done so earlier? Why did he only admit defeat after executing his secret technique? Isn't this a waste of my fucking time? Why did Vice Fort Master Ning take such a trash disciple? He's too useless. He possesses a cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, yet he doesn't dare make a move against Feng Tianwu. The clamorous noise in the surroundings was one-sided, and all of them were denouncing Zishang. Zishang! At the same time, Ningqin, who was in the sky above the combat arena, had a completely gloomy expression, and his furious voice transmission pierced into Zishang's ears. "What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you that you must kill this Feng Tianwu? Master, I'm unable to kill Feng Tianwu because of some things. It's temporarily inconvenient for me to say, but I guarantee that I'll surely give you an answer." Zishang, who was prepared since long ago, replied when he heard Ningqin's voice transmission. "I hope you do as you say. Otherwise, even if you're my personal disciple, I'll still punish you heavily." Ningqin's expression eased up slightly when he heard this, yet he still warned Zishang. "Don't worry, Master," Zishang replied, and then he stared coldly at Feng Tianwu as he said via voice transmission. "Feng Tianwu, I truly never imagined that Duan Lingtian would give that thing to you. If it's possible, I hope you can transfer it to me, and I can agree to any request of yours. It's even to the extent that I can use the 8th level fire concept fragment my master bestowed to me in exchange for it, so long as you're willing to give me the broken stone tablet you put away earlier." Zishang's words were filled with temptation. But unfortunately, Feng Tianwu utterly didn't fall for this trick of his. "Dream on!" Instantly, Zishang's face was livid, yet he couldn't do anything to Feng Tianwu. Without the assistance of Elder Ghost, he was utterly not a match for Feng Tianwu, who'd comprehended 4th level intermediate fire concept. Zishang challenged Feng Tianwu and admitted defeat. both of them exchanged command tokens. The possessor of the number 2 token became Feng Tianwu. The possessor of the number 7 token became Zishang. After Feng Tianwu obtained the number 2 token, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side and returned the Devil Seal tablet to Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. At the same time, she asked with surprise, "Elder brother Duan, what exactly is this broken stone tablet?" Zishang actually wants to use an 8th level fire concept fragment to exchange for it with me. 8th level fire concept fragment? His wishful thinking is really great. Duan Lingtian looked at the distant Zishang and laughed with ridicule when he heard this, and then he said via voice transmission, "Tianwu, I don't know exactly what this thing is. But you just have to remember one thing. Even if you give me 109th level fire concept fragments, I still won't exchange for this stone tablet. Not to mention a mere 8th level concept of fire fragment. It's so precious?" Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in astonishment when she heard this. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't clearly state what the broken stone tablet was and what value it had, but what Duan Lingtian said earlier allowed her to realize that the broken stone tablet wasn't simple. "Kid Lingtian, thank you." Feng Wudao clearly saw the small movements between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, so he naturally guessed the reason Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, and he couldn't help but thank Duan Lingtian. "Uncle Feng, we're all on the same side, so you don't have to be so courteous. Not to mention this was only a slight effort." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "Yes, we're on the same side." Feng Wudao laughed freely, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian before looking at his daughter, and he revealed an ambiguous smile. Duan Lingtian directly disregarded this. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu was embarrassed to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and it seemed as if blood would drip out from it. "Imperial Uncle, did you see that?" The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor spoke with a serious expression. "Yes." Bai Nan-yi nodded and said with a fearful expression, "The reason Zishang admitted defeat was because Feng Tianwu withdrew that broken stone tablet, and it's the saint weapon that Zishang said can provide an amplification of strength. I'm not sure if this broken stone tablet is a saint weapon or if it's capable of providing an amplification of strength. But I discern that Zishang is extremely afraid of it. During the dynasty martial competition that day, Zishang lost after Duan Lingtian withdrew this stone tablet. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian challenged Zishang, Zishang directly admitted defeat. I presume it's because he's afraid of that stone tablet. Besides that, when he faced Feng Tianwu, he was originally prepared to make a move, yet when Feng Tianwu withdrew that stone tablet, he directly admitted defeat." The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor nodded. "Perhaps, since the beginning, Zishang had the intention of utilizing our Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family to help him seize that stone tablet. But unfortunately, Big Brother has gone missing because of that stone tablet, and it's extremely likely that he's already been killed." Bai Nan-yi sighed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. In the sky above the combat arena, endless discussions arose. Practically every single person was denouncing Zishang. Then why did Zishang suddenly admit defeat? Zhang Yan frowned, and then he looked at the nearby Peiyan. "Master, have you noticed something?" Peiyan shook his head. The 3 monks from the Empyrean Temple had bewildered expressions now, and they were unable to wrap their heads around Zishang's actions of admitting defeat. The discussions of the surrounding spectators gradually stopped when the possessor of the number 3 token, Qi Feng, ascended the arena. After Qi Feng ascended the arena, his gaze locked onto a graceful and beautiful figure. The possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling. Yi Ling, the strongest expert in the younger generation of the Da-Qing dynasty. Her cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, and she comprehended 2nd level void interpretation concept, causing her strength to be extraordinary. But unfortunately, she was bound to lose when encountering Qi Feng. Qi Feng, the Darqi dynasty's 9th prince, revealed a cultivation at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage and 4th level void interpretation concept as soon as he made a move, and he domineeringly crushed Yi Ling. Before him, Yi Ling didn't have the slightest strength to fight back and lost in a single move. Fortunately, Qifeng showed mercy and didn't ruthlessly destroy a beauty, otherwise, even if Yi Ling had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. If I don't utilize my soul skill, I'm not a match for Qifeng. Chapter 822. After Qifeng, it was the possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, that ascended the arena. After Qin Kong ascended the arena, his gaze locked onto the possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li. Su Li's cultivation was at the second level of the void interpretation stage, and he'd comprehended third-level intermediate sword concept and first-level intermediate water concept. Coupled with a grade 3 spirit sword, he possessed the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons. Qin Kong was a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 4th-level void interpretation stage concept. Not to mention he was using a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if he was only using a grade 4 or grade 5 spirit weapon, he would still be able to crush Su Li in strength. Under the circumstances that the difference in strength was so great, Su Li didn't make a move and directly admitted defeat. The possessor of the number 5 token, Ta Mu, was from the Daryuan dynasty, and his figure was robust like an ox. The grade 3 spirit weapon in his hand was a pair of gloves, and his iron fists struck out like cannonballs. Those that were struck by his fists didn't die but were heavily injured to the point of being on the verge of death. The possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li. Just like Qin Kong, Ta Mu challenged Su Li. Su Li admitted defeat without ascending the arena earlier, so he couldn't refuse Ta Mu's challenge. But just like the previous battle, he still directly admitted defeat. Even though the concept Ta Mu had comprehended was slightly inferior to Qifeng and Qin Kong, it was still a 3rd-level void interpretation stage concept, and coupled with his cultivation at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, Su Li was far from being a match for him. It was precisely because of this that Su Li admitted defeat decisively, and didn't waste any time. After Ta Mu, it was the possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, that ascended the arena. After Lu Yong ascended the arena, his gaze flashed past Zishang, Ochen, Yi Ling, and Su Li. He could only choose these 4 people. Su Li! In the end, he chose Su Li. Su Li was challenged for the 3rd time. Haha! Su Li, this number 10 token of yours is really a hot potato. Zhang Shouyong looked at Su Li and couldn't help but laugh. Even though Don Lingtian didn't say anything, the smile that suffused his face was sufficient to show that he was slightly taking pleasure in Su Li's misfortune just like Zhang Shouyong. Su Li laughed bitterly, yet he didn't admit defeat this time and directly ascended the arena to confront Lu Yong. Lu Yong was the Darming dynasty's crown prince and the personal disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, and had comprehended 2nd level fire concept. Besides that, Lu Yong had comprehended 5th level elementary wind concept and 3rd level elementary lightning concept. Lu Yong's spirit weapon was a grade 3 spirit fan that didn't have a fan face and only had a fan frame. When he unleashed all his techniques, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 105 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Su Li's strength of 110 ancient horned dragons, his strength was 5 ancient horned dragons less. Something seems to be off. Logically speaking, this Lu Yong's strength is inferior to Su Li, and he ought to be fearful. But now he... Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lu Yong, who was filled with confidence. He faintly felt that something was amiss. Ha! Under the gazes of everyone present, Lu Yong made a move. As soon as he made a move, he struck first to gain the initiative and utilized all his ability, causing the grade 3 spirit fan in his hand to transform into a flaming fan that emitted an extremely hot aura. For a time, the airflow in the air shook, and when it was touched by the flaming fan in Lu Yong's hand, it gave rise to a wave of heat that spread out in all directions and blew towards all the surrounding spectators. Duan Lingtian only felt a dense and hot aura assault his face, and he instantly noticed the change in the fire concept within Lu Yong's fan compared to before, causing his face to be unable to refrain from going grim. Su Li, watch out! He's already comprehended 3rd level intermediate fire concept. Duan Lingtian hurriedly sent a voice transmission to warn Suli. Meanwhile, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth abruptly appeared in the sky above Lu Yong, who was completely coiled by flames and seemed to have transformed into a large fireball that charged towards Suli. 115 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Swish! After being warned by Duan Lingtian, Suli, who was prepared, fused into the enormous sword formed from material water concept along with his sword when faced with Lu Yong, who was rolling over like a large fireball, and then he soared through the sky. An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out as a fierce sword concept was emitted, and it caused many people that were comparatively nearby to feel a chill run down their spines. It's useless! The difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons is sufficient for me to easily crush you. The rolling large fireball was like a cannonball that shot towards the enormous sword. At the same time, Lu Yong's sonorous voice sounded out. Is that so? Suli's voice was without the slightest fear, and the enormous sword he formed along with water concept and sword concept abruptly charged into the sky as soon as he finished speaking. Humph! You can't escape. Lu Yong's cold snort sounded out as the large fireball that emitted waves of heat charged into the sky and chased after Suli, and it seemed as if it wouldn't stop until it caught up to Suli. Swish! The enormous sword charged into the sky, yet the large fireball behind it grew closer and closer. The difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons caused the speed of the enormous sword to be slightly slower than the large fireball. What does Suli want to do? Zhang Shouyon had a bewildered expression when he saw this scene, and he was utterly unable to guess Suli's intentions in doing this. As far as he was concerned, Suli's actions now was undoubtedly completely exposing himself before Lu Yong, and he might face danger at any moment. Duan Lingtian frowned as well. He kept having the feeling that it was impossible for Suli to make such a low-level mistake. Could it be that this fellow, Suli, still has some trump card? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian glanced at Sword 13, and this thought arose in his heart when he noticed Sword 13's composed expression. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up as he stared fixedly at the enormous sword that was ceaselessly being pressed closer by the large fireball. Perhaps Suli would really be able to give him a pleasant surprise. Swish! The enormous sword continued charging up, whereas the large fireball grew closer and closer to it. Wham! Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing rumbling sounded out, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from looking over. At the place the sound sounded out, the airflow in the air flashed, and it seemed to have formed circle after circle of ripples that ceaselessly spread out in all directions, causing it to be extremely gorgeous. But now, no one noticed this, and the gazes of everyone had descended onto the enormous sword that suddenly turned around. The enormous sword turned around, and the tip of the sword pointed towards the large fireball that charged up. Swish! Suddenly, everyone saw the enormous sword suddenly tremble before swiftly descending, and it actually pierced straight towards the large fireball that charged towards it. The enormous sword descended from the sky, and it carried the strength of 110 ancient horned dragons along with it. The large fireball soared into the sky, and it contained the strength of 115 ancient horned dragons. The two of them were about to collide, and if nothing unexpected happened, the outcome would be revealed immediately. Suli is about to lose. This was the thought in the hearts of most people present. After all, the difference of the strength of 5 ancient horned dragons was like a chasm that was impossible to surmount. Swish! Swoosh! Finally, the enormous sword and the large fireball collided with a bang, and the collision caused intense and dazzling sparks that were like numerous flames that had condensed into form. Under the gazes of everyone present, the enormous sword that was formed from material water concept collided with the large fireball, and because of the gap in the level of concept, the concept of water restraining fire was unable to be realized. In the blink of an eye, the large fireball remained unchanged, yet the enormous sword was weakened to the point of shrinking by a portion. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and the enormous sword seemed to have given up resisting, whereas the strength of the large fireball became even stronger as it fiercely smashed onto the enormous sword, and it smashed the enormous sword into pieces. Right when everyone thought that Lu Yong, who controlled the large fireball, had defeated Su Li, who controlled the enormous sword. Impossible! An exclaim of shock sounded out abruptly, and it was filled with disbelief. It's Lu Yong's voice! Instantly, everyone couldn't help but stare over, and with a single glance, they saw that when the enormous sword shattered, Su Li, who was within it, held the sword with both hands as he continued descending. At this instant, Su Li transferred all his strength to the sword in his hand, and the 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had gradually dispersed from the enormous sword shattering earlier condensed once more. Swish! The 3-foot-long blade descended directly, and when the energy of the large fireball was completely exhausted on the enormous sword, it penetrated through the large fireball that was in a weak state before descending towards Lu Yong's head. Stop! Feng Wei's face went grim when he saw this, and he shouted out explosively with the intention of making a move to rescue Lu Yong, his personal disciple. But unfortunately it was too late. Swish! Su Li descended from the sky with his sword, and the sharp 3-foot-long blade followed along Lu Yong's head and stabbed into his body. As soon as Lu Yong died, the large fireball dispersed along with him and transformed into nothingness. After pulling out his sword, Su Li, who wore tattered clothes and had blood on the corners of his mouth, revealed a smile. So what if there was a difference of 5 ancient horned dragons? He, Su Li, would still annihilate Lu Yong beneath his sword. Su Li! Feng Wei shouted out coldly as the clothes on his body inflated, and he wanted to take revenge for his personal disciple, Lu Yong. But unfortunately, he hadn't made a move when he was stopped by Ning Ken. Feng Wei, calm down! Don't forget that the ranking selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a matter of life and death. As the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, if you make a move for your own benefit, then where would you place the Skywolf Fort? As he finished speaking, Ning Ken's tone became even more stern. Feng Wei calmed down when he heard this, but ghastly hatred still arose in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Su Li. So long as he had the slightest chance in the future, he would absolutely not let Su Li off, even if Su Li was Sword 13's personal disciple. Even though Lu Yong couldn't be considered to be at the top in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability amongst the group of young geniuses that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, because Lu Yong's character was to his liking, he'd always been extremely satisfied with this personal disciple of his. But now, his personal disciple had been killed right before his eyes, so how could he not be enraged? As expected of the extremely renowned heaven-rank sword skill of the Blade Sect, the Child Mother Chain's sword, it's really extraordinary. Hui Ming's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. The other middle-aged monk that stood by Hui Ming's side, Hui Jing, focused his eyes as he looked at Sword 13. Vice Sect Master Sword, could it be that this young man is your disciple? Baldy Hui Jing, even though your strength isn't much, needless to say, your judgment isn't bad. Sword 13 nodded. Hui Jing laughed bitterly. He was an 8th-level void transformation stage martial artist at any rate, yet when it entered Sword 13's mouth, it had instead become a strength that wasn't much. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that Sword 13 had the qualifications to say this. According to his knowledge, Sword 13 had already broken through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage now, and it was far from something he could compare to. Chapter 823. Mother-Child Chain's Sword? As he looked at Su Li, who'd become the center of attention after killing Lu Yong, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Earlier, when Su Li abandoned the enormous sword and the enormous sword was blasted into pieces by Lu Yong, Duan Lingtian had seen Su Li's movements that were like a bolt of lightning. After abandoning the enormous sword, Su Li used his body to control the chain sword at the first possible moment, and killed Lu Yong, who didn't have the time to react. Lu Yong had a strength that was stronger than Su Li, yet a single mistake caused him to perish. It was lamentable. Even though the mother-child chain sword Su Li cultivates is only a low-grade heaven-rank sword skill, but his actions from before have obviously already been cultivated to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Su Li was really a natural sword cultivator. Good! Amazing! Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators that were shocked by Su Li's actions recovered from their shock and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. As far as they were concerned, the sword skill Su Li executed earlier was miraculous. So what if there was a difference of 5 ancient horned dragons? He'd still killed his opponent while being weak. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li flew down and arrived before Duan Lingtian in a short moment, and then he said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I've helped you take revenge. How will you repay me? If it was another person, then out of consideration that the person was Feng Wei's personal disciple, Su Li might not kill the person. But Lu Yong had once made a move against Duan Lingtian in the illusory purgatory during the first round of the selections. According to Zhang Shou Yong, Duan Lingtian had almost died at the hands of Lu Yong. It was precisely because of this that he'd killed Lu Yong. Duan Lingtian was a friend he'd gotten to know since he was young, and Duan Lingtian had even generously lent him a hand when he needed help. In his heart, Duan Lingtian had an extremely special position. No matter who it was, anyone that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian was the enemy of Su Li. What do you want in return? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. All right, I was just joking. Su Li shook his head and smiled. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Actually, at the instant Su Li killed Lu Yong, he'd already guessed Su Li's motive for killing Lu Yong. It was to avenge him. Otherwise, Su Li was completely capable of heavily injuring Lu Yong, and there was no need to kill Lu Yong at all. Because killing Lu Yong was of no benefit to him, and it was even to the extent that he would offend the vice-fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. This point could be seen from the hateful gaze Feng Wei shot at Su Li. Duan Lingtian didn't say any more words of gratitude because there was no need. His friendship with Su Li didn't require these superficial things. Nothing needed to be said. The possessor of the number 6 token, Lu Yong, has challenged the possessor of the number 10 token, Su Li, and failed. Su Li has obtained the number 6 token. Besides that, because of Lu Yong's death, the top 10 of the martial competition lacks a position, and it's filled by the possessor of the number 11 token. Ningkan announced loudly. The possessor of the number 11 token was precisely Zhang Shou Yong, and he'd obtained Su Li's number 10 token. As for Su Li, he'd obtained Lu Yong's number 6 token. Su Li, looks like I have to thank you as well. Zhang Shou Yong originally thought that he had no fate with the top 10 of the martial competition, yet never had he imagined that things would take a turn and allow him to enter the top 10. In other words, even if he admitted defeat 9 times successively and lost to the possessors of the number 1 to 9 token, he would still be a person in the top 10 of the martial competition. Moreover, Zhang Shou Yong didn't intend to accept the challenge of anyone because he knew that there was a certain gap between him and the 9 people in front of him. Even if he made a move, he would only be asking for humiliation. It would be better to stand here and wait for the rewards for the top 10. The 4th round of the selections continued. The possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu, seemed to have transformed into a tinder elf that arrived at the central area of the sky above the combat arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto the possessor of the number 9 token, Yiling, at the first possible moment, and she challenged her by name. Yiling took a deep breath before flying out to meet Feng Tianwu's gaze. Now Yiling, who'd witnessed Feng Tianwu's true strength, didn't dare underestimate Feng Tianwu in the slightest. Even though Feng Tianwu's cultivation was inferior to her, her comprehension of concept far surpassed her. So when facing Feng Tianwu now, Yiling seemed as if she was facing a great enemy. The 2 young female experts stood in confrontation, and for a time, it drew the attention of everyone present. Yiling had been renowned in the Darqing dynasty for many years, and the people of the other dynasties had heard of her. Even though Feng Tianwu was beautiful like a celestial maiden and even possessed extraordinary strength, yet she was unknown before this. But after Feng Tianwu made a move earlier, no one dared question Feng Tianwu's strength. Everyone knew that this young woman that was beautiful like a celestial maiden didn't only possess a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. Her strength far surpassed the numerous experts of the younger generation. She was only 25 years old, second-level void interpretation stage, and had comprehended fourth-level void interpretation concept. Not to mention a female martial artist. Even if it was a male martial artist, how many people were capable of accomplishing this? Ha! Yiling shouted out in a delicate voice and was the first to make a move. The sword in her hand was like a swimming dragon that was peerlessly graceful, and it flashed out like a flying leaf to lightly tap towards Feng Tianwu. In the surroundings of the sword, there seemed to be strands of jade-green ripples coiled and pulsated, and it was the material form of water concept. Swish! The sword strike was ordinary, yet it contained an extraordinary strength. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth condensed into form. 98 ancient horned dragon silhouettes soared down from the sky along with Yiling, who transformed into flying cotton, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Feng Tianwu. Swoosh! Feng Tianwu moved. She was swift like the wind and flashed like fire, and she moved to intercept Yiling in a short moment. Swish! The whip that was coiled with flames was like a swimming spirit serpent, and the serpent's tail swept out to fearlessly intercept the sharp sword in Yiling's hand. Whoosh! In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth rose abruptly and transformed into 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and it was an entire two more than the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yiling. The 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the 98 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and they fought together. For a time, they were evenly matched. Clang! The Grade 3 Spirit Whip and Grade 3 Spirit Sword collided, and both of them shook before retreating at the same time. At the instant they retreated, both of them advanced side by side and charged towards each other. Swish! 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 For a time, the sword silhouettes and whip silhouettes that covered the sky crisscrossed past each other like waves of a violent storm, and the two beautiful figures were like fire and water as they ceaselessly collided with each other. In the end, it was still Feng Tianwu that gained the upper hand, and she injured Yiling in a spurt of energy to obtain the final victory. Yiling gasped for breath as she looked at the beautiful figure in the distance, and her gaze was as complicated as it could be. Could it be that this young woman that wore red clothes and was like a fire spirit is really the darling of the heavens? Not only did she possess a drop-dead gorgeous appearance that aroused envy in others, she also possessed a strength that shocked others. I originally thought that the Darqing dynasty's Yiling could be considered to be the #1 female expert in the younger generation of our 10 dynasties. But now it would seem that it isn't so. The Dark Han dynasty's Feng Tianwu is the true #1 female expert in the younger generation of our 10 dynasties. It's the first time I've seen a peerless beauty with such natural talent. The surrounding spectators sighed with emotion. Ochen, the possessor of the #8 token, stood in the distant sky, and he stared at Feng Tianwu with a gaze that was filled with fear and seriousness. Even though he felt that his strength surpassed Yiling, it wasn't by much. Once he faced Feng Tianwu, he didn't have complete confidence. It would be fine if it was another person, but this Feng Tianwu was only a young woman that was merely 25 years old, and his heart was filled with bitterness when such a young woman caused him to have such feelings. The fire spirit flashed through the sky and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Could it be that the heavens are really jealous of outstanding geniuses? Sword 13 and Saber 5 looked at Feng Tianwu and sighed in their hearts. Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and it caused them to feel pity. Of course, they knew as well that if it wasn't for Feng Tianwu possessing the fire spirit body, it would be impossible for her to possess such accomplishments at such an age. So that's how it is. In the sky, the sect leader of the emotion-severing sect, Peiyan, withdrew his gaze from Feng Tianwu and muttered to himself. Master, what did you notice? Zhang Yan stood by Peiyan's side and asked respectfully and reverently. If I'm not wrong, this Feng Tianwu ought to possess an innate spirit body. Peiyan muttered, and as he finished speaking, his gaze seemed to become slightly misty as if he was recalling something. Innate spirit body? Zhang Yan's pupils constricted as he said with astonishment. Could it be that she possesses an innate spirit body like Senior Brother Hong? Yes. Payan nodded lightly and said with an expressionless face. But your Senior Brother Hong is different from her. Your Senior Brother Hong possesses the lightning spirit body, whereas she ought to possess the fire spirit body. Even though Payan's face didn't reveal any joy or anger from the beginning until now, a trace of sorrow still flashed within his eyes when he spoke up to hear. So that's how it is. John Yen couldn't help but gasp when he heard this, and then he sighed as he looked at the distant young woman that was like a fire spirit. Because of that Senior Brother Hong, he knew a little about the fate of innate spirit bodies. It was said that before him, Senior Brother Hong was the only direct disciple that his master had taken in. However, he had never seen this Senior Brother Hong before. When he entered the emotion-severing sect, that Senior Brother Hong was already gone. It was said that when he was 30 years old, the lightning spirit body's energy that was hidden in his body erupted, causing him to die young. However, that Senior Brother Hong's innate talent and strength when he was still alive was enough to make him feel ashamed. It was said that in the entire history of the emotion-severing sect, no one could compare to Senior Brother Hong's innate talent. It could be said that it was unprecedented. An innate spirit body. After breaking through to the void interpretation stage, due to some reason, one can't consume spirit fruits to cultivate. Otherwise, with Senior Brother Hong's innate talent, he could have broken through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30 and escaped the fate of being an innate spirit body. Zhang Yan sighed in his heart. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Zhang Yan muttered to himself in a low voice. Perhaps he was talking about the senior brother that he had never met, or perhaps he was talking about the red-clad young woman in the distance. In the history of Cloud Continent, there seemed to be very few people who could reverse the fate of an innate spirit body. Chapter 824. The possessor of the number 8 token, O-Chin, entered the arena. O-Chin could only choose two people, the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, and the possessor of the number 10 token, Zhang Shouyong. Not to mention Yi Ling had just fought a battle and could refuse his challenge with the reason of resting. Even if Yi Ling didn't enter the arena in the previous battle, he wouldn't choose Yi Ling for now. Presently, he needed to preserve his strength to deal with the challenges of experts. So now, he started to challenge from the weakest, and it was undoubtedly the best strategy. The possessor of the number 10 token. O-Chen's gaze descended onto Zhang Shouyong as he challenged him. I admit defeat. Right when O-Chen finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong had already admitted defeat without the slightest hesitation. He'd witnessed O-Chen's strength earlier. O-Chen possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, and had comprehended 2nd level void interpretation concept. O-Chen was superior to him, so even if he accepted the challenge, the outcome would still be the same. Subsequently, it was the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, that issued a challenge, and she could only challenge Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong admitted defeat. Number 10! Meanwhile, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ningken, looked at Zhang Shouyong and asked frankly, Are you willing to be ranked at the 10th position in the martial competition? If you are, and no one challenges you in the future, then you don't have to waste your breath and admit defeat. Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded and replied frankly. All right. Ningken nodded, and then he swept the surroundings with his gaze, causing it to descend onto the other 9 people including Duan Lingtian. The 10th position has already been confirmed. Now we'll continue to compete for the exact rankings of the top 9. Of course, if the person ranked at the last amongst all of you is willing to be ranked equal to the number token in your possession, then you can speak out. Presently, the person ranked at the last was Yi Ling. But Yi Ling obviously didn't intend to be willing to be ranked at the 9th position, and she had the intention of replacing the possessor of the number 8 token, O-Chin, in her heart. Besides that, she wasn't convinced of Duan Lingtian and Zishang's strength. After a round passed and Zhang Shouyong was eliminated, the other 9 people continued. As the possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the arena. Swoosh! His figure was like a gale as he arrived at the central area in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. Number 9. At the first moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Yiling. Yiling was not surprised to be challenged by Duan Lingtian. Even though even Zishang, who'd executed a secret technique to raise his strength to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, had admitted defeat before Duan Lingtian. But as far as he was concerned, Zishang was like a candle that looked good on the outside but was useless. Otherwise, how could he have surrendered before Feng Tianwu without a fight? Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. Otherwise, the most precious command token in your possession will change owners. Yiling reminded Duan Lingtian. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled. Humph. As if she had noticed Duan Lingtian's contempt towards her, Yiling's face sank. Her figure flashed as she took the initiative to strike first. The 3-foot-long sword in her hand drifted along with the flow of the waves as she pointed it at Duan Lingtian. The moment she attacked, Yiling used her full strength without holding back. Duan Lingtian stood in place, as if waiting for Yiling's attack to land on him. Hiss! 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 When they saw Yiling's attack coming closer and closer to Duan Lingtian, the surrounding spectators gasped, and they felt that Duan Lingtian was too careless. Yiling's sword arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and it was extremely close. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and a dim light flickered in the depths of his eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. Instantly, his spiritual force constructed an illusory space, and the illusory space that appeared out of thin air enveloped Yiling. Duan Lingtian doesn't want to live anymore? When they saw Yiling's sword had already arrived before Duan Lingtian's chest and only needed a little bit more to penetrate through, many people felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple were shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions. Isn't this courting death? In the distant sky, a trace of a bright light flashed within the eyes of Zhang Yan, and then he muttered to himself. Could it be that he wants to utilize his demonic technique again? Duan Lingtian knew demonic techniques, and he'd heard Ziyan mention it more than once a few years ago. It was even to the extent that he'd witnessed it with his own 2 eyes. Demonic technique? Pei Yan's face remained expressionless when he heard Zhang Yan muttering to himself, but a trace of astonishment was mixed within the depths of his eyes. What's Yiling doing? Someone exclaimed in shock and broke the silence at the scene. When they saw Yiling's sword about to pierce Duan Lingtian's chest, it suddenly changed directions and stabbed madly towards the space at the side, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. Has Yiling gone mad? She doesn't dare kill Duan Lingtian? Wait. Something seems to be off. Right when many people were surprised and bewildered, they saw a scene that caused them to be dumbstruck. After Yiling moved away the sword that pierced towards Duan Lingtian, she actually turned around and attacked towards the air once more, and it was as if her opponent wasn't Duan Lingtian but the air. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. Could it be that Yiling has gone mad? This was the thought in the hearts of most people. Only a few people withdrew their gazes from Yiling and looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise and bewilderment. These few people were naturally the 2 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort, and the 3 monks of Empyrean Temple. As for Sword 13 and Saber 5, they'd heard Su Li and Long Yin mention Duan Lingtian's ability many times, and even though they were surprised, they were mentally prepared since long ago. Demonic technique? After Pei Yan finished listening to Zhang Yan's narration via voice transmission, he still had an expressionless face, but when he replied to Zhang Yan, he rejected Zhang Yan's judgment. There are no demonic techniques in this world. I feel that Duan Lingtian's ability is slightly similar to a soul skill. Of course, if he isn't an ordinary human but a variant, then this ability of his is extremely likely to be his innate divine ability. Soul skill? Innate divine ability? Zhang Yan's expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes were filled with bewilderment. These 2 words were extremely unfamiliar to him. There's a spiritual force fluctuation there. Yiling hasn't gone mad, she's instead fallen for Duan Lingtian's trick. Besides the group of people from the Dark Han dynasty that weren't surprised by what had happened to Yi Ling, the members of the other 9 dynasties had shocked expressions, and a few void transformation stage inscription masters had even noticed some clues. Even though they were able to utilize their spiritual force to interfere with the spiritual force that enveloped Yi Ling, they didn't dare. What a joke! This was Skywolf Fort, and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was being carried out. If they dared interfere and the Skywolf Fort blamed them, they would surely die without a doubt. Swoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian, who'd been standing on the spot without moving since the beginning, finally moved. Whirlwind! His entire body seemed to have transformed into a gale that charged towards Yi Ling. Yi Ling seemed to be ignorant when facing his charge, and she still swung her sword to battle the air, as if she'd really gone mad. Bang! Duan Lingtian easily moved around to Yi Ling's side before casually slapping out with his palm to injure Yi Ling and blast her flying, causing her to temporarily not have the strength to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force shook to shatter the illusory space he'd constructed with his soul's skill, 1,000 illusions. Yi Ling's countenance was ghastly pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood before returning to her senses. When she saw the composed Duan Lingtian, her expression couldn't help but go grim. You! In next to no time, the voice transmission of the representative of the Dar Qing dynasty sounded out by Yi Ling's ears, and she instantly found out what had happened earlier, causing her to be terrified to the point her face went ghastly pale. When she looked at Duan Lingtian once more, besides terror, there was only terror in the depths of Yi Ling's eyes. So it turned out that everything she experienced earlier was fake. An illusory space! That was an illusory space! Yi Ling quickly guessed what had happened, and her first thought was if Duan Lingtian had utilized an external force similar to inscriptions or an inscription formation. But with a quick thought, she felt it was impossible. An inscription formation had to be set up at a fixed place, and this was Skywolf Fort. So even if Duan Lingtian really knew how to set up an inscription formation, he wouldn't dare act rashly. Most importantly, she didn't sense any fluctuations of inscriptions or inscription formations. It was precisely because of this that she'd confirmed one thing. The illusory space she faced earlier was executed by Duan Lingtian himself, and it was similar to the soul skills of those special demon beasts of legend that possessed extraordinary natural talent. Now I believe you have the ability to obtain the number 1 command token. Yi Ling took a deep breath and smiled amiably to Duan Lingtian before taking the initiative to give him a flirtatious glance. Yes. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian only casually nodded to her before withdrawing. This caused her to be instantly exasperated. To think that she, Yi Ling, was the dignified number 1 figure in the younger generation of the Dar Qing dynasty, and even the emperor of the Dar Qing dynasty wanted to take her as his daughter-in-law, yet this Duan Lingtian actually dared to completely disregard her. But when Yi Ling's gaze inadvertently descended into the distance, and saw Feng Tianwu who was chatting happily with Duan Lingtian, the rage on her face vanished without a trace. She felt slightly ashamed of her inferiority before Feng Tianwu. Perhaps only a woman like her is worthy of him. Yi Ling laughed with self-ridicule, and then she returned to the Dar Qing dynasty's group. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 2 command token, and it was precisely Feng Tianwu. After Feng Tianwu ascended the arena, her gaze locked onto the possessor of the number 8 command token, Ochen. Ochen's cultivation and concept were similar to Yi Ling, and his abilities surpassed Yi Ling slightly. But in the end, he still lost at Feng Tianwu's hands. The possessor of the number 3 command token, Qi Feng, ascended the arena. Victory! The possessor of the number 4 command token, Qin Kong, ascended the arena. Victory! Not long after, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 6 command token, Su Li, to ascend the arena. He challenged Yi Ling and won. After Su Li, it was the possessor of the number 7 command token, Zishang. As soon as Zishang ascended the arena, the surroundings were in an uproar. Do all of you think Zishang will call out a person to challenge and then admit defeat? Ha ha! There's really such a possibility. Secret technique? Sixth level of the void interpretation stage? It's just a candle that looks good on the surface but is useless. Zishang, what an enormous joke! Chapter 825. The waves of ridicule from the surroundings entered into Zishang's ears, and it caused his expression to become unsightly and livid. The possessor of the number 8 token, Ochin. Because Yi Ling had just fought Suli, Zishang could only choose Ochin, who possessed the number 8 token. Ochin had a casual expression as he similarly felt Zishang was only good-looking but useless. Whoosh! Along with a strand of a black-colored flame brand appearing between Zishang's brows, 80 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more in the sky above him, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. However, not many people were surprised now, and even more people looked at Zishang with ridicule as if they were waiting for Zishang to lose face once more. But in next to no time, the pupils of these people couldn't help but constrict. Because not only had Zishang revealed a strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage this time, he'd even exerted it. He heavily injured Ochin with a single strike. Ochin spat out a few mouthfuls of blood successively before fainting, and then he was taken away by the representative of the Darchu dynasty. This time, all the voices that questioned Zishang stopped abruptly. Humph! Zishang looked at the surroundings and grunted coldly, and he seemed to be declaring his displeasure. No matter what, Zishang's domineering display of his strength at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage to defeat Ochin in a single move still shocked many people. What secret technique is that? It's too abnormal. No wonder Vice Fort Master Ning took him as his personal disciple, so it turns out that he has such a formidable ability. As expected of the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Ning, he's extraordinary as expected. The various voices that ridiculed Zishang earlier had vanished, and only waves of praise remained. These people really change their attitudes quickly. Suli frowned. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. They're only a group of opportunists that will fall wherever the wind blows. So there's no need to be serious with them. Zishang heavily injured Ochin, causing Ochin to lose the strength to continue fighting. It was even to the extent that after he consumed the Grade 3 life recovery pill given by the Skywolf Fort, even though Ochin recovered slightly, he wasn't able to recover completely. In this way, Ochin could only be ranked at the 9th position in the martial competition. Yi Ling obtaining the number 8 token without shedding a drop of blood caused her to feel as if she was dreaming. All of this was given to her by Zishang. Yi Ling glanced at Zishang, her eyes filled with fear. After a moment, she recalled that she had already been defeated by Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Feng Tianwu. She also knew that she wasn't a match for the other three. For a time, she made a decision in her heart, and she looked at Ning Kan. Vice Fort Master Ning, I'm willing to be ranked at the 8th position in the martial competition this time. Meanwhile, the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions of the martial competition had been decided. The 4th round of selections continued. Just as Duan Lingtian, the possessor of token number 1, was about to enter the arena, Su Li called out to him. What is it? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li in confusion. Meanwhile, Su Li didn't answer Duan Lingtian, and he looked at Ning Kan, who was high in the sky instead, and said frankly, Duan Lingtian challenged me in this battle. I admit defeat. Ning Kan nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as he looked at Su Li. Why are you in such a hurry? I still have a few people that I haven't challenged. If you enter the arena, you'll surely not challenge me and Tianwu first. Besides that, I still want to watch you fight those 3 fellows without any distractions. The meaning within Su Li's words was extremely obvious. He wanted to first decide his ranking before properly watching Duan Lingtian fight the other 3 fellows. As for those 3 fellows, they were naturally Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Tom Mu, and all of them were existences at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Subsequently, it was Feng Tianwu's turn. I challenge the possessor of token number 6, Su Li. I admit defeat. Perhaps she was influenced by Su Li, but Feng Tianwu didn't enter the arena and directly admitted defeat to Su Li. There was a difference of 10 ancient horned dragons between her and Su Li, and coupled with Su Li's shocking child-chained sword, she didn't have the slightest confidence in going against Su Li. Subsequently, the possessors of token number 3, 4, and 5 successively challenged Feng Tianwu, who just obtained token number 6. When facing these three existences that were even stronger than Su Li, Feng Tianwu didn't enter the arena and directly admitted defeat. Due to Su Li admitting that he was inferior to Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Tam Mu, their rankings rose successively. Qi Feng had obtained token number 2. Qin Ran had obtained token number 3. Tam Mu had obtained token number 4. As for Su Li, he obtained token number 5 instead. Feng Tianwu, token number 6. Zishang, token number 7. This was a temporary ranking. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian entered the arena, and his gaze locked onto Tam Mu. I challenge the possessor of token number 4. After a short moment, Tam Mu flew out and stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you look weak, so hand over token number 1. Otherwise, I won't be courteous to you. Tam Mu grinned, and he seemed to be honest, yet his eyes were filled with strands of bright lights. That will depend on if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Needless to say, Tam Mu's strength wasn't bad. At the very least, it could be considered to be not bad when compared to Yi Ling, who'd fought Duan Lingtian earlier. Not only had his cultivation broken through to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage, he'd even comprehended 3rd level Void Interpretation concept. But unfortunately, Tam Mu wasn't an inscription master. Thus, under Duan Lingtian's sole skill, 1,000 Illusions, Tam Mu was easily defeated by Duan Lingtian. Tam Mu lost to the point he was muddle-headed, and he had a bewildered expression. I lost? Right when the surrounding spectators were slightly speechless, Tam Mu wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes glowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian as he said shamelessly, Duan Lingtian, take me as your disciple. Teach me the ability you used to deal with me earlier, how about it? I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Tam Mu, and then he returned to the side of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and the others. But Tam Mu followed him instead. Master, I've decided I'll follow you in the future. I'll surely learn your ability. F***K off. Duan Lingtian frowned as he shouted out with a grim voice, and then his brows relaxed as he paid no further attention to Tam Mu. Tam Mu. Right at this moment, the representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the old man with a robust figure, soared through the sky and arrived by Tam Mu's side in a short moment before slapping the back of Tam Mu's head. Slap! After he slapped Tam Mu, the robust old man looked at Duan Lingtian. Please forgive Tam Mu if he's caused any trouble to you. Duan Lingtian nodded. I won't leave. I want to follow master. I want to follow my master. Tam Mu, who was dragged away by the robust old man, was ceaselessly shouting and pestering Duan Lingtian, and he seemed like an ignorant brat. This scene caused the surrounding spectators to be slightly speechless. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Tam Mu repeatedly call Duan Lingtian master. Why didn't he know that he'd taken Tam Mu as his disciple? Brother Lingtian, I think it's pretty good even if you take that fellow as your disciple. In the future, you'll have one more person to be at your beck and call. Zhang Shouyong smiled. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes angrily at Zhang Shouyong, who took pleasure in Tam Mu's misfortune. Big brother Zhang, if you want him, then take him yourself. I want to as well. But the problem is that he doesn't take a fancy to me. Zhang Shouyong laughed bitterly. Tam Mu was similar in age to him, yet his strength far surpassed him. Making Tam Mu take him as his master was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending the heavens. After Tam Mu caused the commotion, the atmosphere at the scene underwent a slight change. Tam Mu, wanting to take Duan Lingtian as his master, seemed to be at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, yet everyone present was clearly aware that the reason Tam Mu did that was entirely because of Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. Even if it was them, they were similarly filled with curiosity and yearning towards that ability. When the representatives of some dynasties focused their gazes on Duan Lingtian, Their eyes were filled with greed, and they wished for nothing more than to capture Duan Lingtian and torture him to find out the secrets of his unfathomable ability. Duan Lingtian, the ability you executed that was similar to a soul's skill. Could it be that it's an innate divine ability? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Sword 13's voice. Innate divine ability? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? Under his bewilderment, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and in the end, he finally found out what an innate divine ability was. It was a unique innate ability that variants that were between humans and demon beasts were born with, and it relied on spiritual force and was of a variety. Some were similar to soul skills, and some were similar to secret techniques. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. He knew that Su Li's master had taken him to be a variant that was born from the combination of a human and demon beast. Perhaps sometimes being a variant isn't bad. At the very least, I don't have to worry about someone coveting my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, or doing something crazy to me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he quickly made a decision. Senior actually knows of innate divine abilities? Duan Lingtian looked at Sword 13 and replied via voice transmission with slight surprise, and he didn't answer Sword 13's question. On the other hand, when Sword 13 heard what Duan Lingtian said, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian had tacitly admitted it. Moreover, besides this, he was really unable to think of how Duan Lingtian was able to execute an ability that was similar to a soul skill. After all, in Cloud Continent, only those special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were able to grasp various soul skills through the innate soul brand before they attained the Emperor stage. The Emperor stage was the general name of the Emperor Wu stage and Demon Emperor stage. Only after attaining the Emperor stage would human martial artists be able to utilize spiritual force to execute spiritual force abilities that were similar to soul skills against their enemies. The Empyrean temples Hui Ming and Hui Jing and the emotion-severing sex master, Peiyan, had similar thoughts as Sword 13. Are you aware of Duan Lingtian's background? Peiyan asked Zhang Yan in a low voice. Yes. Zhang Yan nodded. He's from the lowest level kingdom under the Dark Han dynasty that I was in earlier, and it can be said that he's from a completely grassroots background. The lowest level kingdom under the dynasty? Grassroots background? A person from a grassroots background in a tiny kingdom possesses such accomplishments before the age of 30. Unless such a person is a variant or has obtained some great fortuitous encounter, otherwise, it's practically impossible for such a person to exist. Peiyan muttered to himself. Besides that, as far as he was concerned, how could a great fortuitous encounter be something that one could obtain just because one wanted to? Chapter 826. On Cloud Continent, there were many demons that had broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into human form, yet they chose to live in seclusion because they were tired of fighting and killing. After living in seclusion, these demons might even find ordinary humans to mate with and live the rest of their lives. As far as Peiyan was concerned, Duan Lingtian's father or mother ought to be a demon that chose to live in seclusion in that tiny kingdom. What a pity! Peiyan sighed. Master, what's a pity? Zhang Yan was stunned. I presume you know the reason I brought you here today. That Duan Lingtian is so close to Sword 13, so he'll surely follow Sword 13, Peiyan said. Don't worry, Master. Even if our emotion-severing sect doesn't have Duan Lingtian, I'll surely obtain the profundity fragment you need at that place. Zhang Yan's gaze was firm as he emitted strong confidence. Profundity fragment. When he heard Zhang Yan's words, Peiyan's face that had always been stoic had a rare slight ripple. Presently, he was only a step away from the martial monarch stage. And it was precisely this step that caused him to be unable to break through to the martial monarch stage. On Cloud Continent, there were many martial artists like him, and there were even some martial artists that had cultivated to this stage at a younger age than him, yet they were unable to break through to the martial monarch stage in their entire lifetime. All of this was because those people were unable to comprehend profundity. Profundity was the path to step into the martial monarch stage, and so long as one didn't comprehend profundity, one would be unable to become a martial monarch expert. Senior brother, you said he's a variant? Hui Jing looked at Hui Ming with a serious expression and asked. Hui Ming nodded. Besides this, I can't think of anything else. Moreover, there are only two possibilities for him to possess such a cultivation and ability at such an age. Firstly, he's a variant. Secondly, he has an extremely fortuitous encounter. But how could a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to possess such a cultivation and ability at such an age be something that can be obtained just like that? Hui Ming said with a serious expression. Variant? The young monk standing behind Hui Ming stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as battle intent soared from his body. Duan Lingtian noticed the fierce gaze of the young monk at the first possible moment, and when they met eyes, he was shocked in his heart. Looks like besides abstinence and reciting Buddhist scriptures, the monks in this world similarly possess the heart of a powerhouse that refuses to submit to others. Almsgiver Duan, if there's a chance in the future, this little monk would like to battle you. A clear voice transmission pierced into Duan Lingtian's ears. It was precisely the voice of the young monk. Any time, Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and he didn't lose out in the slightest in terms of imposing manner. After Duan Lingtian defeated Tom Mu, it was Qi Feng's turn. Now, Qi Feng was the possessor of token number 2. He could choose from Zishang and Qin Kong, and in the end, he chose Qin Kong, who was the possessor of token number 3. Qi Feng, I'll definitely beat you this time. Qin Ran and Qi Feng were old rivals. After confronting Qi Feng, she made a bold statement. When faced with Qin Kong's arrogance, Qi Feng seemed to be extremely calm instead. Both of them were 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artists, and had similarly comprehended 4th-level void interpretation stage concept, so the amplification of the grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands was equal. As for other low-level void initiation stage concepts, both of them were on par. All in all, it could be summarized in 4 words. Equal in strength. Both of them attacked with their full strengths and were equal in strength, so they competed in combat experience and comprehension of martial skills. Of course, there were also some details. The battle between the two of them was like a raging fire, and it drew the gazes of everyone. As he looked at the two figures that ceaselessly crisscrossed and listened to the waves of explosions that ceaselessly sounded out, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered. Looks like it wasn't luck that allowed Qi Feng to defeat Qin Kong repeatedly in the past. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that even though both of them seemed to be equal in strength on the surface, Qi Feng leaned towards steadiness and was extremely patient. As for Qin Kong, he became more and more irritable along with the passage of time, and in the end, he even started to reveal some fine flaws. In a battle between experts, even fine flaws were usually able to become the key to one's defeat. Qi Feng was a perfect example of this. Bang! At the instant Qin Kong revealed a fine flaw, Qi Feng attacked like a bolt of lightning and utilized Qin Kong's flaw to suppress Qin Kong in one go. In the end, Qi Feng held a bow in one hand while condensing arrows in the other, and 2 arrows condensed from material wind concept tore through the sky and gave rise to ear-piercing whistles as they easily pierced through Qin Kong's shoulders. Why is it like this? Qin Kong abruptly stopped moving as he looked at the fresh blood that ceaselessly flowed from the bloody holes on his shoulders, and he was slightly dazed for a moment. He'd lost again. He'd lost again. At this instant, Qin Kong was like a living dead, and he allowed the bloody arrows on his shoulders to shoot out violently, yet he didn't use his origin energy to stop his injuries. Qin Kong's injuries were stopped only when the representative of the Dar Qin dynasty moved forward and brought Qin Kong away, yet Qin Kong still hadn't recovered from his shock. This Qi Feng is calm, patient, and resolute. I hope he isn't an inscription master. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Up until now, there weren't many young geniuses amongst the 10 dynasties that were able to make him take them seriously, including Tom Mu and Qin Kong. Yet now, not only did Qi Feng cause his expression to become serious, he seemed to have sensed a trace of a dangerous aura on Qi Feng. This sort of feeling was extremely strange, yet extremely clear. The 4th round of the selections continued, Ta Mu challenged Zishang. The outcome was obvious. Ta Mu lost miserably. In next to no time, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian challenged Qin Kong and utilized the illusory space created by his soul's skill, Thousand Illusions, to envelop Qin Kong and easily defeat him. Qin Kong followed in Ta Mu's footsteps. "If you have the balls, don't use such shameful methods!" After Duan Lingtian withdrew his soul skill, Qin Kong wiped off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth and spoke hatefully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Qin Kong's naive words. The surrounding spectators started laughing as well. Qin Kong is a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist at any rate, yet he actually spoke such naive words. Laughable. Yeah, Duan Lingtian didn't rely on any external forces and relied on his own ability. On what basis can he exert his full strength, yet Duan Lingtian can't? Waves of mocking laughter entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Qin Kong's expression to be livid as he glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian before returning to the Dar Qin dynasty's group. Subsequently, Qi Feng entered the arena. Qi Feng challenged Ta Mu, and Ta Mu admitted defeat. Qin Kong challenged Ta Mu, and Ta Mu admitted defeat. No matter if it was Qi Feng or Qin Kong, Ta Mu had always been seriously observing their strengths, and it was precisely because of this that he was very clearly aware of the gap between the two of them. Humph! Humph! Once I learn his ability from my master, I'll surely beat all of you until you piss your pants in terror. Even though Ta Mu admitted defeat, he was extremely optimistic, and after he grunted twice, he looked flatteringly at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't spare him a glance at all. But even then, Ta Mu wasn't discouraged in the slightest, and it seemed as if he'd taken Duan Lingtian as his master for his entire lifetime. In next to no time, under Ning Can's intentional arrangement, Ta Mu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng successively went against Zishang. Zishang executed his secret technique, causing a strand of black-colored flame brand to appear between his brows, and after his strength advanced to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, he easily defeated Ta Mu and Qin Kong. Qi Feng was defeated in 3 moves by him. For a time, Zishang once again took back the number 2 token that belonged to him. Even though he'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu, Ta Mu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng that were difficult for Feng Tianwu to go against had successively lost at Zishang's hands. So Zishang once again seized back the number 2 token that belonged to him with an advantage of 3-1. As for Suli, he was similarly unable to defeat Ta Mu, Qin Kong, and Qi Feng, so he refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions of lending the Devil Seal tablet to him to defeat Zishang. Even if he was able to defeat Zishang, he was still unable to shake Zishang's identity as the possessor of the number 2 token. For a time, besides Duan Lingtian that hadn't fought Qi Feng, the rankings of the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties were as follows. Possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian. Number 2, Zishang. Number 3, Qi Feng. Number 4, Qin Kong. Number 5, Ta Mu. Number 6, Suli. Number 7, Feng Tianwu. Number 8, Yiling. Number 9, Oqin. Number 10, Zhang Shouyong. Logically speaking, Duan Lingtian ought to have fought Qi Feng since long ago. However, Ning Can had suddenly interfered earlier and allowed Duan Lingtian to rest temporarily before allowing the others to decide on the specific rankings before allowing Duan Lingtian to go against Qi Feng. Ning Can's actions caused Duan Lingtian to smell a trace of a scheme. Even if it was the surrounding spectators, they faintly felt that something wasn't right. Why did Vice Fort Master Ning do this? Even Zishang, Qin Kong, and Ta Mu lost at Duan Lingtian's hands as expected. Could it be that he thinks Qi Feng can threaten Duan Lingtian? In my opinion, this is simply unnecessary. Even though Qi Feng's strength is extremely strong indeed, Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability caused even Qin Kong and Ta Mu to be affected. Qi Feng is probably not a match for Duan Lingtian. The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly, and all of them didn't feel that Qi Feng was able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, I keep having the feeling that something isn't right. Before Duan Lingtian entered the arena, Feng Tian was beautiful brows knit together as she spoke to Duan Lingtian with slight fear. Don't worry. Actually, how could Duan Lingtian not have this feeling? But he knew that he had to participate in this battle. Whirlwind. Under the anticipating gazes of Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that instantly arrived at the central area in the sky above the combat arena. Qi Feng had been waiting there since long ago. For a time, both of them stood facing each other and stood in confrontation. Duan Lingtian, so long as you defeat me or even kill me, the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be yours. Qi Feng stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his focused and fierce gaze seemed as if it could see through everything. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim with admiration in his heart. Qi Feng was worthy of being someone that played with the bow, and the focus and fierceness of his gaze was something that an ordinary person couldn't compare to. Qi Feng, if I'm not wrong, you ought to be an inscription master, right? Chapter 827. You. How did you know? After Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Qi Feng's ears, it caused Qi Feng to be stunned, and then he replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission with slight astonishment. But his heart was still filled with bewilderment. Besides the members of the Darky dynasty, only the Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng of Skywolf Fort knew that he was an inscription master. Not only do I know that you're an inscription master, I even know that Ning can ask you to kill me. Moreover, he ought to have told you that you're a 4th level void interpretation stage inscription master, and so long as you stretch out your spiritual force, you're completely capable of disregarding my ability. Right. Duan Lingtian continued with an indifferent voice that didn't contain the slightest expression. Qi Feng was shocked. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would even know this. After all, even the other members of the Darky dynasty didn't know this, and only he and the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng knew. You guessed? Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it and nodded frankly. Actually, when Ning can intentionally arrange the battle between him and Qi Feng to be the last, he'd faintly realized that the situation was slightly bad. Along with the passage of time, he realized the problem. Even though it was only a strand of an incomplete soul, the soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu within Zishang's body would surely be able to discern the strength of his spiritual force when he executed the soul's skill, 1,000 Illusions. The strength of his spiritual force just happened to be at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Besides existences at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage and above that were capable of disregarding his soul's skill, 1,000 Illusions, human martial artists at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage were similarly capable of disregarding his soul's skill. Looks like Zishang has really racked his brains to want me dead. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as cold lights flickered within his eyes, and it faintly contained terrifying killing intent. He believed that even those Void Transformation stage inscription masters present might not be able to detect the exact strength of the spiritual energy he possessed now. Only the remnant soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu in Zishang's body could know the exact strength of his spiritual power. So, behind all of this, it was definitely Zishang who was playing tricks. As for the purpose, it was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Since you've already guessed it, why do you still want to go on stage? Why don't you just admit defeat? Qi Feng sighed via voice transmission, and his tone seemed to carry slight pity mixed within. What? Do you pity me? Duan Lingtian ridiculed via voice transmission. If I'm not wrong, so long as you kill me, you'll surely be able to obtain extremely generous rewards, right? Humph! Qi Feng grunted via voice transmission. Remuneration? You're underestimating me too much. I admit that after Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Feng found out that I was an inscription master and could counter you, they had indeed promised me generous rewards to kill you. But I refused. I, Qi Feng, am unyielding and unyielding. How can I bend my back because of a few concept fragments? Although, I do need those concept fragments. But there is no enmity between us, so I won't go against my conscience and kill you. Conscience. Needless to say, Qi Feng's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be moved. He was naturally able to discern if Qi Feng's words were true or false. Then you. Duan Lingtian frowned, and he faintly realized that it was very likely that he'd really wronged Qi Feng. I'm a person, I have loved ones, and I have people I want to protect. After I refused, Ning Ken and Feng Wei gave up on using soft tactics and chose to use force. They said that if I didn't do as they said, then they would send people to the Darky dynasty to kill everyone related to me. When Qi Feng spoke up to hear, his tone was filled with rage and helplessness. He was enraged by Ning Ken and Feng Wei's overbearingness, and he was enraged by his own uselessness. But when he thought of how it was extremely likely that his friends and family would be killed because of a single choice he made, he could only helplessly compromise. So, do you understand now? Qi Feng spoke bitterly via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's face was covered in a layer of frost since long ago. Never had he imagined that Ning Ken and Feng Wei would actually use such despicable methods for the sake of killing him. Using the family of another to threaten another to help them kill him, they were simply worse than animals. Originally, I thought that I could only go against my conscience and kill you. But since you've already guessed it, then I'm not afraid to tell you. In this way, I can be considered to have given myself an explanation. Qi Feng spoke via voice transmission. Moreover, you were actually able to guess all of this and still dared to come up after guessing it. I presume you've thought of a way to deal with it, right? Or perhaps your spiritual force has already improved once more. Qi Feng continued. You're wrong. Duan Lingtian rejected Qi Feng's guess via voice transmission. I'm wrong? Qi Feng was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied, and then he said, I've indeed guessed your motives, but my spiritual force hasn't broken through. Besides that, I don't have a way to deal with it for now. What? Qi Feng was greatly shocked in his heart, and then he said via voice transmission. Then aren't you courting death? Originally, Ning Ken, who was threatened by Ning Ken and Feng Wei and had no choice but to agree to their demands, had already made the decision to help the tyrant and kill Duan Lingtian. The reason he made this decision was only for the sake of the lives of his friends and family, and not for the benefits promised by Ning Ken and Feng Wei. He was already prepared to bear the condemnation of his conscience for his entire lifetime. But unexpectedly, Duan Lingtian had actually exposed everything he wanted to do, and this caused the decision he'd made earlier to be shaken, causing him to feel even more guilty in his heart. You can understand it like this. When he heard Qi Feng, Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission, and then he said, All right. Make a move for the sake of your friends and family. Qi Feng was dumbstruck. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? He clearly knows that he's courting death, yet he still dares to come up. Moreover, he speaks frankly as if he's really unafraid of death. You! What exactly do you want? Qi Feng gulped down a mouthful of saliva as strands of cold sweat flowed out from his forehead, and he asked via voice transmission. Didn't you say so? I'm courting death. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Didn't I answer him earlier? This Qi Feng is really forgetful. Don't joke around. Qi Feng laughed bitterly as he replied. Do I look like I'm joking? Duan Lingtian frowned and urged. Quickly make a move. If this stalemate continues, then be careful that Ning Ken and Feng Wei notice an inkling. At that time, it wouldn't just be you, even your friends and family would be unable to bear the consequences. No. Qi Feng refused and said via voice transmission. It was fine if you didn't know earlier, but since you've already found out now, I'm unable to do this no matter what. You should admit defeat. I'll think of another way to deal with my own matters. At this moment, Qi Feng was unable to pass the barrier in his heart. You're a man, why are you so hesitant? How can you be sure that there isn't a solution that's perfect for both sides? Quickly make a move! Duan Lingtian shouted via voice transmission, and it shocked Qi Feng to the point of completely recovering from his shock, causing the haze from before to be swept away. You really want me to make a move? You really won't admit defeat? Qifeng took a deep breath and asked with a low voice. Meanwhile, he noticed the fierce gazes that Ningqian and Feng Wei shot over as well, and coupled with Duan Lingtian's urging, the origin energy on his body started to rise. Make a move. Duan Lingtian nodded and could be considered to have answered Qifeng. Even though I don't know what you want to do, but I still have to remind you that you must be careful. Once you feel you're no match for me, then quickly admit defeat. After Qifeng finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became fierce, and the gaze that shot out from them seemed to be able to see through everything. That's right. When he saw Qifeng had recovered his peak state in battle, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile, yet the depths of his eyes started to flicker with a dim light. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he directly executed a soul skill. An illusory space was constructed and enveloped Qifeng. Duan Lingtian has made a move! It's that unfathomable ability again. Looks like Qifeng is going to lose. Qin Kong's strength is almost on par with Qifeng, yet she was defeated in a single move by Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. I presume Qifeng will have a similar outcome. The surrounding spectators seemed to have already seen the scene of Qifeng being heavily injured and defeated by Duan Lingtian in a single move. As far as they were concerned, this battle was without the slightest suspense. Humph! Duan Lingtian, let me see how you use an illusory realm soul skill executed by a 4th level void interpretation stage spiritual force to deal with a 4th level void interpretation stage inscription master. Zishang looked at Duan Lingtian from afar, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though you didn't die at my hands, I'm still extremely happy because there'll be one less person in this world that can go against me and threaten me in the future. Your Devil Seal tablet will soon become mine as well. The brilliant life of I, Zishan, has only just begun. Whereas the life of you, Duan Lingtian, will come to an end today. Zishang's face was covered in delight when he thought of this, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Qifeng. Duan Lingtian refused to become my personal disciple in public and caused me to lose face, so he has to pay the price. Ning Qian's ghastly gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's figure as he muttered. Slap! A light slap sounded out, and it was Qifeng's spiritual force that swept out to shatter Duan Lingtian's illusory space and completely cripple Duan Lingtian's soul skill. If Qifeng's spiritual force was only at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, it would be insufficient to shake the illusory space that Duan Lingtian constructed with his 4th level void interpretation stage spiritual force. But it just so happened that Qifeng's spiritual force was at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and it just happened to be capable of countering Duan Lingtian's illusory space. At this instant, the spiritual forces of the representatives of the various dynasties that were inscription masters noticed an inkling as well. Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability has been destroyed. I truly never imagined that Qifeng was actually an inscription master. It wasn't just that, after he extended his spiritual force, he actually easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability. The scene before our eyes is truly surprising. Chapter 828. The representatives of the various dynasties that were inscription masters were completely in an uproar. Duan Lingtian's unfathomable ability was destroyed. Qifeng was an inscription master, yet his spiritual force easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's ability by stretching out his spiritual force. The words of these inscription masters quickly entered into the ears of everyone present, and it caused everyone to look at Duan Lingtian and Qifeng in disbelief. They quickly noticed that Qifeng seemed to have utterly not noticed the unfathomable ability Duan Lingtian executed, and he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. Could it be that Qifeng really destroyed Duan Lingtian's ability? If it's really like this, then wouldn't Qifeng be able to easily obtain victory? Duan Lingtian is in danger. Instantly, the group of people that were originally filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian when they saw Qifeng withdraw his grade 3 spirit bow. I was wondering why Ning can specially arrange this. So it turns out that Chi Feng is an inscription master, and he's even able to counter Brother Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyong's expression was unsightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression as he muttered. Duan Lingtian was able to come this far by relying on his unfathomable ability. Now that his ability has been destroyed, I'm afraid he's in danger. A worried expression appeared on Su Li's face. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tian's beautiful eyes squinted slightly as the red robe on her fluttered without the wind, and she seemed as if she was prepared to lend Duan Lingtian a hand at any moment. Lingtian kid, since he's an inscription master and can counter you, then you should quickly admit defeat. Feng Wudao sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. You're still young, your path in the future is still very long. It's fine if you don't want the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Even though there hadn't been any progress between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu until now, but in Feng Wudao's heart, he'd taken Duan Lingtian to be his son-in-law since long ago, so he naturally didn't wish for anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to hear him at all. Not only did he not reply, he didn't even look in his direction. This made him a little worried. What is this kid doing? Actually, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who sent a voice transmission to ask Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. Even Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong had persuaded Duan Lingtian on more than one occasion. However, in the face of their dissuasion, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear and continued to do as he wished, as if he did not hear them at all. Chi Feng, quickly kill him! So as to avoid him admitting defeat. Ningkan looked at Chi Feng, who'd already withdrawn a grade 3 spirit bow and condensed an arrow with his origin energy combined with 4th level intermediate wind concept, and he shouted out via voice transmission. Chi Feng shuddered when he was shouted at by Ningkan, and his gaze became even more focused and fierce. His gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. At this moment, it seemed as if only Duan Lingtian remained in the world in his eyes. When Chi Feng destroyed his soul skill, 1000 Illusions, and withdrew a grade 3 spirit bow, Duan Lingtian's expression had already become completely serious. Without the reliance of his soul skill, 1000 Illusions, he was utterly unable to go against Chi Feng with his current strength. But there was naturally a reason why he hadn't admitted defeat until now. Unknowingly, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body had completely seethed, and the mental cultivation method of the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form, was circulated along with it. Origin energy had just risen on Duan Lingtian's body when it fused together with his 2nd level intermediate wind concept and transformed into true wind. Strong winds coiled around his body, yet it didn't give Duan Lingtian the slightest sense of security. Under Chi Feng's gaze that seemed capable of seeing through everything, Duan Lingtian felt that he had nowhere to hide, and even if he utilized his movement technique, Whirlwind, to flash about in all directions, his heart was still filled with uneasiness. He'd witnessed Chi Feng's ability earlier. Besides possessing formidable strength, Chi Feng was even a natural archer, and he possessed all the characteristics of an outstanding archer. Calmness, patience, and resolution. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these 3 characteristics. During his life as a mercenary on Earth in his previous life, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be an all-round king of soldiers, and he similarly possessed these characteristics. Moreover, these characteristics were the characteristics he possessed as a top sniper. Snipers and archers seemed to be extremely different, yet they achieved the same result through different means. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian felt uneasy when facing Chi Feng. Because he knew how terrifying an archer that possessed these 3 characteristics was. Practically every single arrow in the hands of an archer like this was capable of piercing through a willow leaf, and there wasn't a single arrow that missed its target. Come! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian adjusted his state of mind. A grade 3 spirit sword appeared in his hand, and then it was coiled by material wind concept and emitted strands of sharp aura. It was an aura that was similar to a blade of wind. At the same time, The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into numerous roaring dragons that ceaselessly charged through the meridians in his body according to the mental cultivation method of the seventh form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. Every single charge carried along the formidable medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, and it ceaselessly accumulated strength, as if it was preparing for something. Oem! A light sound resounded out, and it caused everyone present to hold their breaths. It was the arrow that was completely condensed from material wind concept in Shifeng's hand, and it was knocked on the grade 3 spirit bow in his hand. Moreover, it was pressed against the bowstring before drawing the bowstring. The bowstring was pulled back to form a full moon shape. Shifeng's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment. Shifeng's hair shook as he knocked the arrow, and in the end, even his hairband broke apart. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled before finally condensing into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. A total of 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were accumulating strength and waiting to be deployed. Presently, Shifeng's hair fluttered without the wind, and when combined with the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky, it seemed to have transformed into a magnificent and perfect scene. Finally, at the instant the hearts of the surrounding spectators rose to their throats, Shifeng released the arrow that was condensed from material wind concept. Swish! The arrow instantly vanished from the grade 3 spirit bow and tore through the sky. In the sky, the 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flashed out, and their speed was so swift that it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past the horizon. So swift! At practically the instant Shifeng released his grip, Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but go grim. At practically the exact same moment, the arrow that was shot out instantly enlarged before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it pointed directly at the space between his brows and was about to pierce into his body. Swish! At the instant Shifeng released his grip, the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand already seemed to have foresight, and it shot horizontally towards the space between Duan Lingtian's brows. At practically the instant the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was placed horizontally between his brows, the arrow that was completely condensed from material 3rd level intermediate wind concept had arrived as well, and it directly collided with the body of the grade 3 spirit sword. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying force surge into the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand, causing the space between his thumb and index finger to split open and drip with fresh blood. It wasn't just that, the formidable force blasted onto his body and fiercely knocked him flying. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and the hand that held the sword had completely lost all feeling, and Duan Lingtian didn't even know when the grade 3 spirit sword had left his hand. Presently, he was facing the force that came from the arrow that entered his body. This force was extremely overbearing, and as soon as it entered Duan Lingtian's body, it shattered the meridians it passed through inch by inch, and it injured Duan Lingtian's internal organs. Wah! Pooh! During the process of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying, blood ceaselessly sprayed out from his mouth, and it was all blood that came from the injuries of his meridians and internal organs. Elder brother Duan! Feng Tian's beautiful eyes squinted, and her eyes almost split apart as she cried out in shock. Her figure was like a flame as it rose up, and she wanted to go rescue Duan Lingtian, yet she was stopped by Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao knew that not to mention his daughter didn't have the strength to rescue Duan Lingtian. Even if she did, once she interfered in this battle, Skywolf Fort would absolutely not let the matter go. Lingtian, quickly admit defeat! When he saw Shifeng condensing another arrow and knocking it on the grade 3 spirit bow before drawing it to a full moon, Feng Wudao couldn't help but continue sending voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, quickly admit defeat! Brother Lingtian! Suli and Zhang Shouyong saw the scene before them, and their bodies trembled from excitement. They clenched their fists tightly as they ceaselessly sent voice transmissions into Duan Lingtian's ears with the intention of making Duan Lingtian admit defeat. Elder brother Duan! Elder brother Duan! Admit defeat! Quickly admit defeat! Feng Tian's beautiful eyes were suffused with crimson red as she ceaselessly exclaimed in shock, and she completely disregarded her image. At this moment, in her heart, she only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive, and everything else wasn't important. This Duan Lingtian still hasn't admitted defeat until now. Could it be that he really wants to court death? Qi Feng is about to release another arrow, and he'll die for sure once this arrow is released. The surrounding spectators shook their heads, and they felt that if Duan Lingtian still didn't admit defeat, then he would surely die here today. Amitabha. The Empyrean Temple's Hui Ming and Hui Jing pressed their palms together and muttered. Duan Lingtian, you said you'd fight me in the future. Could it be that you want to break your promise? The young monk's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared at Duan Lingtian's figure and muttered to himself. Zhang Yan, you have to properly learn from this Duan Lingtian in the future. He's not simple, not simple. The emotion-severing sex master, Payan, seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes revealed a trace of understanding as he spoke to Zhang Yan in a low voice. Learn from Duan Lingtian? Zhang Yan was puzzled. Wasn't this Duan Lingtian about to be killed? Whoosh! Finally, Duan Lingtian's figure that was blasted flying stopped in midair. However, his body was trembling as if he was experiencing something in his body. Within Duan Lingtian's body, that strong force that came from Qi Feng's arrow fiercely pierced into his main meridians after destroying Duan Lingtian's meridians and internal organs. Chapter 829. As soon as the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill emerged, it perfectly fused with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body, and they resisted the formidable force from outside together. With the addition of the rebirth pill's medicinal strength, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body seemed as if it was assisted by the gods, and it easily annihilated the external force. Subsequently, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill started to return to the depths of Duan Lingtian's dantian and hide there. Of course, a large portion of it had completely fused into the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body because they fought side by side earlier, causing Duan Lingtian's origin energy to expand, and it fiercely charged forward as if it was injected with chicken blood. Bang! A light bang sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's bottleneck that hadn't moved for a long time, the bottleneck to the third level of the void interpretation stage, was broken with a bang. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's origin energy underwent a transformation. Third level of the void interpretation stage. I've broken through? Duan Lingtian's heart surged when he noticed the changes in his body. He knew that he'd succeeded, and he'd successfully relied on that energy to break through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Because he noticed that after the overbearing origin energy in his body charged through the bottleneck to the third level of the void interpretation stage, it didn't reduce in the slightest and continued charging forward. After he noticed this, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to circulate the mental cultivation method of the seventh form of the Nine Dragons' War Sovereign technique, the Sword Dragon form. His origin energy fiercely flashed out, and it was completely urged by the overbearing medicinal strength left behind by the rebirth pill, and it seemed as if it was injected with chicken blood and utterly didn't know how to stop. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed to his astonishment that the bottleneck to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage had formed as soon as he'd broken through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. Bang! Duan Lingtian hadn't even had the time to react when the bottleneck that led to the fourth level of the void interpretation stage was instantly blasted open, whereas Duan Lingtian's origin energy underwent a change once more. At this moment, the speed of the origin energy that was urged on by the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill slowed down slightly, but it still didn't show any signs of stopping. Finally, after the bottleneck to the fifth level of the void interpretation stage appeared, his origin energy completely calmed down, whereas the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was completely exhausted. 2 levels? Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely stunned. He originally only intended to rely on the strength of Qi Feng's arrow to take the risk of stimulating the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill in his body and break through the bottleneck that led to the third level of the void interpretation stage. But who would have thought that he still underestimated the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill? The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill directly urged on his origin energy, causing him to successively break through 2 levels and break through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, it was the late stage of the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, and it directly formed the bottleneck that led to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. In other words, if he advanced a step further, he would be able to break through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. The pleasant surprise came too quickly, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to recover from his shock. When a wave of piercing howls sounded out by his ears and he felt as if his throat was locked onto by something, Duan Lingtian didn't even have the time to look before guessing what had happened. Qi Feng's second arrow was coming. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. Sword drawing arts. At this moment, what Duan Lingtian needed to do was stop Qi Feng's arrow and not take the initiative to launch an attack, so he didn't utilize the 9 dragons' radiant flash and instead utilized the most straightforward sword drawing arts. When the sword was drawn, the vast origin energy Duan Lingtian had just broken through instantly gushed into the sword, and the second-level intermediate wind concept fused into his origin energy at the same time. Swish! The sword Duan Lingtian hastily withdrew from his hand was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and when combined with the 4th-level void interpretation stage origin energy he possessed now, he mobilized the strength of 120 ancient horned dragons. Half of it was the strength contained within the 4th-level void interpretation stage origin energy, and the other half was the amplification of the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. It wasn't just that, there was also the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons contained within Duan Lingtian's second-level intermediate wind concept. When the two were added together, it was an entire strength of 150 ancient horned dragons. It practically just happened to be equal to the strength contained within Qi Feng's arrow, and the outcome was obvious. When the sword was drawn and the arrow shattered, a terrifying force emitted from the point of collision and gave rise to a terrifying wave of air. Whoosh! 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 Terrifying violent winds swept out from all directions, and it blew to the point some young geniuses with comparatively lower cultivations couldn't help but squint their eyes. Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the storm, didn't move at all. The sword in his hand had already been put away since an unknown time, and the sword light from before that was like a bolt of lightning was completely obliterated after it shattered Qi Feng's arrow. The vast and surging energy of the heavens and the earth in the sky was unable to condense into the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in time in the end. Who? Duan Lingtian, who realized he hadn't exposed the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Right when everyone including Qi Feng was dumbstruck, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. The direction Duan Lingtian flashed out was precisely the direction Qi Feng was at. 1,000 illusions. This time, the spiritual force Duan Lingtian urged out was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the spiritual force from before. After he broke through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force broke through to the 6th level of the void interpretation stage along with it, and the illusory space constructed from his soul's skill, 1,000 illusions, was even more solid than before. In the next moment, the illusory space had already enveloped Qi Feng. Subsequently, under the dumbstruck gazes of the surrounding spectators, Duan Lingtian, who still had blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth, flashed to arrive by Qi Feng's side. Under the circumstances that Qi Feng didn't react in time, Duan Lingtian slapped out with his palm and heavily injured Qi Feng. The illusory space shattered into pieces right after. Ah! Qi Feng's countenance went ghastly pale as his body shook, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he saw Duan Lingtian, who stood nearby, a wisp of bitterness suffused his face. You You've broken through? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. It was because Qi Feng had clearly explained the sequence of events to him earlier, otherwise, he would absolutely not have held back earlier. As for the two arrows Qi Feng shot out without holding back in the slightest, Duan Lingtian didn't blame him. A person like Qi Feng either didn't make a move, or once he made a move, he would use his full strength. Perhaps, in his mind, there was no such thing as mercy. Moreover, Qi Feng had once advised him to admit defeat, yet it was he himself who didn't admit defeat and asked Qi Feng to make a move. It could be said that even if he died this time, it would be because of his own arrogance and conceit, and he wouldn't die at Qi Feng's hands because Qi Feng had already said clearly that he didn't want to kill him. It was he who forced Qi Feng to make a move. Fortunately, he made the right bet and didn't die. You had the intention of relying on my strength to break through since the beginning? Qi Feng took a deep breath and asked once more. You're very smart. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, and then he soared up into the sky and looked at Ningken, who had a livid expression as he said in a clear voice. Vice Fort Master Ning, thank you. If it wasn't for you asking Qi Feng to temper me, I wouldn't be able to complete my breakthrough so quickly. Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the words temper. Humph! Ningken grunted coldly as he was naturally able to discern the ridicule in Duan Lingtian's words. He'd never imagined that he originally wanted Qi Feng to kill Duan Lingtian, yet never had he imagined that it would instead help Duan Lingtian and allow Duan Lingtian to complete his breakthrough at the most critical moment. When he recalled the way Duan Lingtian raised his hand to shatter the arrow shot out by Qi Feng, he was still unable to wrap his head around it until now. Even if Duan Lingtian has broken through, he seems to be only at the third level of the void interpretation stage, right? What did a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist rely on to shatter the arrow shot out by Qi Feng? He didn't doubt that Qi Feng had shown mercy because the arrow shot out by Qi Feng had 151 ancient horned dragon silhouettes accompanying it. That was Qi Feng's full strength. Looks like Duan Lingtian still has many secrets. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Ningken thought in his heart. After he ridiculed Ningken, Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Wei, who had an unsightly expression, and then he looked at the nearby Zishang and said via voice transmission. Zishang, you're surely extremely disappointed now, right? Zishang's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he bluntly replied via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, don't be complacent. Even if you're able to survive Qi Feng, you're bound to not live for long. Then we'll see. Let's see who lives longer. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zishang before returning to the side of Feng Tianwu and the others. Tianwu, Uncle Feng, Suli, Big Brother Zhang. I'm sorry I made all of you worry. Duan Lingtian looked apologetically at the four people before him. Actually, the voice transmissions that the four of them didn't stop earlier had been heard by him, and it wasn't that he didn't hear it. But because he was in a tense state at that time, he was utterly unable to reply to the four of them. Duan Lingtian, you really terrified all of us. Su Li shook his head and laughed bitterly, and then he said, Next time, tell us in advance if you want to take a risk, so that we can be mentally prepared. You didn't see it earlier, young Miss Tianwu, humph. Feng Tianwu grunted coldly and interrupted Su Li, and then she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with concern. Elder brother Duan, are you all right? I'm fine, I've only suffered some light injuries. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The injuries to the meridians and internal organs in his body had almost recovered after he consumed the healing medicinal pill earlier. That sword strike of his from before wasn't simple at all. In the distant sky, Hui Ming, who stared at Duan Lingtian from afar, said with a serious expression, That sword strike was actually capable of going head-to-head with the arrow Qi Feng shot out, and it indicated that it at least contained the strength of around 150 ancient horned dragons. The strength of 150 ancient horned dragons? Hui Jing was surprised. Is this possible? Even if Duan Lingtian has broken through, he's only broken through to the third level of the void interpretation stage. How could he possibly possess such a formidable strength? Perhaps this is the strength of a variant. Hui Ming continued. It can only be explained like this. Hui Jing nodded. Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. I really look forward to the battle with you in the near future. Chapter 830. I'll accompany you until the end. After Duan Lingtian received the little monk's reply, he replied unhurriedly. Earlier, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the little monk's challenge. Now, Duan Lingtian, who'd successively broken through 2 levels and had a great increase in strength, was naturally even more unafraid. It was even to the extent that so long as this little monk wasn't an inscription master, then merely relying on his cultivation at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage was utterly incapable of resisting the soul's skill, 1,000 illusions, that he executed now. Unless the little monk had consumed a special spirit fruit that was capable of improving the soul, or in other words, spiritual force. So long as the little monk's spiritual force was at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and so long as the little monk wasn't an inscription master, then once the little monk fell into the illusory space constructed by his soul's skill, the little monk would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered before him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations! After Sword 13 and Saber 5 nodded and smiled to Duan Lingtian, they soared into the sky and gathered together with the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, the 2 middle-aged monks of Empyrean Temple, and the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Payan. The higher-ups of the 4 great powers of the foreign lands were gathered together. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian was about to lose, yet who knew that things would turn around and he would actually defeat Shi Feng and obtain the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Someone couldn't help but exclaim with shock. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention as well. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What sort of honor was this? Zhang Yan, I truly never imagined that I would be able to see you here. Nor did I imagine that you'd actually join the emotion-severing sect that isn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, and even become the personal disciple of the sect master of the emotion-severing sect. Duan Lingtian flew up to arrive by the side of Zhang Yan, who stood alone in the sky, and he took the initiative to greet Zhang Yan. All those years ago, even though there was some conflict between him and Zhang Yan, it couldn't be considered to be a deep enmity. Since people from the same imperial kingdom were able to meet in the foreign lands, it was sufficient to show their fate. You're not bad as well. You were able to successively break through 2 levels under such dangerous circumstances and break through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Moreover, the sword you used to shatter Qi Feng's arrow isn't simple, is it? Zhang Yan stared deeply at Duan Lingtian, his face still expressionless. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face completely froze when Zhang Yan was halfway through his words. He only recovered after a long while. He took a deep breath and asked, Was it your master who saw through it? Zhang Yan nodded. Looks like your master is only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He never imagined that Zhang Yan's master would be so abnormal. Not only was he able to discern that he had broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage when the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to take form, he was even able to discern that the sword he used at that time was not simple. The sword he used at that time was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Naturally, it was not simple. You can even see that? It was rare for Zhang Yan's stern face to be moved. This isn't difficult to guess. Duan Lingtian shook his head. His mind had fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, so it wasn't difficult to deduce and guess some things. Even a 9th-level void transformation stage martial artist like Sword 13 was unable to discern the cultivation he revealed under the circumstances that the heaven and earth phenomenon hadn't taken form. Only an expert that was half a step into the martial monarch stage or an expert that had stepped into the martial monarch stage or above would be able to discern it. It was obviously impossible for Zhang Yan's master to be at the martial monarch stage. If Zhang Yan's master was at the martial monarch stage, then once he made an appearance, no matter if it was the 2 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort or the Blade Sect Sword 13 and Saber 5, they would probably not dare speak loudly before him. Moreover, Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect were only third-rate powers in the foreign lands. Since the emotion-severing sect was together with these two sects, then it would presumably not be strong and would surely be a third-rate power as well. There were no martial monarch stage experts in the foreign lands' third-rate powers. A power that possessed a martial monarch stage expert, even if it was only a martial monarch stage expert, could be considered to be a second-rate power in the foreign lands, and it was far from something a third-rate power could compare to. It could be said that a martial monarch stage expert was sufficient to sweep through an entire third-rate power. The strength of a martial monarch stage expert was obvious. Zhang Yan, why did you go to the emotion-severing sect? I heard from Senior Sword that your emotion-severing sect isn't an ordinary sect, and only people that have severed their emotions are able to do well there. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. You seem to be doing well there, and you've even become the personal disciple of the emotion-severing sect's master. Could it be that you've severed your emotions as well? Didn't you like Ziyan? Even though it had been a few years, Duan Lingtian clearly remembered Zhang Yan's persistence towards Ziyan all those years ago. I'm me, she's her, and I don't have any relationship with her anymore. Zhang Yan spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't contain any emotions. What? Zhang Yan's reaction caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely surprised. Zhang Yan, could it be that something has happened between the two of you? Even until now, I still remember. You stood up for her when we fought for the first time all those years ago. After that, you went against me at every turn because of her as well. If you've come to look for me for the sake of discussing her, then you should return. If you've come to catch up with me, then I welcome you. Zhang Yan continued. Looks like you've really changed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He still remembered that Zhang Yan had looked at him with a hostile gaze all those years ago, and especially before Ziyan, Zhang Yan wished for nothing more than to slice him into pieces. But now, even though Zhang Yan couldn't be considered to be friendly to him, he didn't reject him like he did in the past. No matter what, I have to congratulate you for having such good fortune. As members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well, being able to meet in the foreign lands can be considered to be fate. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he spoke. Zhang Yan didn't have any hostility towards him, so he naturally wouldn't bear a grudge over the little conflict from all those years ago. He'd always been one that didn't offend others if they didn't offend him. In this world, having another friend was better than having another enemy. Thank you? Even though Zhang Yan still had an expressionless face, yet a trace of bright light flashed past his eyes, and he'd obviously approved of Duan Lingtian's words. In the distance, the higher-ups of Skywolf Fort, Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect were gathered together. Sword 13, Hui Ming Peiyan. I know the objective of all of you coming here this time is none other than the intention of sharing a share of the profits with my Skywolf Fort. Since all of you have come, my Skywolf Fort will naturally not monopolize the profits. Ningkin went straight to the point. But all of you must contribute a portion of the rewards distributed to the young geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the dynasties during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Of course. Sword 13 nodded and was the first to agree. I have no objections. Hui Ming pressed his palms together as he spoke. All right. Peiyan had an expressionless face as he replied indifferently. Not long after, the higher-ups of the 4 great powers of the foreign lands gathered the various rewards for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, whereas Ning Kan's expression eased up slightly. In this way, his Skywolf Fort wouldn't suffer a loss. Subsequently, it was the distribution of the rewards. 5 young geniuses from the Dark Han dynasty are ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and they'll be able to obtain 10 concept fragments, 10 Grade 3 spirit weapons, and 10 bottles of Grade 3 life recovery pills. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ningkan, who stood at the center of the sky above the combat arena and had become the center of attention, spoke out slowly. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning! After the Dark Han dynasty's emperor received his rewards, he hurriedly thanked Ningkan with a smile on his face. On the other hand, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties revealed envious expressions as they looked at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, and some of their eyes even revealed greed and killing intent. Obviously, they had ill intentions. Besides that, the representatives of the Darqi dynasty, Dar Qin dynasty, Dar Yuan dynasty, Dar Chu dynasty, and Dar Qing dynasty will each obtain 2 concept fragments, 2 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 2 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Qin continued announcing and gave out the rewards at the same time. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The representatives of the 5 dynasties hurriedly expressed their gratitude. In the end, the remaining representatives of the 4 dynasties will each obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Qin continued. Obviously, this was a consolation prize, and there wasn't even a concept fragment. Even though the expressions of the representatives of the 4 dynasties were extremely unsightly, they still gratefully accepted it. The dynasties behind them had worked hard for so long and even sacrificed many young geniuses, yet they only obtained this little bit of rewards and didn't even obtain a concept fragment, so how could they be happy? Even if it was only a single concept fragment, it was sufficient to represent a future void transformation stage expert. So, the value of a concept fragment wasn't something spirit weapons and medicinal pills could compare to. After the rewards of the various dynasties were distributed, Ning Qian's voice sounded out once more. Now I invite the young geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to come over. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, the 10 people including Duan Lingtian soared into the sky and surrounded Ning Qian. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be able to obtain 3 4th-level concept fragments, 10 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 10 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Ning Qian passed over the spatial ring that contained the rewards to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. Duan Lingtian grinned and completely disregarded the coldness that was contained in the depths of Ning Qian's gaze when he looked at him. For a time, Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. 3 4th-level concept fragments? Even if it was the representatives of those dynasties, including the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, all of their eyes had gone completely red. After all, the concept fragments obtained by the representatives of the various dynasties were only 1st-level concept fragments, and they were utterly unable to compare with 4th-level concept fragments. Duan Lingtian had obtained 3 concept fragments in one go, so how could they not be envious? If they were to find out that Duan Lingtian didn't care much about these rewards, they would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. In reality, Duan Lingtian really didn't care much about the rewards he just obtained, and he casually tossed the spatial ring that stored the rewards into his own spatial ring without the slightest intention of opening it to take a look. Duan Lingtian's rewards were the best. The second in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Zi Decease, only possessed 2 4th-level concept fragments, 9 grade 3 spirit weapons, and 9 bottles of grade 3 life recovery pills. Chapter 831. The rewards of the people at the bottom were even worse. Grade 3 spirit weapons and grade 3 life recovery pills were gradually reduced according to their rankings. When it came to the 10th place, Zhang Shouyong, he only obtained a grade 3 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 3 life recovery pills. As for concept fragments, the 4th to 6th place respectively obtained 3, 2, and 1/3 level concept fragments. The 7th to 9th place respectively obtained 3, 2, and 1/2 level concept fragments. The 10th place, Zhang Shouyong, obtained 3 1st-level concept fragments. Even then, Zhang Shouyong was still overjoyed. Because amongst the 3 1st-level concept fragments he obtained, there just happened to be an Earth concept fragment. Duan Lingtian sighed when he saw Zhang Shouyong's brilliant smile, and then he casually withdrew the spatial ring he obtained earlier and withdrew the 3 4th-level concept fragments within it. I wonder if there are any Earth concept fragments, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's luck wasn't bad, and amongst the 3 4th-level concept fragments, there just happened to be an Earth concept fragment. Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian withdrew the 4th level Earth concept fragment and passed it to Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, you've comprehended Earth concept as well, keep it for yourself. Zhang Shouyong's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude as he shook his head and refused Duan Lingtian's good intentions. Big brother Zhang, I have an Earth concept fragment of an even higher level. Duan Lingtian spoke via voice transmission. When he was in the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, he'd obtained a 7th level Earth concept fragment. So unless it was an Earth concept fragment at the 8th level or above, otherwise he wasn't interested. After he persuaded Zhang Shouyong put away the 4th level Earth concept fragment. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian gave the 4th level Fire concept fragment to Feng Tianwu. Su Li had no use for the last 4th level Water concept fragment, so he casually tossed it back into his spatial ring. After all the rewards were distributed, most people were immersed in happiness, and it was only when Ningkan spoke once more that the entire scene went silent. Representatives of the 10 dynasties, young geniuses of the 10 dynasties. The rewards distributed earlier are only the rewards of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Ningkan's voice clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. Only the rewards of the martial competition? Ningkan's words caused many dynasty representatives and young geniuses to have bewildered expressions as they didn't know what Ningkan meant, yet all of them still looked at Ningkan with anticipation. They were able to discern that Ningkan's words. Today, our Skywolf Fort is recruiting disciples. All young geniuses at the Void Interpretation stage and above in the 10 dynasties can join our Skywolf Fort, Ningkan said with a loud voice. Once all of you join our Skywolf Fort will bestow some concept fragments, spirit weapons, and medicinal pills to all of you. Can't be to the dynasty to the can't dynasty? As soon as Ningkan finished speaking, many young geniuses present were tempted. After going through the various selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, practically every single one of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were still able to stand here was in existence at the Void Interpretation stage or above. In other words, every single one of them was able to join the Skywolf Fort and become a disciple of the Skywolf Fort. Our Blade sect similarly welcomes everyone to join. Meanwhile, Sword 13 spoke as well, and then he added, what we can give won't be less than the Skywolf Fort. Instantly, even more people were tempted. The Blade sect was a formidable power of the foreign lands that wasn't inferior to the Skywolf Fort, and the domineering aura Sword 13 revealed earlier caused them to feel rather reverence and yearning. Buddha be praised. The middle-aged monk, Shang Huiming, stood out as well and said with a loud voice, the Empyrean Temple has opened its doors and sincerely invites all the young and male geniuses to join. We'll surely not treat everyone unfairly. As soon as the monk spoke, the group of young geniuses went silent. After a short moment, a young man couldn't refrain himself from asking, Monk, I heard that not only does your Empyrean Temple have to shave one's head, abstain from eating meat and abstain from sex. Is it really like this? Instantly, the group of young men looked over. If it was really like this, then what was the point of living? No matter how great the benefits were, they would surely be unwilling to go. Buddha be praised, everyone, you've misunderstood. Huiming laughed bitterly. Our Empyrean Temple is divided into inner disciples and secular disciples. Secular disciples don't have these rules. That's fine. Huiming's reply caused many young men to heave a sigh of relief. The Emotion-Severing Sect welcomes everyone to join. The sect master of the Emotion-Severing Sect, Payan, spoke out as well, and he had an expressionless face as he spoke in a cool manner. The 4 great powers of the foreign lands were recruiting disciples at the same time, and it caused many young geniuses to be slightly unable to make a choice. Of course, there were also some that made a choice. For example, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong stood by Sword 13's side, and they obviously intended to head to the Blade sect with Sword 13. On the other hand, Zishan instead followed by Ningkan's side. As Ningkan's personal disciple, he naturally joined the Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian and Zishang were the first and second respectively in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and they both had their own places to belong to. For a time, the third, Qifeng, had become the target of competition between the four great powers. Qifeng, the emotion-severing sect, welcomes you to join. The sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Peiyan, was the first to extend an invitation. Qifeng, our blade sect, welcomes you to join as well. Sword 13 extended an invitation as well. He'd clearly seen Qifeng's ability earlier, and that archery skill was truly extraordinary. Most importantly, Qifeng's calmness, patience, and decisiveness displayed his value even more. Buddha be praised. The Empyrean Temple welcomes benefactor Qifeng to join. Hui Ming wasn't willing to fall behind. Qifeng, if you don't join my Skywolf Fort, then I'll send people to annihilate your entire sect. Feng Wei, who'd threatened Qifeng once more via voice transmission. As far as he was concerned, since Qifeng had given in once, then Qifeng would surely give in this time. You want to annihilate my entire sect if I don't join Skywolf Fort? Vice Fort Master Feng Wei, are you inviting me? Or are you threatening me? But unfortunately, Qifeng didn't choose to swallow his anger this time, and he looked at Feng Wei instead as he spoke with a low voice. Whoosh! As soon as Qifeng said this, the entire scene was in an uproar. Feng Wei, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, actually threatened Qifeng like this for the sake of making Qifeng join? For a time, the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties frowned. Since Feng Wei was able to threaten Qifeng, then did it mean that he could threaten them as well? Qifeng, you don't make slanderous accusations! Feng Wei's face went grim as he never imagined that Qifeng would actually shed all pretenses and repeat the words he'd threatened him with. Moreover, Qifeng had said it loudly in public. Slanderous accusations? Humph! Qifeng glanced indifferently at Feng Wei and grunted coldly, and then he looked at the sect master of the emotion-severing sect, Peiyan, and his expression eased up as he asked respectfully. Sect Master Pei, if I join the emotion-severing sect, will the emotion-severing sect be able to protect the safety of my friends and family? As soon as Qifeng said this, Ning Qian and Feng Wei's expressions went grim. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. He never imagined that Qifeng would be so audacious to actually dare make a fool out of Skywolf Fort like this. When Qifeng said this, it practically confirmed the fact that Skywolf Fort was threatening him. This time, Skywolf Fort was unable to clear its name even if it jumped into the Yellow River. Just as Duan Lingtian had thought, when the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties looked at Ningken and Feng Wei, the vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, their eyes contained slight rejection mixed within. Feng Wei, look what you've done! Ningken's voice transmission pierced into Feng Wei's ears, and he cursed. Just because of your threat to Qifeng, our Skywolf Fort might be completely working for the 3 great powers this time. Feng Wei's expression became even gloomier when he was cursed by Ningken like this. Of course, he didn't dare vent his feelings on Ningken. His eyes were filled with cold lights as his gaze locked tightly onto Qifeng. Of course. Peiyan didn't hesitate in the slightest when faced with Qifeng's question and nodded lightly, and then he said with an expressionless face, If you're willing to join my emotion-severing sect, then I can put it down right now. Touching your friends and family is going against me, Peiyan. Peiyan making such a promise caused Sword 13 and Hui Ming to be unable to help but shake their heads and sigh. They knew that Qifeng and the others had no chance. Instantly, their gazes moved on to Qin Kong that was ranked 4th in the martial competition. But unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to speak when Qin Kong had already said, I'll go wherever Qifeng goes. Sword 13 and Hui Ming instantly laughed bitterly. Sect Master Pei, I'm willing to join your emotion-severing sect. When Qifeng heard Peiyan's promise, he agreed right away to join the emotion-severing sect. All right. Peiyan nodded, and a rare wisp of a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Welcome. Obviously, he'd heard Qin Kong's words as well. For a time, the 3rd and 4th had both joined the emotion-severing sect. Tamu, our Skywolf Fort invites you to join. Ningken looked at Tamu that was ranked 5th in the martial competition this time, and he issued an invitation. Humph! Tamu grunted, and then he grinned and said, "Are all of you going to head to the Daryuan dynasty to kill my family as well if I fucking refuse? If it's so, then I'm truly sorry I'm an orphan." Ninken was slightly embarrassed when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "Of course not. You surely said no because you've heard me say I'm an orphan." Tamu had an expression that said, "Don't try to deceive me." Ninken's face sank, and then he glared fiercely once more at Feng Wei, who was by his side. If it wasn't for Feng Wei threatening Chi Feng earlier and ruining the reputation of Skywolf Fort, how could he possibly be in such a passive state? "Moreover, I'll go wherever my master goes." As Tamu spoke, his eyes glowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I want to join the Blade Sect. The Blade Sect welcomes you." Sword 13 started smiling as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian's existence would even help him pull Tamu over. Chapter 832. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard Tamu's words. But for the sake of not making things difficult for Sword 13, he didn't say anything in the end. "I'll join Skywolf Fort." A clear and cold voice sounded out, and it was the Dar Qing dynasty's Yi Ling who took the initiative to speak. She seemed to completely not care about Feng Wei's threat to Chi Feng from before, or perhaps she didn't believe Chi Feng's confident words from before. Yi Ling's thoughts were extremely simple. Besides the Skywolf Fort that only had Zishang, the Blade Sect and Emotion Severing Sect had a few young geniuses that were more outstanding than her, so she wouldn't be put in an important position even if she went. So she chose Skywolf Fort. "Skywolf Fort welcomes you." Ninken laughed heartily as he never imagined that there would be someone that would take the initiative to request to join Skywolf Fort under such circumstances. After all, the reputation of the Skywolf Fort had already been ruined by Feng Duan. "I'll join the Empyrean Temple." Ochun, who was ranked at the 9th position in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, had more or less recovered from his injuries now, and he spoke out. His thoughts were similar to Yi Ling's. Up until now, the Empyrean Temple hadn't accepted a single person that was ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, so if he went, he would surely be valued. Meanwhile, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had been completely divided up. The Blade Sect was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Duan Lingtian, Tamu Suli, Feng Tianwu, and Zhang Shouyong. 5 of the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties had been obtained. Even though the Emotion Severing Sect was similar to Skywolf Fort, and only obtained 2, the 2 young geniuses it obtained were existences that were ranked at the 3rd and 4th position in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and their strengths were extraordinary. Chi Feng, Qin Kong. Skywolf Fort obtained 2. Zishang, Yiling Empyrean Temple only obtained 1. Ochin. In next to no time, the remaining young geniuses had successively chosen their factions. Perhaps it was because they were reminded by Yi Ling and O Chen's choices, but even more people chose to join the Empyrean Temple and Skywolf Fort. This caused the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to smile widely. Amitba. Amitba. Hui Ming's face was also full of smiles. However, the 2 vice sect leaders of the Blade Sect, Jian Shursan and Saber 5, as well as the sect leader of the Emotion Severing Sect, Payan, were not unhappy because of this. In their opinion, what was the point of having so many people? Quality was king. In next to no time, brilliant smiles appeared on the faces of the representatives of the 10 dynasties because they'd more or less received a great gift from the 4 great sections. Giving them a big gift was mainly to thank their respective dynasties for nurturing this group of young talents. "Everyone, this matter is over. My Emotion Severing Sect will leave first." Payan greeted indifferently before leaving with Zhang Yan and the other young geniuses. "Amitba. It's time for this poor monk to return." Hui Ming, Hui Jing, and the young monk came, and more than 10 people left. "It's time for our Blade Sect to leave as well." Jian Shursan glanced at Ninken and Feng Wei before indifferently greeting the 2 of them, and then he led Duan Lingtian and the others to soar into the sky and head out of Skywolf Fort. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian noticed a gloomy gaze sweeping over, and he couldn't help but turn around to look. "Zishang! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile as he looked at the owner of this gaze. Duan Lingtian, I've said it before, you won't live for long! Zishang's voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Idiot! Duan Lingtian replied calmly via voice transmission, and then he followed Jian Shisan and the others to leave Skywolf Fort together. Idiot? Zishang's expression was livid, and in the end, he gritted his teeth fiercely before looking at Ningken, who was communicating with the other young geniuses. Master, I want to tell you something. Duan Lingtian has a treasure in his possession. That treasure is a saint artifact that surpasses spirit artifacts, and it's capable of providing an amplification of an entire 2 times. Zishang had thrown caution to the wind now, and in his heart, he was only thinking about how to kill Duan Lingtian. As for anything else, he didn't think about it for now. What? Ningken's pupils constricted when he heard Zishang's voice transmission, and then he looked at Zishang and said with a low voice, Come with me! After a short moment, both of them arrived at an empty place. Is what you said true? Ningken asked with a low voice. Yes. Zishang nodded. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Ningken asked again, and his tone contained slight reproach. I originally thought that Qifeng would be able to kill him, and then I would think of a way to obtain his spatial ring after Qifeng killed him. Zishang took a deep breath as he spoke. You want to take possession of that saint artifact? Ningken's eyes flickered with bright lights as his fierce gaze descended onto Zishang, and it seemed as if it could penetrate through Zishang. Yes. Zishang gritted his teeth and nodded before admitting it. Humph. I'll deal with you later. Ningken grunted coldly and left directly. But based on his tone, he didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Zishang. If Zishang was in Zishang's shoes, he wouldn't easily tell others about the saint artifact as well. A saint artifact that provides an amplification of 100%. If the fort master is able to obtain it, then he'll be able to easily defeat those 2 old fellows from the Blade Sect, that old Baldy from the Empyrean Temple, the old sect master of the emotion-severing sect, and the current sect master, Payan. After Ningken and Zishang parted ways, they headed directly to the inner fort. This was a great matter that had a profound effect on Skywolf Fort, and it couldn't be neglected. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you die this time! A wisp of an evil sneer appeared on the corners of Zishang's mouth when he saw Ningken leave, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scenes of Duan Lingtian being killed by the experts of Skywolf Fort. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian's group left ancient desert city, they headed all the way towards the northeast. The Blade Sect was in that direction. Our Blade Sect is divided into the House of Sabers and House of Swords. The Master of the House of Sabers is the master of my senior brother Dao, and the Master of the House of Swords is my martial uncle. Jian Shisan introduced the Blade Sect to Duan Lingtian and the others. He'd obtained a great harvest from this trip, and he was in an extremely good mood. Tamu, how about coming to the House of Sabers with me? Suddenly, Saber 5 arrived by Tamu's side and spoke to Tamu. I'll go wherever Master goes. Tamu didn't even think before speaking directly. I'll give you the best cultivation environment, how about it? I'll go wherever Master goes. I'll satisfy all your requests, how about it? I'll go wherever Master goes. Can you say something else? I'll go wherever Master goes. In the end, Saber 5 was completely speechless. In the end, he could only place his gaze onto Duan Lingtian. Kid Lingtian, let this disciple of yours join our House of Sabers. How about it? As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was skilled in the sword, and coupled with his junior brother Jian would surely not let Tamu go. He never thought of pulling Duan Lingtian into the House of Sabers. He only hoped to be able to persuade Duan Lingtian, and make Duan Lingtian order Tamu to join the House of Sabers. As far as he was concerned, once Duan Lingtian gave the order, then Tamu would absolutely not refuse. He's not my disciple. Duan Lingtian frowned and spoke resolutely. Kid Lingtian, what benefits do you want? Speak frankly. In any case, my House of Sabers is taking Tamu for sure. He's not my disciple. Kid Ling Tian, how about this? He's not my disciple. Can you not interrupt me? Wait for me to speak. He's not my disciple. After a round of this, Saber 5 was completely convinced, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's truly an enormous waste that the two of you aren't master and disciple. You think so as well? When he heard Saber 5, the eyes of Tom Mu, who'd always been silently following by Duan Lingtian's side, lit up, and he seemed to have found a common topic with Saber 5. Yes, I do think so. Saber 5's eyes lit up. There seems to be hope. Not bad, not bad. Your judgment isn't bad. Tom Mu praised. Since you said my judgment isn't bad, then I'll let you join the House of Sabers. Saber 5 seized the opportunity, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Tom Mu. I'll go wherever Master goes. For a time, Saber 5 was completely convinced, and he completely lost his temper. Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong, who stood on the other side of Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. As far as they were concerned, Tom Mu was simply a clown. Tom Mu. Duan Lingtian, who never paid any attention to Tom Mu, looked seriously at Tom Mu for the first time. Master, what instructions do you have? Tom Mu looked respectfully and reverently at Duan Lingtian. I've already said that I'm not your master. Besides that, I want to tell you that I'm unable to teach you what you want to learn from me because it's a technique that can't be copied. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression, and his words came from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, Master. Once I learn it, I'll absolutely not teach it to a third person. Tom Mu vowed solemnly, and his words obviously didn't take Duan Lingtian's words seriously, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless once more. Did you not hear what I said clearly? Duan Lingtian frowned and spoke with slight impatience. Master, I know you reject me now and don't want to pass that technique down to me. But I believe that I'll be able to move you with my sincerity one day. Tom Mu spoke in all seriousness. You think I'm lying to you? Duan Lingtian could be considered to have come to an understanding now, and it turned out that Tom Mu hadn't believed him since the beginning. Tom Mu doesn't dare. Tom Mu heard that Duan Lingtian's tone was off, and he hurriedly lowered his head like an aggrieved child. Forget it, I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. Duan Lingtian had completely lost his temper. This Tom Mu was simply a piece of rotten wood, and it was a strange piece of rotten wood that couldn't withstand any carving. Master, I'll surely do my duty as a disciple. Tom Mu spoke seriously. Duan Lingtian paid no further attention to him and instead looked at Su Li as he scolded with a smile. Su Li, when did you comprehend intermediate water concept? You've concealed it too deeply, right? In the past, I thought you'd comprehended sword concept. I haven't used it for a long time, and I've almost forgotten it. It just so happened that I encountered layer upon layer of pressure during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, and I recalled it, so I used it. Su Li smiled as he spoke. Do you think I would believe you? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.